Welcome, everybody. Welcome. What a room. What a way to start off this room. I'm excited to be here. We have a jam-packed day. We have 2 stages. Everyone in the room already knows that. Hopefully you had a chance to peek in and hear Peter Hurley speak, but you guys got the note early. Come on upstairs to the 3rd floor. We're kicking things off with Joe McNally, which is very exciting. But some quick other ground rules I want everyone to know, especially the viewers who are at home. Thank you guys for joining the stream. We have 2 streams. We have the main stage presentations, the B&H exposure stage presentations. Dip in, dip out, go check that one out. Come on over here. You guys now know how to get up to the 3rd floor. Have a stroll back downstairs, check out our vendors. For all of our viewers who are at home and are just kicking themselves for saying, I wish I was there. Look at all those heads in the crowd. Look at all those people. We are sitting on top of multiple train lines. If you're on the East Coast, you can get here tomorrow. Tomorrow's day is rightfully even more exciting. So hopefully y'all who are here now are gonna join us tomorrow. And those people at home, look up a train ticket. You guys can get through the new Moynihan Station, which is absolutely beautiful, which is still Penn Station. Coming through Grand Central, there are many, many ways for y'all to get here and enjoy the show. A quick note on Paybu. Is anyone a Paybu customer in the room? Nice, look at that. Well, if you're not, if you apply today here on site, you get a $50 B&H gift card. That's amazing. I definitely would say jump on that. I'm a Paybu customer. I absolutely love it. Save the tax or choose special financing. Some really great options.
If I cancel my card and get a new one, I get the $50.
Not sure. Don't quote me on that. But you guys will be very happy with the Paybu card. So let's jump into our programming. So we're kicking things off right at the top. We are setting the bar very high. Joe McNally, internationally acclaimed, award-winning photographer, filmmaker, over 70 countries, masterful at lighting, and is known for his large-scale production work, in addition to his vast storytelling experience, which stems from his assignments for the legendary publications like Life, as well as National Geographic. The man really needs no intros. You guys are already here in the room. Joe, come on up on stage. Thanks for being here.
All right. Thank you, Michael. Thank you. Thank yous across the board. Thank you, everybody who's here, and thanks to B&H. Pulling this kind of a conference off is a lot of work, and tip of the hat to them. They've really, really doubled down on the details and pulling all this together. So very admirable, appreciate it very much. And to Nikon. Nikon has been my lifelong camera, This will date me, okay? But in 1973, my professor at the Syracuse University Photo J program said, buy a knicker mat. It's a poor man's Nikon F2, because F2 was the camera of the moment, So I did. And so that's 1973, I'm still shooting Nikon. Stop right now. There's a couple of people right here doing the math in their heads. Stop it right now. Stop, all right? I have been doing this a while. So appreciate you guys coming by. The title of this is, hard light, soft light, fashion light. I mean, the operative word there is light, right? We are creatures of light. Photographos, from the Greek root, to write with light. This is what we do. This is what we seek. This is what we embrace. This is our language. Light can be as declarative and explicit and descriptive as words. I've always been convinced of that. In fact, I use very human terminology to describe light. It can be emphatic. It can be excruciating. It can be painful. It can be angry. It can be soft. It can be loving. You can create a complex paragraph, or you can curse with it. Let's face it. All right. So that is the nature of who we are and what we do. So we got a few empty seats up in here, Come on in. Can you guys hear me if I move off the mic for a minute or two? Everybody okay? Yeah. We're a pretty small group, we've got a convivial nature to this room, so I'm easy about questions. During the course of this, we can talk about it. Anybody has any notions or things they want to talk about, or hey, wait a minute, on that image, how did that happen? Why did it happen? Why did you do that? Trust me, there are things that I have shot that afterwards I'd say to myself, why? Why? Massive mistakes, You know, part of our makeup as a photographer, if we're not making mistakes, they always say, oh, you're not trying hard enough, but you have to make mistakes because you have to approach this with a sense of enthusiasm and courage and an embrace of your own convictions and imagination. Thank you, Michael. I'll stop shouting now. An embrace of your own convictions and your imagination. And we're going to get a little bit overloaded in here, but keep coming in. Folks can come right up here. I'm totally comfortable with whatever anybody wants to do, really. I am totally devoted to making this next hour entertaining, informative, okay, and it's about you. I don't view this as a lecture. It's a discussion. I enjoy the company of photographers. I enjoy the back and forth, the debate, the kind of what-if aspect of our life. What if I put the light over here, okay? Do you think, I don't know, I'm not denigrating any other field, but I don't know. I don't think accountants would thrive if they said, what if we took these numbers and did something else with them? You know? Though there are obviously instances of that happening, right? But in terms of light, in terms of experimentation, in terms of anything we want to try to accomplish as photographers, we have to be fearless in the face of that, which means being fearless in the face of failure. So, I mean, there's a slide rotating up here. I'm so happy for Michelle Yeoh that she's getting recognition as the incredibly talented person she is. I worked with Michelle several times, and she is the most gracious of ladies. And that there's a picture that comes up where she's crawling across a desert floor, super high fashion kind of thing. That was a massive failure, because I brought that picture back to my editor at National Geographic, and it was about a story about the globalization of culture, and I got kind of swallowed up in the whole kind of celebrity thing. And he looked at me and he said, "What are you thinking? That picture has nothing to do with the story." And I had to go call her back and suggest another concept, which was something relatively mild, like, would you mind getting on cables and being dangled by a helicopter in front of the Hollywood sign? And she said yes. You know, it ran on Jimmy Kimmel late in an interview thing, and Kimmel put the picture up, and he said to her, he said, "Whoever did this to you should be arrested." Okay, anyway, off we go. Thank you, Michael. All right, so I have a very tortured history with light. Here's the thing. That's Stonehenge, right? Arranged via the solstice, etc. I went to the UK. I did a story for the National Geographic called The Power of Light. So they sent me to Stonehenge, and it was cloudy. It was England, you know? And so I had to go back and photograph with sunlight. And then the caption books got mixed up, and National Geographic ran this picture and alleged it was at the solstice. And readers at the National Geographic sent in letters saying, this is not the solstice. I did my calculations. I had to send letters of apology to dozens of readers of the National Geographic. Now, you could argue this is either a well-educated readership or a bunch of people who have too much time on their hands. Be that as it may, you know. I climbed the Empire State Building 4 times to the warning light. My first climb, they're just handing up the replacement bulb, and I had finally gotten myself to the top, and they shut the light off. So welcome to being a photographer, you know? Anyway, here we go. Available light. Truly wonderful when it's available. Okay? Candlelight. Now, I'm going to show some old school stuff and a bunch of new stuff, okay? This is old school. This is Kodachrome 200 in India at the Festival of Diwali in Jaipur, incredibly beautiful place, okay? But this is a couple of years ago, and this is in a factory in upstate New York. Beams of light, so wonderful, okay? In Romania, beams of light coming through a lace curtain, placing your subject in the path of that light. It's wonderful. But this is old school, Linus Pauling, right? Soft light at Big Sur, right? The cat did me a favor, right? Ran up his shoulder. This is the last picture I made of an otherwise kind of mediocre take. That cat saved my ass. Okay, all right, absolutely, right? Okay, in China, studying and schoolwork, window light is a beautiful thing, right? In America, unfortunately, we've kind of forgotten that, right? We put ourselves in these boxes with no windows, lit with fluorescence. Isn't this lovely? Every one of you looks positively lovely. The hard shadows under the eyes. Yes, everybody had a hard night last night. That's what this light makes us look like, okay? But window light is a beautiful thing. Romania, character actor by window light. This is the 58 millimeter Noct at 0.95. Holy smoke, holy smoke. The technology we have nowadays. This is Tanzania and the tragedy of trachoma. Natural light, Kodachrome. Winona Ryder, okay? Hard sunlight right by a barn. I leaned a diffuser, a 12-foot diffuser against the barn. The sunlight hits it. If you can find a bed sheet on a hard sunny day, put up that bed sheet in the window. Instant studio. Okay, Julian Bond, it's wonderful when you're able to photograph your heroes, and they are in fact heroic. He was a hero of mine from the 60s and 70s, fought for fair housing, civil rights. He was nominated to be vice president. When I was with him, I said, Mr. Bond, I actually thought you should have been nominated for president. He looked at me and said, so did I, Joe. Okay, maple syruping, hard light. No diffusion on this because the beams make the photograph, right? Natural light. In Kenya, marathon runners, it's basically the light on that man's face is from the coffee cup, really, okay? But natural looking light, how often have we run into something, we'd like to use natural light. I've always, I've had, met photographers over the course of time. It's like, I only use natural light. Okay. What if it's not natural? You have to be able to make something that looks natural, okay? A little pop of a fill flash backstage in Vegas. Okay, this is a kind of a sad or saturated kind of a treatment. It was a story years ago for Life magazine on latchkey kids. So the lighting's very subdued. It looks like it's supposed to be there. We work very hard sometimes to make sure that nobody knows we're working hard, right? Nobody wants to see you sweat. They just want to enjoy the photograph. Nobody, let's face it, nobody cares about us, or they shouldn't anyway, I learned that lesson over the years, but Keith Johnson, a member of the fire department of New York, I did a project after 9/11, very large prints, framed, heavy crates. They brought them out for the 10th anniversary. And I'm over in a warehouse in New Jersey trying to help a bunch of firefighters move these 2,000-pound crates. And Keith strong-arms me off the crates. He goes, back off, Joe. We'll handle the crates. We're firefighters. We got lifetime disability. He goes, Joe, you're a freelance photographer. Nobody gives a shit about you. Laser in the operating theater. You have to fill that room with logical-looking light, okay? This is not natural light. It looks like it. Blacksmith's forge, right? Gelled bounce flash, that type of thing. If you let the fire do the job, the fire gets out of hand, right? Leonard Bernstein at the piano, right? One of my favorite frames. Lenny was a wonderful man to spend time with when he was in a good mood. But, genius lit this picture. You can tell I lit it. There's the umbrella right there. Okay, I could retouch it out. I don't. It's a flaw, embrace your flaws, right? I mean, there's a tradition, I believe, in Japan, the pottery makers. The kiln always imparts a certain level of imperfection to their creation, and at the end of the process, they thank the kiln. That's what we have to do. We have to thank the process because there are things that are going to happen no matter what happens on a shoot. No matter how well we've planned, there are things that are untoward that are going to happen to us. And it's how we pivot and how we deal with it that makes something either work or not work, or the best part is that unexpected thing becomes magic, right? That flaw becomes magic. Let me do this. How's that? Because I get excited, right? You know, as I say, I like the company of photographers, enjoy the discussion. I like being around photographs. Workroom light, okay? Something that looks very natural, okay? A kiss of flash at sunset. That's all this needed. If you overwhelmed it with flash, it would look unnatural. Sometimes there's no place for any fancy light. You just blast away, cross your fingers, hope for the best. Like when you're in the ocean with Coast Guard rescue swimmers, okay, floating on a little rubber raft, and your assistant is bobbing around in a Zodiac trying desperately to hang on to a hard flash. Okay, or when you're standing up on the back of a motorcycle as it drives through the Lincoln Tunnel. I got a Nikon Speedlight bolted to his handlebars, lighting his face, and he's looking in the rearview mirror, and I'm standing behind him as we buzz through the Lincoln Tunnel. Yeah, there's a component of idiocy that goes along with being a photographer. Let's face it. Okay? Nervous light. Does anybody here know the name Arnold Newman? He basically invented the environmental portrait. I was assigned to photograph Arnold. He's an incredibly gracious man. I shouldn't have had to have been nervous, but I was. So I tried to mimic his light. 2 lights off, white walls. And I put Arnold in the midst of his tools. Lovely man, formidable photographer. I was very nervous, but he made me feel welcome, and he was gracious. Okay, the Valley of the Gels. Light as a fever dream. As I say, I've been doing this a long time, and I've lived through like ups and downs. When I started in the 80s, does anybody know the name Gregory Heisler? You know, Greg changed the color palette of magazine photography just with his formidable sense of color. And I actually had magazines look at me and say, can you do something like Greg would do? You know, so the New York Stock Exchange annual report, I shot for a number of years. The offices, this is old, let's go look at those computers. That's what the offices looked like. They didn't care about that. They wanted it to look like, you know, Luke Skywalker's control panel or something like that, you know. So you do this. You turn it into that. Regardless of the fact that nobody works in light like that, okay? The company doesn't care. The company wants an image made that reflects what they view as their high-tech future. And some of this stuff, I look back on it now. I had a friend of mine photograph me in a garbage can in Allentown, Pennsylvania, filled with my old transparencies. And I ran it in a recent book, and the title of the picture was, "What Was I Thinking?" Okay, what was I thinking? Okay, Vince Carter, right? Gels, man, power. This is, he was a machine, man, I tell you. And you have to really, apart from getting, you know, the light right, this is manual focus on a 2 1/4 camera as he charges, and he was very lackluster. I mean, professional athletes, you know, they don't exactly warm to a photo shoot, you know. They got a game that night, they want to relax. And he's like, I looked at him, I said, you know, what can I do to piss you off? I said, how about if I tell you I actually like Patrick Ewing? He was like, all right, it's on, you know? Science, details, lack of communication. I had to photograph this T-Rex. Look at the size of this thing. I had to chainsaw half of that tree apart and put this thing in there and prop it up, and I did this. And it was a cover of Discover magazine. They told me afterwards, we wanted you to shoot it in the studio. Could have mentioned that. NASA control board, this all lit with speed lights, some gels, some separation, and I feel proud of it because I have in my portfolio, I got a pointing picture. You know, ever get what, you know, like the old catalog thing? You know? I got an active imagination. This gentleman was wonderful, and I viewed him as a superhero, and I said, look, you're the color warrior. You're the RGB kind of, you know, and he really got into it. He made all these colors, splashed all these colors all over the place. It was at a theater, and I lit the place up with smoke, and the fire department got called. Always get a permit, okay? I photographed ballerinas my whole career. I thought, what could I do that would be different? And so I thought, well, I'll kill some of them. And this one was found in a dryer in a laundromat in Brooklyn. And her dance rival, obviously, Nick, my friend Nick, is the detective. You know, look at this lousy photograph. This ran in the National Geographic. Sometimes color gels, I mean, you got no exit ramp, man. So they sent me out to photograph this super duper transformer out on Long Island. And on a rainy day, it's a couple of pipes in the ground. So I went, the tried and true, let's go to incandescent, let's put a super warm gel flash in the cabinet, you stare at it, sir. And, it's a nothing burger of a photograph. National Geographic ran it. So sometimes, it's as you can possibly manage, right? The capacity for greatness or wonderful, memorable pictures, that exits the room early, and then you're down to basics. What do I have to do to triage this patient? What do I have to do to bring this scene even remotely to life? And color, gels, light becomes your friend. Hard light, does it always come from the sun? Not necessarily, sometimes. Havana, Cuba, wonderful dancer. Okay, out on the Schuylkill River, rowers, but when it takes on a color, that's when it gets even better, right? Hard sunlight. Sometimes you're just looking for a sliver of light. Just find that sliver. Find something to put somebody in. This little girl in a doorway. And there's Lenny again. This is an older picture, obviously. Transparency shot. He was a wonderful man to be around, a real, well and truly a genius. But when you don't have hard natural light, you can make hard light that's character-driven. Boxer in Brooklyn. This is one speed light, small box overhead. Because why? I didn't want this to be friendly. You're not going to light him like you're going to light a newborn shoot, right? He's got character. I mean, that pain in that face has been well earned, right? Years in the ring. So you go with that. Your subject dictates your light. My friend Rick out west, one light. Oh, Claudia, one light, one raw light, just a blast. Out in the sun, I haven't got the luxury of always dictating, sitting by the pool and having a margarita and let's wait for golden hour. No, that's never been my story. That I work for magazines that work, okay, move it, all right, and then move on to the next scenario. So I got to work in hard sunlight, so I blasted a flash. Profoto B10 type of light, 500 watt seconds, blast. That was all, nothing fancy, one raw light because it matched the quality of the sun. And then the pelicans, I think these are pelicans, so we were throwing fish at her feet, And I found out that a pelican can swallow an entire fish with one gulp. So here's the thing, back there, that is sunset light. If I put her in that natural sunset light, what becomes of that? No, it gets brighter because I have to expose for her. So I took a light, gelled it to the color of fading sunset, put it exactly on the angle of the fading sunset light, and upped her ante by 2 stops. That way I'm able to saturate the background. So it's natural, but it ain't, right? It looks like it, but it ain't. And this gentleman, this is my friend Will, super Vegas performer, athlete. And this is my last shot of the day. I was doing a promo campaign for the Nikon Z9. And this is just a raw blast of light. And if I told you that I planned to have his foot at the angle of the mountain, I would be lying to you. Okay? And that's the thing. I'm very honest about what I do and what I don't do. I'm very honest if it works or it doesn't work. I will tell you what goes on. Okay? Because you just have to do that because it's transparent. There are photographers out there who will tell you that there's some sort of secrets. There's no secrets to this. There are no secrets. You just got to work your butt off and keep imagining. Right? All right. And then an homage to Jean-Milly. Okay? Just raw light, dancers in the studio, an exuberant leap. The light hopefully matches the exuberance. Okay, soft light, the light of dreams, a soft blanket. Okay, soft light, this isn't necessarily, there are no universals in photography, but generally speaking, soft light is about the size of the source. So a huge light, there's only one small umbrella, and a small fill and a board. The sun is doing this through the silk, and you end up with shadowless light. And hard light, actually, this is a little bit of an inverse. A hard light will drain color. Soft light lets color speak and saturates something like the roses. Okay, same thing here. That you can transform that into a business or corporate portrait. Okay, then this is all. This is shot in Peru. Fill underneath, big soft light, little pop. Okay. And these dance costumes really come to life. The color saturates, okay? Size of source, right? Key to this is it's not sunset, but there's a gelled flash in the back lighting the flowers. So just a raw gelled flash that looks like maybe the sun is behind her. And there's a little bit of highlighting perhaps that occurs in her hair. Same thing here. This is hard daylight through a window, and I put up a diffuser, a handheld diffuser. We shot it in about 3 or 4 minutes. And she obviously looks towards the light. The light embraces her. And this was a cover of Point magazine. She had been plucked from the chorus at the New York City Ballet to play Juliet at the age of 15. And so you look at someone like this and you say, well, she's an angel, right? So you have to light her in as angelic and delicate a way as you possibly can. This is a big source, a 5-foot octa. And here's Greg Heisler taught Garth Vaughn, who was his assistant, who then taught it to me. A floor skip. Throw down silver right underneath the main light and skip a light off the floor. It lifts, okay? And it becomes part of the main, but it actually is this incredibly beautiful wall of light that's both high and low at the same time. And that's what produces something like this. Keep moving here, keep moving. Anybody good? I mean, I'd love to get folks a seat. Love you back, love you back. I'd serve cappuccino if I could, all right. For whatever reason, I've been thrown stuff that is like ridiculous. Some of it's been my own making, like a thing on Megan Haney Greer, one of the, at that point, she was one of the record holders in the free dive, so I sunk her in an industrial tank in Florida. She could hold her breath in an amazing fashion. We had a safety diver down there, with me, standing by me, so she could breathe off of his regulator. But all this is lit. There are windows in the dive tank, and all this light is getting pumped through, and I have lights up top creating those beams. Okay, and these are not just lights. These are 2,400 watt-second units. These are like the old school Sports Illustrated lights. Would you give your vintage car to this mechanic? Okay, this is where imagination just kind of takes over. Is there any logic to this picture whatsoever? Does it have to exist for any particular editorial reason? No, this was, as I say, a fever dream. Okay, and I thought, I want to photograph a crazy guy in a garage. What I said earlier, we work hard to make sure people don't know that we're working hard. This model looks like she's being lit by the fire. It's 6 flashes. That fire is not lighting that tree. This is lighting that tree out of sight behind the hill. That light is behind the fire, and there's several other kickers around. Okay, and this is where it gets nuts, right? Back in the day, if you went down as a representative of a major magazine to Walt Disney World, they rolled out a red carpet for you. And so I suggested to them that they take the Indiana Jones Stunt Spectacular and turn it around 180 degrees so I could photograph it with the audience behind. So all those people in the audience are extras, and so they turned the whole thing around and had me face it, and they gave me 2 lighting crews and a pyrotechnic crew, which was a big mistake on their part. And thankfully, and there was no guarantee. They did this they spent $50,000 in one night banking on the fact that this would run in the National Geographic Traveler magazine, which thank God it did. okay? Because I got no control. I can't guarantee anybody out in the field, and I'm always honest about that too. Like people have said to me, how's this picture going to be used? My honest answer is, I don't know. You know, it could be in the magazine, it could not be in the magazine. It could be a cover, it could not be a cover. Those are the consequences we all are gathered around, and I can't guarantee you anything. All I can do is promise you that I'll work hard and do my best. Okay? The top of the Luxor Pyramid at Vegas, you know, this guy is, you know, there's a flash that I put on him and a couple other lights here and there. I mean, it's 47 xenon arcs. I mean, what's wrong with this picture? This guy is in a flak jacket and heavy gloves and a mask. I'm up there in a t-shirt and shorts. If one of those lamps explodes, it's over, right? But this is what you do. Same subject, different light. Okay. It doesn't mean because you start in one path on a day in the field that you have to keep that path. It doesn't mean that you're locked in, I guess I would say. All right, so dancers, 65 Collective in Vancouver. Really wonderful modern dancers. Impromptu, right? Spontaneous, odd, right? I love working with this troupe, okay? And then same set, same seamless, different light, right? I told them to make shapes, all right? So the first picture was a little odd. This is all about graphics. And where does it drive back down to? It drives back down to the light and the use of the light and how you speak with it. Now this is old school. This is the Fighting Lopez's, the Lopez family. You know them? So I don't make things easy for myself. It could be so much easier. Anyway, I'm shooting a 6x17 panorama film camera in a studio. I blacked the whole studio out, and I photographed them first exposure. Thing about the shooting those kinds of cameras that you just cock the shutter, the film does not advance. You just cock the shutter on the lens, right? So you don't have to advance the film. So I flashed them, the four Lopez's, brother's sister, okay? And then I hot light the middle ground, and then I open the shutter again, and they come through this, and then they get to a point that is on the floor, and they go into a fighting pose, and there's another bank of flashes over here. So 2 exposures on 1 piece of film, right? And nobody ever ran it. Sports Illustrated decided to run this picture, which was fun. You know, that's the long-suffering Mrs. Lopez and her brood. The dog's name was Ninja, you know. So I just had him, I said, just go crazy. Just go crazy. Smash those eggs. Do this, do that. And it was a lot of fun. I'm in the picture. Someplace here. There I am. Right there, which I kind of like. All right. Fun. Anybody have any questions so far? We doing all right? Yes, sir.
At this point in your career, do you ever shoot just for yourself anymore?
Oh, God, I shoot for myself all the time.
A fever dream, you're like, I want to create this.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, it's fantastic.
Yeah, I do. I wake up at night, and then, you know, I'm smart enough now, having been through the mill here, is that I have an idea, and then I go try to find somebody who'll fund it. I'm looking at you, Michael, and I have several ideas. Let's do dinner, absolutely. And we're not even in Hollywood, you know, that's fantastic. No, because let's face it, you can go through a lot of money really quickly, you know, trying to fund your own ideas, and I've done that. I've run the car off the cliff. You know, I'll be honest with you, I mean, this has not been a straight path. You know, I've been so broke sometimes, you know, and I promise Annie, God bless her, you know, she's patient with it all. I promise her I'll work hard. We'll come back. It'll be all right. It'll be all right. And for 22 years, it's been all right, you know, with the two of us. And yeah, you go after things. So yeah, I woke up. Thankfully, Profoto gave me a little bit of money to do a shot in England. Okay, they said, well, okay, we'll give you a little bit of, you know. Okay, I use the money on expenses because I have a favorite model. She's actually part of our studio family. Annie adores her. Her name is Amber, and we work with her when we're over in the UK. And Annie picked out this location, and I saw the scouting pictures. I didn't even tell Annie. And when we got to location, I looked at Amber and I said, I want to put a lampshade on your head. So that's what came to me in the middle of the night, Beret. You know, so, yeah, where are we here? Okay, so, you know, lighting, just soft, gentle lighting for the rest of the room, and there she is, okay? And that. It was unexpected. These were unexpected. I had no idea that was going to happen, but I thought, well, that's cool. It's like a lampshade from Mars. She's, you know, like, if you're old enough, you might remember Mork, you know, oh, son, you know, kind of thing. So that's what came to mind. But I have some other nice pictures of Amber, but these are the only pictures worth a damn from that day, you know, because why? Because what do we seek? We seek difference. The world is much photographed, right? We seek a fillip of difference, okay, something, a little edge. And if you can swing that, that's a really, really cool thing. Oh, man. Okay, and where does light come from anyway? Comes from outside. So oftentimes, I put my lights out in the garden. They're not in the room. They're coming through the windows because I wanted the room to be sort of saturated and the lampshade to kind of glow. And I wanted the room to look natural. The way the room looks natural is that the light comes through the window, right? So, okay, cool. But then you go in like fashion light. What are you going to do? Straight up fashion light. Here's a cool thing. This background, you get them on Amazon. They're Christmas icicles. And they go in like a 5-foot string and they dangle and they're like $10. And they make a wonderful out of focus background, especially when you're shooting wide open, you know, because, right, the world of photography is all about bokeh now. Is that the proper pronunciation? Bokeh? Yeah. Every time I say that, I want to throw up in my mouth a little bit, but, you know, it's what we used to refer to as the out of focus shit in the background. It's okay. It's all right. Anyway, over and under, classic fashion pattern, right? Over and under. You know, the fill board underneath. That is a wonderful, wonderful thing. And this lady, I photographed her in Romania. And I was a little nervous because she kind of got this vampire thing going on, which, you know, it's like, oh, man, Joe, you're near Transylvania. But in the course of a day, how am I doing on time? Michael, am I all right? I got 10 minutes? Okay. All right. So, okay, this is really good. Okay, here we go. And then fast. Well, actually, no. I'm sort of okay, I think. As I said, you don't have to stay with one path. So this is where I'm playing the low light. It's an active fill from below her, and I'm playing the low light pretty hard. So she looks actually a little ghoulish, right? But then I shift, and now there's a stronger light source from up above, hence you get the shadow. This is 0.95 on the Nikkor 58, you know, so you get this. I was unprepared for this, how kind of dreamy and odd looking that out of focus nature of 0.95 gives you. And now, ta-da, Christine, you back there? Nikon just announced an 85 1.2. Oh my God. You know, be still my beating heart. Okay. But then you don't have to stick with that. That's in the studio. This is natural light. Outdoors on the patio. Hard daylight. Hard daylight. Nothing else going on. Shadows. Network of shadows or pattern of shadows. Play with it. As opposed to, like, this is like raw, right? This is kind of fashion, like, you know, kind of cool makeup, all that sort of stuff. I shot this, I don't know, 2 years ago. But about a year and a half ago, I did this. I found these old train cars up in Danbury, which are the old kind of, I guess they called them Pullman cars back in the day. And so we styled this wonderful model, Marissa. She has this look that comes from that era. And we worked with a wonderful stylist, Sam Brown, who brought, you know, these clothes for her that were era appropriate. And this is all just soft light, very, very soft. There's a diffuser outside the windows. You can see the hard sunlight is pouring through back in there. Okay, so yeah, digital is amazing. I shot a couple of plates, you know, kept the camera where it was so we could subdue that highlight back in there, put a diffuser up, put light through it, and it just wraps her in this beautiful, forgiving light. And of course, Marissa is very, she does the model thing amazingly well. Okay, but beauty, over and under. This is just a fill board and an overhead light. Again, you see the color? The soft nature of the light lets the color saturate and radiate. And this kind of late night in Lima, and this is basically 2 speed lights. Over and under, 2 soft boxes, right? Over, under. Gives you this wonderful combination that you can vary. It's like playing ping pong between those 2 lights. I call it the game of ratios. What exists, and then what do you layer over what exists? Okay, and how do you take that dominant light and how do you fill it or tweak it or shape it with a secondary light? Doesn't necessarily mean you have to go to a secondary light, but I always refer to that additional component of light, a light here or there. Like if I was going to light this room, I'd probably light the back wall. Why? If I'm pressed for time, maybe not, but if I could, I'd light the back wall. Why? It's good information for your viewer. What are we looking to do? We're looking to entertain our viewer. Always remember, the eye is a hunter. The eye seeks pleasure. The more you can animate the eye and captivate your reader and hold them to your photograph, the more you've done your job, right? I mean, we're all guilty of this, right? Instagram, who does this? Right? 1 second, less than a second, less than a second, less than a second. You get a picture that somebody goes, it's like my cats. They do a head tilt. Like, what's that? If you can get somebody to stop nowadays in this highly pressurized, highly visual world, you've done your job. Okay, cool. China, Beijing. I used to work for the city of Beijing. No more. But I worked for the Beijing Cultural Commission, and they asked me to do a series of fashion photographs, which I was unprepared to do. I had to go to a big box store and just get all sorts of scraps of equipment together for flash and cobble together an equipment pack. Okay, Lima. Okay, the desert. What's the name of it? Just south of Lima. 1 light, 4-foot octa, ProPhoto 4-foot octa. Don't get fancy in a situation like that. Keep it simple, keep it declarative. Mixing in gels, okay? Something here like, play with color, play with light, play with smoke. Annie looks at me and goes, really, seriously, smoke? I mean, because that's one of my first questions oftentimes. I mean, why did the movies look so cool? Because they blew a little smoke into the room, and they have lights out, and and so smoke gives texture to your light. It's not appropriate all the time, but that little extra fillip of detail, the way it characterizes light, the way it gives it shape, a beautiful thing. And smoke machines are not that expensive, I got one in my garage. I take it with me, right? And then they have these cans, which is cool. This, is more than just the cans, but. All right, light in difficult places. Where to put the light is a challenge. Satellite dishes, not easy, right? Lighting the interior and the exterior of satellite dishes. Lighting a dancer flying off a building from a crane where you have light on the crane. We called this impossible flash, where I'm in another helicopter and I have radio-controlled speed lights in this helicopter, lighting the pilot, lighting the stunt person who's out there on the steps, etc. And I'm in another helicopter. Then we had a third helicopter up for BTS. So we got 3 helicopters rotating in the New York Harbor. But here's the thing, I thought, why not? Give it a try, because radio signals travel easier over water. I thought maybe I could try this. So that chopper's about 100, 150 feet away. So I'm pushing the edges on the SP5000 system, pushing it pretty hard. But it worked. And now here I've got lights on the ground, lighting the model, and lights in the chopper up there as it goes to dusk. And it was fun. It was fun. I'm glad it worked. But you have to take that chance. You have to risk something not working. And then there's quick light, right? Camera bag light. Quick diffuser, handheld, out on the rocks. It gives you, here's the thing, we've always had 2 levers of control. No matter how fancy the cameras are, at the end of the day, what do we got? F-stops and shutter speeds, right? But a flash gives you another lever of control. Because by introducing a flash, that means, if I was going to light this gentleman right here, and I put a flash here, Okay, what have I done? I've formalized my foreground. I call it formalization of the foreground because now I can control the look of the foreground. But if I, depending on the level of light I apply here, what can I do to my background? I can squash it if I want to. Get it under control. So just with a couple of simple lights, it gives you foreground and background control over the universe of your photograph. That is pretty powerful stuff. Quick, I believe this was like a 28 or a 35 wide open, small flash, camera right in Havana, Cuba. My friend Les, out on a train platform, 8518, okay, out in Brooklyn. Over and under, right? Over and under light, just like this. Okay, you see those two lights? They're little small speed light boxes, overhead, underneath, right? You can see the pattern here. Okay, we're out on Bourbon Street in New Orleans, and we come up with that. Okay, quickie flash on the street, I let the light shaper just shimmer in those oversized glasses, what the heck. Shoot your umbrella out on the road, okay. Light shapes character, okay. It has, you encounter faces, and those faces speak to you, and they speak to the nature of making your light right, okay. And that's what this is about. It's about finding truth. It's about finding beauty in somebody. Say, well, that's our job. That's our job, is find the beauty, okay? Hey, Michael, can I ask you a favor? I'm going to give you my phone and just make a few snaps of everybody. That'd be great. I'm a coal miner in Romania. Again, it's an over and under light. You can see a little bit of detail right in here where I'm pushing light up. This man, I guarantee you, he doesn't view himself as beautiful. But he is. He is beautiful, right? And you have to find that. You have to be enchanted by that. You have to honor and respect. Let's put the politics of coal mining and the environmental consequences off to the side. This man goes into the earth every day to put food on the table for his family. And I honor that. I went down there in that mine. It was probably one of the most dangerous places I've ever been. We were over 2 kilometers deep. And it was about 1 kilometer to walk. And there's no electricity. The only light down there is from your headlamp. And these gentlemen go in there every day, and I respect that. I respect that kind of tenacity. It's amazing. And that's what the camera is designed to do. It's designed to honor people. The people who step in front of your lens give you a gift, right? Their vulnerability, their expression, their truth, their life in front of the camera. What do we have to respond with? Our best game, our best game. So, all right. Now, I lit this area of the tunnel with other miners' headlamps. I said, you stand over here, look that way. You stand here, look that way. Okay. Okay. Ralph Big Cat Johnson, single light. This man had such a beautifully expressive face. Okay. Just an amazing individual. And he required no fuss, right? No adornment, just a simple light for that amazing face. Okay. Terry Tempest Williams. She writes about the Great Salt Lake. So this is not rocket science. What do you do with her? You put her in the Great Salt Lake, this is not hard to figure out. And one light, and thankfully she brought those red gloves, and we did an expressive thing. Okay, this lady, absolutely beautiful, Kelly, okay, kind of lit in a very open, clean way with a 6-foot diffuser. This is her later in the day with a beauty dish. Very different look, very different feel. I want to meet this person or have tea with them, perhaps. Her, I'm not so sure. Her, I'm a little okay, maybe a shot of whiskey or something, but Leonard Bernstein, right? So much pain in that face. I'm not going to make that a pretty light, right? But then Lenny was in a good mood, and I shot him for a cover. Okay? All right, my friend Claudette down in St. Lucia, one of the most beautiful people I've ever met in my life, has a voice of an angel. She doesn't need adornment, one simple light. Okay, this gentleman, a journeyman boxer, works out at Gleason's, trains at Gleason's, and his body, his face was so amazingly beautiful that you just kind of, yeah, that's why I use, one of my favorite styles of flash is a strip light, because it's like writing on the body with a line of light. So you put a strip light here, a strip light there, and the light just goes around the body and just highlights it in a beautiful, beautiful way. Here, gentlemen, you know, you don't want to do, you don't want to fill this body with light. You want shadows on this body because it defines the musculature. This guy, I don't want to get in the ring with this guy, you know, so one hard light. And I'm going to close with just a look here. A day in the life of light. Follow it. It's the drumbeat of the day. Okay, so beautiful fashion model. I'm always screwing around with stuff, not in this instance so smartly. I put a light in the alcove back in here, and I gelled it warm. You know, that's like late afternoon light when it's quite obvious it's not late afternoon. You know, I could have had a V8, you know. Open, clean mix of available and a soft pop through an umbrella, just like a little, you know, opens the face. She was marvelous posing. This is one light, just a simple octa, good choice of background. And then here's the thing, if you're working with people who are expressive in front of the lens, like a fashion model would be, wind it up and let them go. Don't be, you know, checking your light. Don't be checking your LCD. You know, the LCD is like addictive, right? You know, you know, and you break up the rhythm of somebody who's like this, who just moves, right? So let it happen. Let it roll. Just go. Okay, available light, color palette. She came out in that outfit. I'm like, I don't need any light for this. But we were out of light, so that's not sunlight. That's not fading sunlight. That's one big flash, gelled to the color and angle of fading sunlight. And I put her in the path. And then I turn her around because she, you know, and I'd like to say to you that I left the camera in 16:9 mode, panorama mode, because she's so tall. That would be a lie, because I had shot the previous set in panorama, and I forgot. Okay, and I forgot. And that was the last shot of the day. We're almost out of light. Simple softbox, and you can see the rock face here is kind of the same as the rock face there, but we're just down. We're just down. Okay, and last thing I'll show you, following up in a warehouse in upstate New York, following the path of light, right? Natural daylight, hard, raw light. Same thing here. This isn't pretty, right? But he's got shadows and muscles, and he's athletic, and he's strong. And he gave me that gift where he threw the rope over his shoulder, okay? This is not great portrait light, but it works pretty well for him, you know, because he's made out of granite, you know? And then Ray, who's in the Martial Arts Hall of Fame, deservedly so, right? The angles, the harsh angles of the light, mimic the gesture, mimic his body, which is all sorts of tight and crazy, you know, muscles. And then here, the beam of light. Now, details. I could have shot this with no flash at all. I got tons of light up in here. But I did put a light over here, the details, the luxury items, because that puts the light here. Without that light, his whole back goes with no detail at all, and it just becomes a black shape, right? To put a glisten off of him defines those muscles, makes the picture more dimensional. That's what we're after, you know? As when I worked editorially for magazines, we always, you know, we're after those dimensional pictures, right? So we always say we would as photographers, we take a three-dimensional world, photograph it in 2 dimensions, and then give it to one-dimensional editors. Yes, sir.
One question. Your balance of lighting in your images is so exciting to look at. How much time do you spend with all software adjusting and balancing out?
The question is about post-production, basically. Yes, sure. We do. I work in Capture One. That's my skill set. For me, what I do, I characterize as basic darkroom work. A little bit of saturation, a little bit of sharpening, some shadow, maybe this and that. That's it, okay? For 25 years, I shot Kodachrome for the National Geographic. Got processed at Kodak and dropped on my editor's desk. So I still have that sense of craft where I bring the picture as close as I possibly can. But we also have a retoucher at Solstice Retouching, Pratik, okay, who's an expert. It's way beyond my skill set to work in fashion, to work on skin, you know, and do that kind of thing. So we send it out to a professional retoucher. This is Josh again. That's natural light. I saw the light skipping off the floor, gave him a sledgehammer. Why not, you know? And that's Ray again. Now, this is 2 lights. There's a strip softbox on him, right? Edgy, defining muscles. And then I threw up a light here. That light over here is lighting this. It's just a raw light with a grid on it, because otherwise this bag goes completely out of register. That's a fill board, a gold fill board. My assistant's just moving with him, okay? No flash, okay? Natural light, okay? And before I go, we're gonna do an Ellis Island workshop in May and September. If anybody wants, just shoot me an email, contact@joemcnally.com. It's a marvelous day out there. It's a magical place. And thank you very much. I think I have a couple minutes for questions.
So we do have a quick moment for 1 or 2 questions, but Joe will also be down at the Nikon booth directly after this. Go check out all that new gear from Nikon. Maybe get a chance to shake Joe's hand. So let's do a couple questions. I'm going to go over here first.
Hi, I wanted to know, what equipment do you always bring when you travel?
Good question. Good question. Here, you can roll around with that. I'll go back here. Whoops. Yes. Well, I bring multiple cameras with me. You know, in my case now, I have nothing but Z9 cameras. So I bring my Z9s, and then I would say what goes with me always is a moderate to wide zoom, 14-24, 17, you know, to 35-ish kind of a lens, and then 70 to 200, okay? That goes with me all the time. And then I'll probably have in the middle there, I'll probably have like something fast, a fast prime, like a 50, 85-ish. That's kind of bare minimum. And then I'll usually take a small kit of flash. In this instance, you know, I work tremendously now with Profoto A10s, okay, and the A2s. So I have a small kit of those. And that's kind of, so we're looking at 3 bags, like a roller with my bag and with my cameras to get on the plane, and then a bag of grip and a bag of lights. Yep.
Oh, it's a 2-part question. Which is the one shot that you spent the most budget on, and which is the one shot that's been most meaningful to you personally?
One shot I spent the most budget on. Okay. Well, I did a thing for Sports Illustrated. This was back in the day when Sports Illustrated had money to burn, right? And they wanted me to do something for the 2000 Olympics that was highly evolved, highly technical, that they could run as 4-page gatefolds in the magazine. So I did a stroboscopic approach to synchronized tandem diving at the University of Texas. I took the entire UT, they call it a natatorium. Is that what they call it? The diving studio. I turned it into a photo studio. Dozens and dozens of yards of black duvetine hung from the rafters. It took 5 days. It cost Sports Illustrated slightly north of $50,000. They didn't even blink. You know what I got paid on a daily basis? $500 a day. I was the smallest part of that budget, right? And I took an enormous risk because it was a film shot. Wasn't like I could see what I was doing. So I ran cameras, that one of which had a Polaroid attached to it, so I could have some sort of rough gauge. I had a light under the water, and there was tons of concrete between my radio and those lights firing through the portholes. So I had to run literally 2,400 watt-second units down a stairway, down a hallway, using trigger eyes optical eyes to pack, to pack, to pack. And probably 20 power packs later, and all of that, and a week just dying, you know, I got a photograph that they ran 4 pages as a gatefold. And they said, thank you. And I said,
One more time, round of applause for Joe, everybody.
there you go.
And a special thank you to Nikon. Joe will be down there in just a few minutes if you want to go pop over in the Crystal Ballroom. And we're going to turn the stage and get ready for the next one. Thank you, everyone, for joining.
Thank you, everyone. Appreciate it.
Experience with everyone who is physically here in person, but we kind of open that up to the world. So that's amazing. So we're jumping right into the next presentation so we can stay on time. Our next speaker, Miguel Quiles, content creator, commercial portrait photographer based out of Orlando, Florida. I think he drove, and I think he might have been the furthest drive so far. So did anyone drive further than Orlando that's in the room? Anyone? Who came from the furthest? Let's find out. Where'd you guys come from? Long Island, that's close. Where else? The Bronx, that's close too. Connecticut, that's great. What other states? Anyone come from out of state? Dallas, nice. Jersey's in the house. I love it. That's really great to hear. So without further ado, I want to thank Sony for bringing Miguel on over. Come on, take the stage.
Awesome. Thank you. What's going on, everybody? How's depth of field going so far? Good? Yeah, busy. Yeah, that comes with the territory when you come to an event like this. So first things first, I want to say thank you to all of you for packing it in this very small room. I'm going to do my best that hopefully when you walk out of here, you'll be like, it was worth it to sit in this chair and be crammed up next to everyone. But how awesome is that? After, Michael, how long was it? 3 years, 4 years since the last Depth of Field? I mean, for us to be able to get together in this room in person, not virtual, but actually in person, you get to rub up against somebody. Like that's pretty awesome. So big thanks to B&H for putting this together and for having me here, for bringing this like crazy lineup. What do you guys think about the lineup of photographers? It's crazy. I was looking at it, I'm like, it's literally a murderer's row of just amazing portrait photographers, and then there's me, right? So today, but before I say that, big thanks to B&H, big thanks to Sony, because without them, I would probably still be at home right now, and I hear it's cold. So anyway, today we're going to be talking about portrait photography, and I'm going to distill this big topic, right? How many of you claim to be portrait photographers? That's your thing, okay? How many of you want to be portrait photographers? All right. How many of you just don't care about portrait photography? You're just here because it's B&H and it's a good deal. They got specials. All right. That's what I figured. So I was very much like many of you. A little over a decade ago, I wanted to become a better portrait photographer. My goal was, at the time, I wanted to parlay all of these skills that I learned in corporate America through sales, through marketing. I knew that I liked people. I like being around people, talking to people. I just didn't know what I wanted to do in terms of taking pictures, right? So what I ended up doing, and I'm showing you all these photos, and of course you're gonna see a lot of hopefully good-looking photos, and a lot of presenters are gonna do that. They're gonna show you these amazing, beautiful photos that they've taken throughout their career. I'm doing it opposite. These are the first 2 photographs that I took the day that I got my strobes at my house. How many of y'all have a home studio? All right, how many of you actually have like a studio, like separate from your house? Wow, you guys are very blessed. Because when I started, my studio was my living room. And I literally, every photo shoot would have to disassemble my sectional and put it in another room, set up my backdrop, my lights, and do a photo shoot. And then very quickly, clean up everything, right? And make it look like there was nothing there, an hour or so later. So these are friends of mine that I used to work with. I literally had just received 3 strobes, because I don't know about y'all, but I used to watch YouTube. I used to watch Creative Live back in the day. And so I went out and I bought a bunch of strobes, and they showed up, and I'm eager and I'm excited. I'm like, let's go. We're about to take some pictures. These are the first 2 photos. David was the first one, didn't even have the backdrop in the right spot, but I'm just looking at the light. And I'm looking at my magazine that I'm using as my reference, and then I take the picture of David, and I'm like, pretty close, right? Pretty close. So then my buddy Ian shows up, and I'm like, okay, I think it's been an hour or so that I was shooting with David, so I'm like, I think I got this figured out. It's been an hour, right? So I get Ian in front, and I'm like, oh, now I nailed it. Totally nailed it, right? I wanted to take better portraits, but the reality was that there was a lot of information floating around. And unfortunately for me, or fortunately for me, it took many years for me to figure out what is the reality, like what do I really need to know to take better portraits? Not seeing a bunch of photos and trying to reverse engineer, that's part of it, but what do I really need to take better portraits? And so over time, I was very fortunate, and I'm gonna show you and tell you exactly how I did it, but these are some of the newer images. So I went from those 2 photos, to learning how to take photos in a studio, learning how to manipulate and work with light outdoors, and just create a lot of different types of imagery that was marketable, something that would sell. And so would you be interested in learning how to go from those first few photos to these? That's the goal, right? So how many months? How long in between that? So that's a good question. So the question was, how long was it in between those first two photos and what you're seeing now? I would say it probably took me about a good year and a half to go from, like, I have no clue what I'm doing and I'm literally just pushing a button, to having some sort of competency of how the flash works. And then it's another 2 or 3 years of learning how to work with people. And so I'm going to talk about that because I think that's the missing link for a lot of people. We spend a lot of time on the technical, we spend a lot of time on the craft, but not spending so much time on the people side of things. And if we're going to be portrait photographers, it is not acceptable and it's not going to work out for you if you want to shrink behind your camera every time, right? It's not going to work. It's not a good look. And fortunately, how many of y'all would consider yourselves to be an introvert like myself? All right, so it's very common for photographers to be introverts, and many people take up photography and they just want to hide behind the camera, and that's okay for some. I would highly recommend to you, and we'll talk about ways that you can find another mode, find another switch in your personality, that when you pick up your camera, that you can be more than what you are without the camera, right? So that's what we're going to be talking about. You don't get better by doing something less. And this is something that, going with the question that you asked, the way that I was able to become a better portrait photographer was really, as I look back, it kind of broke down to 5 different steps that I took. And there's obviously little, sub-points to it, and I'm going to go through them today. But really, the majority of what I want to make sure that you walk away with is you don't get better by doing something less, right? Unless it's drugs, you probably would get better if you do less, or drink alcohol. I didn't think this through, apparently. But when it comes to photography specifically, you don't get better by taking less pictures. You have to take more. Not only do you have to take more, but you have to do more with different people, right? Different kinds of people, different ages, different heights, different skin tones, different backgrounds, different humor levels, right? We have to practice a lot, and the more that we practice, the better that we're going to get. So my biggest takeaway that I want to make sure that you walk away with, especially after this crazy lineup at Depth of Field, is that you take some of these things and you start using them right away, because it will help you. But I have a 5-step method. I'm not marketing anything to you. There's no you need to buy something at the end of this. All of this information and the things I'm going to teach you are free, and I believe that they're things that you'll be able to hopefully implement and improve your work. So let's get into the first one, which is you have to train your eye. How many people, and this is going to be tough, how many of you watch anime? Any anime? What? Wow, okay, that's what I'm talking about. All right, so anybody watch Naruto? There's a few. All right, so y'all might get the reference with training your eye, your Sharingan, right? So the idea is that you have to train your eye to what good portrait photography looks like, right? You have to be able to look at a good portrait and you have to figure out, why is it a good portrait, right? It's not enough, and I actually learned this strangely enough. I didn't go to college for photography or anything like that, but I did take a humanities class, and that humanities teacher was awesome. And he basically told me on day one, listen, you're going to see a lot of art in this book. There's going to be things that you like and things that you don't like. It doesn't matter whether you like it or not. It matters that you can look at it and say why you do or do not like it. And so with portrait photography, it's very much the same. You have to train your eye. Why is it good? Why is it not good, right? There's a lot of value in looking at a portrait and knowing why it isn't good, sometimes more so than knowing why it's good, right? So there's ways to be able to do this, and these are just some of the ways. These are the ways that I tend to find that pushes the ball pretty far in this process, which is that, God bless you, study the images of the greats. We have a lot of great presenters, speakers that are here today that have decades and decades of experience taking portraits. There are many great photographers that you probably haven't even heard of, that they don't even teach. They're not in that circuit, right? But they are amazing portrait photographers. And I would tell you, look at the greats, the Annie Leibovitz of the world, the Richard Avedons of the world, the Patrick Demarchelier, the Marco Grabs, Michael Muller. Like, look at these great portrait photographers from back in the day and from today, and look at their images and start to look at what makes this image cool. Why is it good, right? Is it the lighting? Is it, obviously, like, a lot of these people are photographing famous people, and sometimes we give people a pass because it's like, oh, well, they're famous. Of course they're going to look good, right? But the reality is that if the lighting is really good, the location, whatever it might be, all those elements are really good, then you can apply those things to your portraits and make any normal person look pretty awesome too. So study those images, look at them. I usually take Post-it notes, and I have books that photographers have written, and I get Post-it notes, and I start writing down, like, what is it that's good about this photo that I like? What would maybe I would change about this photograph, and I would just write it down on the Post-it, and I would stick it to the photo. And that way, when I look at the photo, constantly reminded. We have a great author, actually. Neil has an awesome book, and I'm only saying it because he's here. But Neil has a great book on photography as well. I'll have his book, I look through his photos, and I start putting Post-it notes. What do I like? What would I personally change, if anything at all? And I try to apply it in my next photo shoot. Very, very simple, very easy concept. Yes?
Who do you consider the greats?
The greats, those photographers that I named. There's a whole bunch of them. Marco Grab is one of my personal favorites. Dan Winters is amazing. Martin Scholler is amazing. I could do a whole blog post on great photographers. A lot of the photographers that we have here that are doing the keynotes, great portrait photographers. Look at those. And the big thing that I'm trying to get across is, like, there's value in looking at your peers and looking at the work that they produce, and I think that's what a lot of photographers do starting out. They find, say I'm in Orlando right now, I'll find the people in Orlando that I think are good, and I look at their photos and I put them up on a pedestal because they're my competition, if you want to call it that. But the reality is, that's not the threshold for me. The threshold are the all-time greats, right? And if I can get to that level, I'm pretty sure the local level is going to be okay. Like, I'll be all right, So that's kind of the big idea. You want to Monday morning quarterback your images, okay? And all that means is that every photo shoot that you do, and I can't stress this enough, there's a lot of photographers that are one extreme or the other. Some photographers are like, every photo I take is fire. It's just amazing. I can't take a bad frame, right? And if that's you, that's awesome, right? That's cool. But there's also the opposite, which is crazy to me, which is like every photo they take, they're like, this wasn't good. I don't like this photo. I would have done this. I would have done that. I would have done the other. And then they show me the photo after giving me this long spiel, and I'm like, this is a great photo. What are you talking about, right? So very important that we ourselves, Monday morning quarterback, we look at our images, and we're doing that little exercise of writing it down. What would I have done differently, right? And then guess what? You set up another photo shoot, and you do differently. It's not that hard, right? When I'm telling you that I changed a good portion of the quality of my work in a year and a half, it's because every single week for that period of time, I would have anywhere from 3 to 5, 6 different people that would come through my studio. I'm using air quotes for that because it's my living room. But they would come through the studio, and I would photograph them. And I would look at those photos, and I would look at the best ones that I took. And I said, okay, how could I do this better? What was good so that I keep doing it, but what could I do better next time? You have to quarterback your own images. You have to look at them and break them down. There shouldn't be someone that comes to you and tells you, hey, for example, when I did my first set of photos with Ian, I thought they were great, and then I posted them up, and people were like, hey, every single shot is out of focus. And I'm like, no, you're kidding me. These are sharp. What are you talking about? Dude is buff. You can see all the lines in his abs and all that, and they're like, yeah, but the eyes are soft. And I'm like, nah, you don't know what you're talking about. I get in the computer, I zoom in. Oh, you were right. Shoot, okay. Well, guess what? Next time around, I'm more focused on that. Back then, I was shooting DSLR. Nowadays, I shoot mirrorless. I don't have that problem anymore. Now the camera does that for me, which opens up a whole new world of creativity where I don't have to worry about, are the eyes sharp, are they in focus? The next thing is, and I put an asterisk next to this because you have to be very careful with this, but you should look to get professional critiques for your portrait work. It's very valuable. For me, I had a circle of friends who were portrait photographers, working pros, who would look at my images and they would pat me on the back sometimes and say, great job. And other times they'd say, Miguel, what in the world were you thinking? And so, having that circle really helped because we sharpen one another. And if you don't have that, get that, develop it. Many of us are in New York. We're in the New York area, New Jersey. There's a lot of talent here. You should have a circle of people that you know that you can sharpen one another and get better at shooting portraits. But be very careful who you get your critiques from, because there are some people, for example, I had a person who I will leave nameless, amazing, amazing photographer who I look up to, and I showed them my photos, and they told me in actually very clear words that I didn't know blank about photography. And it was a very colorful word that might be brown. And so I was like, really? Man, that's harsh, and it kind of hurt me. But I'm like, okay, I want to listen because obviously this person knows something that I don't. Tell me, what is it? And they went through the list, this, and this. And I'm like, my eyes opened up. My eyes have, now I've absorbed that information and now I'm using that in every single portrait session from here on out. Right? So you have to get these professional critiques, but just be careful where you get them from and also be ready because when you get them, not everybody's going to be giving you a pat on the back, And I'm happy to say, for me to get that kind of critique to my face and we didn't get into a fight about it, that's, you'll be okay. So that's how you do it. That's how you train your eye. There's obviously many other ways, but I would tell you that if you do these three things, you're going to see a major improvement in your standard of what a good portrait is. I forgot what they call them. The people that drink wine, that taste wine, and they could taste all the stuff in the wine. Sommelier, yeah. You need to be that, but for portrait photography, right? You need to be able to look at a portrait, and when you say that it's a good portrait, you know why it's a good portrait. And I can't tell you that. I can't do that for you. I can't beat your eyes. You have to train your own eyes to be able to do that. And the good news is if you do this, very simple to do. Step number 2 is to be the SME. Anybody know what a SME is? Subject matter expert. All right. I had to look it up on Indeed.com because I feel like it explains, subject matter expert sounds pretty, But it's a authority on a specific area, practice, process, technical method, or piece of equipment. How many of you, being honest, would consider yourself to be a SME when it comes to portrait photography? Every single hand should go up. Because here's the deal. If I gave my mom a camera and I gave y'all a camera, who would be the subject matter expert if my mom is 80 years old and doesn't know how to operate a remote control? You're the subject matter expert when it comes to photography in that. And when you're working with clients and you're working with people, you are the subject matter expert when it comes to photography. But many of us don't live up to that moniker because we have imposter syndrome. We have all these mental, emotional hurdles that keep us from being that person that we need to be to get better portraits, right? So how do you become the subject matter expert when it comes to portraits, right? Very simple. To me, you need to be decisive. Have you ever seen a great leader that is not decisive? I couldn't think of any. I don't know that they exist. Great leaders are decisive. I think great portrait photographers are decisive. Now, I'm not saying that great portrait photographers don't mess up or that they don't have concepts or ideas that just go, right? That happens all the time. But you have to be decisive. You have to say, okay, for example, the way this looks, if you're working with somebody and you're trying to figure out a concept, you're trying to figure out how you want them to pose, what you don't want to do is to say, I guess, what's your name? Chris. Chris, do me a favor. I guess turn your shoulder like that. No. How about like that? And then right? That doesn't work. Because if you do that, and you may not do it exactly the way I'm doing it, I'm making it really crazy, but you might do some version of that. And if you do that, the person that's in front of you is going to be like, does this person know what the heck they're doing? Do they know what time it is? Do they know what day it is? Like, they're not going to roll with you because they feel like you don't know what you're doing, right? So you have to be decisive. What you're going to end up doing, and this is something that took me a long time to figure out, and I've had to practice this, which is why I'm telling you, the more you practice, the better you get. I got very good at just coming up with an idea and selling it like it's the best thing since sliced bread. And it might not be a good idea. I might take that first photo and internally be like, oh my gosh, I need a new hobby, right? But sometimes I do it and I'm like, man, that was great, right? And then they're like, oh my gosh, every single photo, even the bad ones, they're like, this was great. I love these photos. And I'm like, thank you. This is what I do, right? So you need to be decisive. If you're not decisive, you're going to notice that even when you take that really good picture, when that person looks at that photo, if it's a client, friend, whatever, they're not going to feel the same about the photo if you're just like, meh, yeah, here you go, right? Be decisive about everything that you're doing. As you're moving your lights, as you are choosing your lens and your camera, accessories, and you're attaching, that stuff to your camera, you have to be decisive, right? It can't be like I'm standing there at my lens rack, as everyone has. Y'all got a lens rack, right? Where you got like 50 lenses. I don't have that either. But I got like 3 lenses, but I keep them clean, So I'm standing there like, which one do I pick? I'm not going to do that because they're going to look at me and be like, pick one, bro. Like, just let's go, right? So what do? Hey, this is what we're going to do. I'm going to have you stand here, and I just grab a lens, and let's go. And I start shooting, and I'm looking at the photo. And if it's not what I need, you know what? Hang on. I'm going to change something up here real quick. Bing, bing, bing. All right, cool. Here we go. Click, 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 right? Be decisive, even about those little things, because I'm telling you, people are watching you. And if you look like you don't know what you're doing, their expressions, their poses, they're not going to give you their best. God forbid you're working with somebody who's like a CEO of a company or somebody famous that works with a lot of photographers. If they see you farting around with your stuff, it ain't going to look good, right? So you have to make sure that you're decisive. The next thing is that you got to communicate and you need to affirm. I know that many of us are introverts. It can be very hard for us to express ourselves, which is why we take up portrait photography sometimes. But I'm telling you, when you pick up your camera, you must find there's a hidden switch. You could set it to a custom feature on your camera, which is this like brave switch, we're going to call it. And so when you're starting your photo shoot, you push that brave switch. And who you are as an introvert, it's off. You just turned it off when you push that button. Now you are that person that communicates what you want. You're saying it decisively. You're affirming that person and letting them know they're doing a good job. And I'm going to tell you all a secret. You're telling them that even if they're not doing a good job, right? Even if that person is not killing it in front of the camera, you still have to give them that like enthusiasm. This is great. I love this. You're doing an awesome job right now. Keep shooting. Because as you continue to shoot, they're going to liven up, they're going to wake up, and you're going to get better photos out of them. But you have to communicate what you want, and you have to affirm them. Now, how many of you struggle with posing? It's like the most common thing, right? I'm going to tell you all a secret. 2 secrets. Secret number 1 is that not every pose works for everyone. So for me to teach you a bunch of poses, it might work for 2 or 3 people, and then you get someone else in front of you with a different body type, and it ain't going to work. And they're going to be like, oh, man, I don't know what to do, right? The secret to taking a good photo and having a good pose, make it up. Every single time, make it up. Because every body is different, every body shape is different, body type, everything is completely different. Make it up. But when you make it up, be decisive about it. Make it like, oh my gosh, I can't believe it. I just put you, like, they need to carve you into a statue that this pose is so amazing, right? And then you start taking those photos, and guess what? They're standing a little bit taller, right? They're a little bit more. I don't have hair, but you can pretend, right? You know what I mean? So like you're affirming them, you're making them feel good, and they're going to translate into better photos when you do that. The other thing too is to be endlessly curious about your craft. I don't want to say that I obsessed over portrait photography in that year and a half that I, went from those first 2 photos to what I do now. But I would say I was very curious about photography. That led me to read books. That led me to come to events like Depth of Field. That led me to go to workshops like the one that Joe is putting on, right? I would go to workshops. I would go to other friends who are photographers, and I would hang out for their shoots, and I would carry their lights or carry their bags. And I'm, fly on the wall watching their photo shoot and thinking, oh my gosh, what are they doing, right? And sometimes I'm like, wow, that's really cool. I'm gonna write that down, right? So be curious about photography and let that curiosity fuel you to learn new things. We live in like the best times ever, because when I started in portrait photography, there were very few places you could go to learn. You gotta go to school for it, maybe assist a jerk photographer that's gonna make you carry like 500 pounds of gear, up like 10 flights of steps or more, right? You can learn for free today, just like we're doing now. So utilize those resources. Be curious about your craft. It will help you tremendously. Step number 3, develop your other half, right? And this is something I struggled a lot with because I came from a very technical background, meaning like I love computers. I still do build my own computers. But any gamers here? Any video game players? There's a few. So back in the day, I used to love playing fighting games, playing Street Fighter, and I couldn't find a joystick like what I had in the arcade. So what did I do? I found out where they get their buttons and the joysticks from, distributor. I bought them. I went to Home Depot. I bought some wood. I took a controller and I opened it up and I soldered the buttons to the control pad, put it inside of this very janky looking wood box, and boom, I got an arcade stick. So, these are things like I'm a very technically minded person. So for me, I knew like my kind of like gap in this is I'm not super artistic, right? I'm not somebody who, I don't sing, I don't dance, I don't, play music or anything like that. Like my craft is this, and it's learned 1,000%. So for those of you that are here, how many of you, and in the chat as well, what would you identify? Any technical photographers here? Okay, and when I say technical, I'm saying you're more into like the settings, where the light is coming from, all the elements in the recipe of a photo versus the art. How many artists do we have in the chat and in the room? All right, so many photographers fall into that artistic camp where, your photos technically might not be there, but the art of it, the soul, the feeling, right? That's what it's all about with your portraits. And I would tell you that if you want to become a great photographer, a great portrait photographer, you need to nurture your other half, right? So if you're like me and you're that technical photographer, you got to start developing that artistic side, because there are going to be certain projects where your artistic side is going to need to be sharpened and need to be cultivated. I'll give you an example. I'm a very technical photographer, but I had this artistic opportunity. My makeup artist says, hey, I want to create a very specific kind of image. And I have this mixture that looks like gold, and I want to pour it on the model's face and do like a really cool photo with gold dripping down her face. And I'm like, okay, so from an artistic perspective, I get it. I saw that picture in my head, model posing, head back, gold dripping on her face, right? So I get the art very easy. From a technical side, it's actually really hard to do, because if you think about it, once she pours this liquid on the person's face, it's game over. There's no like, oh, I didn't get it, let's do that again, right? You can do that, but it's, her makeup's gonna be all messed up and you're gonna know that it already happened. So from a technical perspective, what did I do? It is a very time-honored technique that's called spray and pray. I don't know if you all have heard of this technique. It's been talked about in some circles that it is not the most professional thing to do, but I'm gonna admit it, I sprayed and prayed. So this was 36 images that were taken. This was using the Sony Alpha 7 Mark III, using a 90 macro, because I wanted to get a lot of detail in the face. And she was standing, as you could see. Actually, you can't see it because it's cropped a little bit, but makeup artist was actually standing on a little step stool, and she was just waiting. And I was like, okay, on your mark, get set, go. And she starts pouring the liquid, and I was using, I believe these were Profoto D2s, and I'm shooting at high frame rate on my Sony a7 III, and I'm just letting it rip as this liquid is just going across her face. So we took 36 images. Out of those 36, that was the frame. That was the moment. Could I have timed that? I don't know, maybe. But do you want to take that chance, right? If you're an artistic photographer, you might have taken one of the other 36 images and you would have been fine with it. Maybe, I don't know. But for me, the technical side is what helped me to make sure that I got that shot, that I could deliver that artistic outlook that she had, that I could do it technically. So very important. How do you do this? First off, you need to know what kind of photographer you are. Many of you have already said, I'm a technical photographer, I'm an artistic one. You already know. But identify which is your stronger half, right? And start to work on the elements that make you stronger on the other side. You want to break down a concept or an idea into art and technical. So when she told me this artistic idea that she had, which seems very simple, I had to think from a technical perspective, how do I pull that off, right? You could try to time it, but if you miss, you're going to look kind of funny. You're not going to look like you know what you're doing. So you want to make sure that you can pull that off. From an artistic perspective, when she told me that, I had to really think about it, right? Because it's not my normal mode. So work on that. Break down a concept. What is the art side of this photo? What is the technical side of this photo? Write those things down. Execute on those things. And again, practice, rinse, and repeat. Anytime anybody asks me for advice, how do I become a better portrait photographer? Do as many photo shoots as you can. Practice, rinse, and repeat. Do it again, right? And continue to do it so that you can figure out what made you good and where you can improve. Next thing, develop characters. I can't stress how important this is. For many people who are having their picture taken, they are themselves, and they often don't give you their true self when you go to take their photos. Most of the time, they're worried about how they look, how old they are, how many wrinkles, how many gray hairs. Y'all have heard this, right? Like, we get this all the time. So it's very important that we help them by developing a character that they can play into. No matter what age. This works really good when they're really young and they're kids, but it works really good for old folks too, right? For mature folks, as I would like to say. So get people to play characters. This example here, my makeup artist, this was very simple. She came in with these rings that she got off of Amazon, and she's like, I don't know, I just got these, it was recommended, and I was like, hey, can you do something with this? And I was like, I guess, right? So she puts them on, and what's the first thing that comes to your mind? Like, when you see these photos, what character kingdom would you think of? Wakanda, right? All right, so I know I'm not crazy. So as soon as I saw that, I'm like, Wakanda forever, right? This is going to be great. So I told her, I want you to play this very powerful, character from Wakanda. And I made up this whole silly scenario, right? And I make them up on the spot. I need you to play into this character, right? And as I'm taking the photos, I'm encouraging them. I'm telling them, like, Wakanda forever, right? You know what I mean? Like, I'm trying to get them to play into the character because that's going to bring the expressions and the poses and the vibe that I'm not going to get if I just say, okay, we ready? We ready to have your picture? Okay. Right? And I'm saying that, but I'm not going to lie. I've watched a lot of photographers work. So that's the big thing. Get them to play characters. It's going to be fun. Same thing here. You know, it's very easy when you have two people and they're not boyfriend, girlfriend, husband, wife, whatever, to try to get them to play some sort of fake intimacy, right? And so, I create characters and I create scenarios and I tell them, listen, so the first person, I want you to look at the camera and I want you to, actually, no, let's start on this side because it will make more sense. For the gentleman in the photo, listen, I want you to think to yourself, you are intoxicated with this woman, right? She is somebody that you have loved and wanted to be with for your entire life. And so you love her so much that you just love the smell of her hair. Like everything about her is just intoxicating. For the female model, I'm like, listen, here's what I want you to do. You're oblivious to all of this. You don't know. Like, you're just like, oh, who, me? I'm beautiful, right? That's the vibe. And I'm creating these characters in this story, and they're cracking up. And guess what? They get there, and I start taking their photo, and do you see the character in the photo? Right? If I could have told them, hey, just go up to her and just smell her hair, it'd be creepy. It'd be creepy. I'm not going to lie. The characters are important. You have to make up the characters, you know? This was another one. You know, we were trying to go for a detective, a private eye. He came in with this jacket. He came in with this hat. It looked really cool. So I told him, I'm like, you know, you're Dick Tracy. You know, we're trying to go for this kind of mysterious type of vibe. You're on the case, and I make up a whole story, and then he plays into that role and plays into that character. Very important. Create a character. Number 5, select your optics. This is something that I see a lot of photographers when they're starting out. They struggle to figure out what kind of lenses do I use, what's good, what's bad. It's very important that you choose your optics wisely. Number 1, they cost a lot. Number 2, like most of the time you kind of like date your camera bodies and you marry your lenses. So it's really important that you pick a really good lens that, you know, is going to take care of you for years to come. So I'll give you some examples. This was one I took a while back with the 100 millimeter 2.8 G Master. And I cut into this photo more than 400%. But the reason for it is I want you to see the detail, right? Being able to capture the details that you want to capture. It's one of the most beautiful things about portrait photography today versus like using older cameras, film cameras, and things like that. When these lenses hit, they hit, right? And you get crazy amounts of detail, lots of sharpness. There's gonna be times where you don't want that, and that's fine too. You could shoot these on the other end, shoot them wide open, blur the skin. It looks better than it's ever looked in all of photography, but this is a type of photography that you don't see very much, and it separates your portraits from the competition when people can look at your photos and be like, damn, that's a lot of detail, right? This is with the 70 to 200. And I would say if you're a portrait photographer and maybe somebody will ask this question, like, what's your favorite lens? I have a lot of favorites, but the 70 to 200, if I can only have one, I could probably do like 99.9% of what I do with that one lens. So whatever system it is that you're using, 70 to 200 would be your bread and butter. I personally, this was taken with version 1. The new version 2 of this lens is really light. It's amazing, and it's even sharper than this. So had I taken the same photo with version 2, I would imagine it would look even better, which is bizarre for me to think. Same thing here, I'm outdoors. This photograph, I was actually dropping the model off at the train station because I had my studio in New Jersey at the time. And I was like, wow, you know, this location's got some crazy light. I pulled over on the side of the road, got my camera out, and that picture literally was on the side of the road while we were on our way to the train station. Just crazy light. And there's something that I love to do in my photos. I get people that ask me all the time about watermarking images. And when you shoot with a really good lens, you don't need to watermark them because that is me in the catch lights of the eyes. So that's the whole photo there on the left, and then that's me. So yes. Yeah, that is all natural light, plus a reflector. So you can actually see the reflector. It's like a triangular shaped reflector. So I did one of these old pro things, which was holding the reflector with one hand, just like that. That's me in the catch lights, literally, is just holding the reflector and taking the photo. And I would say we probably took 6 or 7 photos because the train was coming, and I'm that guy who's like, I got to pull over and take this photo. I'm sorry. If you're late, I'll you know, you can catch the next train or I'll just have to take you. But yeah, these lenses nowadays, they resolve amazingly. And I would tell you that this is a very important thing for you to do for your portrait work as well. If you take a portrait like this and you look at it on the back of your camera and you think that you got the shot, do me a favor and do a quality check. My quality checks are very simple. I start zooming into the photo. I specifically zoom in on the eye, and I want to make sure that I see detail in the eyes. Had I done that on that first photo that I took when I first was shooting strobe, I would have known in 2 seconds, holy cow, it looks like I got beer goggles on, right? Because it was blurry. I couldn't really see the details in his face. But if you actually have a decent camera, decent optics, you take that photo, you zoom in, and it looks good, keep on rolling. Pose them differently, find different light, find different expressions. Yes?
What's that shot at?
That's shot wide open at f1.8. Mm-hmm. Yep, so that's with the 85 1.8 from Sony, and just shot wide open. Yes?
I was going to ask you what lens.
Oh, what lens? Yep, Sony 85 1.8.
85 prime?
85 prime, yep. And so you'll notice actually across these 3 photographs, that was 85, this was with the 70-200, and this was with the 100. This was 85, no, sorry, that was 85. This was 85 G Master. That was likely 85 1.8. I don't remember. This one might be 70-200. A majority of the photographs that I take are taken with that like 85 to like 135 range. And that's why the 70-200 is great, because you have all of those focal lengths. And if you get one that's really sharp, then your pictures are doing pretty good. So, yes?
That picture by the train station,
Mm-hmm.
where you had the camera in one hand
Mm-hmm.
and the reflector in the other, how do you get your hand that steady? Brace that on something?
No, so that's a good question. So she was asking, for this photograph, if I'm taking this photo and I have a reflector in one hand at f1.8 and my camera in the other, how did I stay so steady to get the eyes in focus? I would love to take credit for this. I really would, but it's the camera. Autofocus, the way that I do it is I shoot wide area, continuous autofocus, using eye autofocus. And so what'll happen is, as the person is moving around, you'll see that the box stays on the eye and it tracks them. They can spin around, they can do whatever. The camera will pick the closest eye to the camera and it keeps them in focus. Then it's up to me to make sure that I'm cropping the image the way it needs to be cropped, that I'm looking at the light, that I'm looking for weird things that are gonna cause issues in retouching later on, stray hairs, things like that. That's what's really awesome about using modern cameras today. You don't have to worry about that. Like, I could literally do this, and do this, right? Right? I could do all of that and I don't have to worry. It's gonna be sharp every time. Hand, doesn't matter. Even if the hand was shaking, it still would have been sharp. So that's the key. The camera is doing a lot of that. Having the high enough shutter speed as well is gonna help that. I think this one I wanna say was somewhere around 800 to 1,000. Yeah, had a question in the back?
If you're gonna shoot at 1.8,
Mm-hmm.
how much do you care about both eyes being
Ooh, that's a good question. So the question is, if I'm going to shoot at f1.8, how worried am I about both eyes being in focus? It's going to depend on what we're going for with the shot. So I already know right away, if I'm shooting anything under, let's say f5.6, I'm going to tell the person that I'm photographing that I want their face to either look directly at the camera, they could do this, they could do this, right? Because the focus, it's gonna pick an eye. So long as the eyes are parallel to one another, they could do this and both eyes will be in focus. The problem is when they do this or they do this, because now the eyes are off axis, it's only gonna pick one will be sharp, the other one won't be. So you gotta make sure that you're shooting with the right depth of field, and if you're shooting at f1.8, 1.4, 1.2, I'm telling the person, just like I told her, you notice she's looking directly at the camera. Had she done this, game over, right? Her face would have been blurry. I wouldn't have had the texture and the detail on the face, which it looks different. I don't know how it's looking online. On the TV displays this a lot brighter. You're welcome to come and see it on this laptop after, but you'll see that like you can see all the detail in the skin. And part of that is because I'm using the depth of field, shooting it wide open, but I also have their face straight on. So when it catches the eye, we have a pretty good amount of depth of field and we have good focus and sharp details. So what other questions do we have? The back, yes. Good. Good to see you.
What's the distance when you're shooting? That's one of my issues. Like, I'm so nervous with distance. So I shoot at 85 and one of the remaining 60.
Okay. Yeah. So the question is in regards to distance between yourself and the person that you're photographing. The answer is not going to be the fun one because it's basically that it varies depending on which lens I'm using. So in this case with the 85, I mean, I was close enough to where this reflector, I don't know, it's kind of hard to tell, but like there was probably maybe 6 to 8 inches away from her stomach. The reflector was maybe about 2 feet. So I was relatively close. I was probably at whatever the minimum focus distance is of that 85. I'm like right there. But that was to catch like a nice tight headshot. I tend to like to shoot, as you can see throughout the majority of my images, I like to shoot tight. And so I get as tight as I need to get, like as close as I need to get, to be able to compose the image to where in camera, it looks the way I want it to look. So oftentimes what's really good is like you can get a 70 to 200, you could use that, and in that case you could be a little bit farther back to get those types of shots, but yeah, I'm as close as I need to be and as close as I can get with some of these lenses. And also feel it out, you know, there's some people that like, they need their personal space, you know what I mean? So in that type of situation, you break out the 70 to 200 and maybe I'm at 150, 170, and we're, you know, yay far away, right? But the majority of the time, I will have like a table in front of me and I'll have the reflector, and I'm probably about this far. I'm what? Like, put your arm out. Let's see, we're about 2 arms lengths away. This is about how far we are. We're 4 feet. 4 feet. Yeah, about 4 feet away, and we're here, boom, boom, boom. Sometimes, if I don't have my 70 to 200 and I want to shoot that type of tight headshot, I'm like right here. Right? And I got the light just outside of the frame. But it always depends. Always depends.
That's great. That's a great answer. I appreciate it because my thing was I feel so uncomfortable being that close to her.
Yes.
So now I see.
Yeah. So that's another thing too, and that comes into the portrait psychology side of things. I would tell you that couple things. Number one, before you do a photo shoot, take a shower. Please, take a shower. Brush your teeth. Bring some gum. Bring some gum. Listen, I'm sure if I dig in my pocket, I got a couple sticks of gum, right? Make sure your clothes, you know, you didn't leave them in the wash a little bit too long the night before, right? Because I'm telling you, all the skills that I just talked to you about, you're like, I'm ready to go. Let's do this. And then you left your shirt in the wash a little bit too long the night before, and then you dry it. Y'all have had this happen, right? Am I the only one? You know? And then you put on the shirt and you're like, nobody can smell that. You'll be fine. And then guess what? You go to do your photo shoot and guess what? They're like, dang, man, this person smells like they rolled on hot garbage, right? So make sure these are all little tiny things, and it seems crazy, but I'm telling you, somebody, I'm not going to lie, maybe I've done it. I don't know. It's possible. But those are things that you have to look out for. And so, yeah, I mean, the thing is, get as close as you need to get. So,
Let's do a little round of applause for Miguel, everybody.
thank you.
Well done.
Thanks.
Thank you to Sony for sponsoring. Miguel's also going to be down at the Sony booth for the next hour or so. So if you want to catch him for a few minutes, that's in the Crystal Ballroom, which is directly below us. Can't miss the bright orange logo and everything from Sony. So thank you all for joining. We're going to turn the stage, and we'll be back live in just a few minutes. Hello, hello. Thank you, everybody. What an exciting morning. Let's get that energy. How's everyone doing today? Woo. Nice, nice. You guys brought it. Lunch must have been good because you guys have that energy. I'm ready for another coffee. So we're rolling right into the next presentation. I want to welcome our live stream viewers. Thanks y'all for being here. Wish you guys could be here in person, but you know, there's not many seats left. But tomorrow, if you can get on a train and be here, we're going to have just an exciting day. So thanks for watching online. Hopefully we see you tomorrow, and hopefully all of you guys are coming back tomorrow because we have another jam-packed day. So our next speaker, Ngala, is a New York-based photographer with West African roots inspired by the love of culture, capturing authentic moments within her community. And at the age of 22, her career began when she was recruited as a personal photography for Gucci Mane and Cardi B under Atlantic Records. Her commercial, editorial, and news work includes clients like Apple, Nike, Vogue, and the New York Times. And now she's here speaking with B&H, so we're going to add that to her bio. Without further ado, please join us. Flo, come on down.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. Happy Tuesday. Thanks for coming. I'm actually really nervous. I've never spoken to this many pros, so bear with me if I. Oh, that's true. Well, pros in spirit, right? Like we took the initiative to be here, so that's what counts. But yes, my name is Flo. Full name Florence. People call me Flo Joe, Hustle and Flow, the progressive commercial, all those jokes. I've heard them. Don't use them, please. But as mentioned, I have my bio in here as well. I've been blessed enough to have a really interesting career as a photographer. I started off in high school, so I remember coming to B&H on financial aid, dang, who's gonna pay for this lens? I don't know, but I'm really happy to be able to be given this platform to talk about what I've done. I kind of made my way in the photo industry through celebrity photography and music photography. As mentioned, I had a big break, so to speak, by working with celebrities, and I'll get into how my transition from portrait photography as a high school student and street photography as well kind of evolved into talking to strangers. So the name of this presentation is Talking to Strangers, a lesson on portrait photography, and that's just inspired by the first rule of thumb, you know, we get growing up, don't talk to strangers, don't talk to strangers. And I think that as photographers, sometimes there's this social anxiety that we don't talk about, whether you're a photojournalist, street photographer, there's a thing that comes with approaching someone you don't know. And I think when I was thinking about what I could possibly talk about with this crowd, I felt like a lot of questions I get is how do you work with an artist, or how do you meet people for the first time and have 10 minutes to get the shot? What does that process look like? So I wanted to start with this picture. This was my first real job, and it was documented on TMZ, so that's funny. And this meme, oh, that's me on the bottom right, but this meme, the freeze frame, you're probably wondering how I got here. I felt like this was this for me. So, and this is also just a funny, you always gotta put a little humor in the presentation, keep things spicy. So, it started on set. My career as I know it now started on set. This is a BTS image taken of an artist named Fat Joe. He's a legacy New Yorker hip-hop legend. I was invited onto that set as an extra, brought my camera, was really excited to take photos for my budding Tumblr, my website, and I just cold emailed a bunch of the producer, director, people on set, and long story short, that kind of led to opportunities to work with artists. But before this was sort of what I was always really interested in, right? In a weird way, just kind of capturing the essence of people's souls or something, eye contact. I remember being in school and being like, why would people take pictures of trees when you can capture people? No shade, pun intended. And yeah, so these are three people who I'm now better friends with, Aziz on the left and Samira in the middle. But I met Samira thrifting at a Goodwill in Harlem, and she has these stunning green eyes, and I approached her and asked to take her portraits. Delia on the far right, I met her in Soho while I was working, and I remember just being like, hey, I love your look, can we take pictures, or can I photograph you? Aziz had reached out to me on Instagram, but that's kind of like what we know as the traditional, meeting point, right? Like, hey, do you want to shoot? Hey, can we work together? Can we collaborate? And that's kind of how people go from strangers to subjects, so to speak. So this is all like 2016, 2015 work. And then in fashion, I feel like this is another example of where I feel that portrait photography has come into place. So this was photographed in Senegal. These models did not speak much English. It's a francophone country. And I don't speak as much French as I like to think I do. So this was also very interesting because, again, it was a kind of lesson on communication and the importance of communication when capturing subjects, especially in some cases when there is a language barrier. This is an example in street photography / photojournalism. This was in Miami during Carnival, the annual West Indian, Caribbean celebrations that happen all over the world. I went down and I just was very inspired to capture the gathering in Miami. It's the biggest North American carnival that happens. Sometimes they'll have them, Eastern Parkway, or they'll do in Brooklyn. I don't know if everyone's familiar, but in Miami, it's the biggest celebration in North America. So this was a woman who I walked by, and again, I'll kind of get into my tips or tactics for shooting, but I wanted to just show some photos from early work. And this is a screenshot from 2013, my Tumblr page, and I thought it was a really nice place to start because if you kind of look, you'll see the different kind of just perspectives and the things that interested me as a high schooler. I think, children, everyday life. I commuted on the one train to school every day, so I think there was a lot of opportunities to observe. I worked downtown, so, when you work in Soho, I feel like there's always just the perfect strangers in New York. I mean, New York just has the perfect strangers in general, but I thought that this was just a really nice reminder of, where my love for capturing people who I didn't know or connecting with people who I didn't know started. So I wanted to just kind of map out a little bit or try and break down how my mind works and how it processes portrait photography. And so in thinking about this presentation, these 3 tips or tiers came up: technical, psychological, and social. So I'll kind of go in that order, and starting with the tech part. I always like to joke about how photographers, I feel like we're not really creatives, we're just tech people with $4,000 equipment that we walk around with. And I think that a big thing for me in photography has always been just really understanding, the ISO and the shutter speed, the aperture, the things that, we all learn. But when I first got into photography and was coming to B&H, I was learning how to develop and work in black and white analog films. So I learned how to shoot with the Minolta 700, manual focus, and I think shooting in black and white really just helped me become a better photographer, and I highly recommend that practice for anyone trying to work on their eye being stronger. But I think that this picture, for example, which was used on the flyer for this event, I thought was a great place to start because, well, one, you're looking at swimmers, right? And that's a very technical sport. But I wanted to kind of just talk a little bit about the importance of having technically sound work, in my opinion, as a good portrait photographer. So, the rule of thirds, of course, we see that here. We see some, angles. We see, the parallelness. And I think that the lighting, for example, that spot of lighting is so beautiful. And for me, when I take portraits, light is a huge technical element that I'm super obsessed with. I kind of feel like I'm a light chaser, or a moth of sorts. And then I feel like with the editing process, I get really nitpicky about what the right select is and how I'm cropping it and how I'm using it. I think even if we have really strong and powerful eyes for photography, I see a lot of times where I might love a photo or like a photo, but not love it because the technical soundness isn't there for me. I don't know if anyone else ever feels like that, but I'm like, if the contrast was just a little darker, or if they just push those highlights down, or things like that. So even here, just, I really like to be very geometric about my work. So I thought this was a good example. This is the same woman here, by the way, on the bottom right, in the middle. And I wanted to use portraits of her just to kind of show different ranges in portrait photography with one subject, right? So I met this woman that day, This was shot for a Nike piece about senior citizens who synchronized swim in Harlem. So she had a really powerful story, and I just loved her energy. Her name is Monica. This is her at her apartment. And again, just like that, center subject, like clean lines. I like to just keep things really like neat, centered. Here, I think lighting is a good example of something like in the technical space that I'm always paying attention to, pulling my subjects closer to light. When it comes to working in studios or working with artificial lighting, sometimes I still kind of push myself to try and see where I can use as much natural lighting as possible, just because that's what I like and what I'm used to. But yeah, I love this picture so much. That's her granddaughter. This is another example, and I wanted to, again, use an athlete or similarly a Nike portrait. Here, of course, you see on the technical side just the bokeh, the depth of field. So that's a big thing for me. When I first started shooting, I always felt like, wow, like 1.4, 1.8, like I didn't want to leave that range, and I still struggle sometimes to keep my work really shallow and also make sure things are in focus. But I think that as a just great portrait rule of thumb, for me at least, I always felt like low depth of field, shallow depth of field really brings this like intimacy and closeness into subjects. And this is a portrait, the last one of the kind of technical chapter I'm talking about, of Simone Biles. Obviously a gymnast, so again, just with the theme of athleticism and athletes, I wanted to just reiterate like the importance of just technicality, right? Like these are pretty straightforward portraits. She's looking straight up. On the one on the left, we put a scrim on the right side, so that's where it's a little bit diffused. This was also turned into black and white by the client, which I felt like made it a much stronger portrait. On the right, that was just kind of like a BTS shot of her on the bleachers in between takes, and there's no scrim on there, but I just like how these both look next to each other. Next, going into the psychological element, I kind of made this slide about my own how-to on how to approach new subjects. So when thinking about this again, I tried to break down like, okay, like what am I actually thinking when I'm approaching people, and like what's the kind of behind the scenes of how my mind works. And I thought that one interesting way to think about it is like approaching a new subject. Let's say I'm working with Luther here. So he was part of the Harlem synchronized swimming team. He was the captain. He lived in this like brownstone for 60 years that he bought like for super cheap in the 80s, and like he raised all his kids there. And he had just this presence about him that I thought should just be revered, and I felt like there was a lot of respect for him by the teammates, and like I said, he was the captain. And so psychologically, right, one way that I would love to break down portraits or capturing strangers is thinking about like, okay, is this person someone I'm photographing to be observed, or am I trying to exhibit or display something? Am I trying to amplify or exalt a subject? This is Method Man. He's a very legacy artist as well. Am I trying to show a connection with someone? Am I trying to show us at the same level? So this is Stacey Abrams, for example. She's a politician, and this assignment was for Women's History Month. Approaching this, of course, knowing who she is, and it being this was for Rolling Stone. I felt like, okay, like how can I approach this in a way that, of course, gives her the respect of who she is, as a politician, but also, shows the viewer my perspective, which is someone who I want them to feel connected with, someone who I want them to feel like they're on the same level as her. So I told some bad jokes and got her laughing. To go back to this, one way of looking at working with celebrities, for example, is, for me, I like to kind of really read the room. Like I like to use the term flow on the wall, another bad pun, but I'm really into puns, instead of fly on the wall. And I feel like, it's very intimidating working in the industry space, working with talent. I've had my lessons learned over the years, but in this situation, Method Man's a super cool guy. This was shot for Essence magazine, and the shoot was very successful, but I felt like this was the image they ended up using as the cover, but I think that something about me entering the situation and thinking, okay, like how am I approaching Method Man? He's a legacy musician, he's one of the founding fathers of hip hop. Like I want the image to feel like he's, on a pedestal, or we're respecting or again revering him. So just kind of getting a little lower, obviously the background being this kind of church setting gives it another vibe. And just to go back to this is again from Carnival. The street photography element is here, but parades and festivals, I feel like people are coming, they're proud, they're showing or they're displaying, like obviously here what she's wearing, her headpiece, like her beauty, her braids. And I feel like this was a really awesome picture and one of my favorites because of her eye contact as well. She's so present to me in the image. But just to kind of backtrack, here I feel like, again, how am I approaching this subject? Okay, I'm documenting this moment. I'm capturing him in his space. I'm showing him at eye level with the viewer. Here I'm displaying, I'm exhibiting, I'm respecting this culture, I'm showing a connection with this passerby. Here, again, I'm sort of, showing this hip-hop figure, showing this celebrity, trying to elevate him, trying to show him as a respected member of music and society. And with Stacy, a politician, I feel like for this assignment, I wanted to show a connection. I wanted to show just a kind of familiarity with the person viewing the picture. This last one is an image taken from, actually, let me slow down. No questions, right? Or compliments? Thank you. Okay, I saw her hand first. Let me know if you need me to go back. Okay. Thanks.
And you're doing a great job.
Thank you.
I was wondering, you put a lot of thought into, I guess, how you want to depict each subject.
Yeah.
You talked a bit about the geometry that you're trying to feature in your work. How are you thinking about, like, managing those factors while also trying to get the shot?
Yeah.
And how do you think about, or I guess, how does the circumstance affect maybe how you control something like light that works really differently in your street photography background versus in a studio setting?
That's a great question. So it's sort of a two-part question I'm hearing. I think like one of the reasons I started off with explaining like how I went about making this presentation is because the goal is that these things aren't things you're thinking about every second. They become symbiotic, or they become like, yeah, exactly. It kind of all just happens at the same time. So of course it's not always going to be like, okay, I got the perfect angle shot. Sometimes the beauty in it is like those off moments and the mistakes, but not mistakes, but just the other images on the contact sheet, right? So for me, this is like after years of just like observing like how I do approach my work and what I am doing, that I'm able to think about it like this. But it's not like every time I shoot, I won't use an image because it's not perfectly lined up, or I won't use something because, it's not, I don't know, the depth of field isn't perfect enough. The ones I selected for this presentation do show those elements. And then the second part of what you said, I don't know if I answered the whole thing.
I asked about lighting in like street versus like studios.
Just like in general, like,
I guess how you approach them differently.
yeah.
That you kind of grew up on the streets in a way.
Yeah. Well, I think photography, as we all know, with a lot of things, it's like practice makes perfect, right? And I think as you train your eye and become more familiar with light and like what good light, that's relative and subjective to all of us, but whatever good light may look like, I feel like you get better at catching those moments. Like, for example, here, like, this is just him on his chair, but like the light is, like, I love this picture, If we go back to this moment as well, like, this is just like these are the things about photography that make me very happy. Like, when it's just, we have a God-given light source, So, but yeah, I definitely like to try and find, where the light is. I think if I'm in a parade setting or a festival setting, which, by the way, is a great way to practice capturing people if you're not comfortable approaching strangers. People usually go to parades and festivals to be photographed, especially if they're in them. So just a kind of good way to practice that. But yeah, sometimes I'll pull someone to the side, or sometimes, like in this moment, this guy was being held up in traffic and just came out of his car, and like the moment was just, really great. I'm not looking at this and thinking about light per se. I'm more focused on just like, I don't know, I feel like he's confronting the viewer. I feel like he's, it's very unapologetic. So this one for me is more about like the motion and the eye contact than lighting. So yeah, yes.
So you've talked about the psychological component and how you approach a talent.
Mm-hmm.
Can you tell us how you deal with a situation when you don't feel comfortable and you don't get an easy connection?
Oh, I leave. Just kidding. I flow out the door. No, it's a good question. I mean, yeah, so basically how I deal with situations where I may not feel comfortable, that's what you said, right? I mean, honestly, I love photography because life in general, we're always students, right? I was just talking to someone downstairs about that too. Like, we're always learning about ourselves, and I find that at 27 versus 17, I had a lot more guts approaching like people for images, like in that 2013 Tumblr screen grab I showed you, for example, versus now. So I feel like for me, it's about understanding where the anxiety comes from, right? Like, are you afraid of, meeting someone for the first time? Do you feel uncomfortable with the client on set? Are you like self-conscious about the work? Like, what is the actual root of the discomfort? I feel like that's a great way to approach it. And then in a more practical way, if I'm not feeling it, like, I still have to get the image. So, you have to, you kind of learn how to get over it. I think for being forgiving of yourself, I think that's a big thing. Like, if I feel like I didn't get the shot, or if I feel like I was rushing, or I don't know, if things didn't go as planned, I've had to learn over the years to just, this might sound cliche, but just do your best and trust that your work and you being hired is because, it's more than the anxiety, It's like you obviously are hired for a reason. So it's definitely a work in progress. Okay, I'll take one more question. I'll do you, sir. Come on to you.
Is it okay to ask you how you market yourself and get your work?
Okay, sure, at the end. Yes. Okay, so connect before you click. This is the social kind of idea. So this is really big for me. I feel like a lot of times we'll be on a set, let's say, and someone's in the dressing room, or there's PAs hanging out, or maybe makeup artists who are just chilling, and there's not intros maybe formally made, or people aren't communicating. I feel like I'm very big on making sure I go and introduce myself and show my face, shake someone's hand, just kind of treat the situation like we're all human beings and not here to get work done right away. I feel like it's really good to make sure you and your subject or client or whoever's on set understands, I'm the photographer, nice to meet you, I'm super excited to be here. Small things like that, you'd be surprised at how much more connected people will feel, or comfortable people will feel on a set with you or in any shooting environment. And just a reminder, we're all human beings, right? Like, I mentioned working with artists, so Cardi B, amazing. Did you guys see her Grammys look? Yeah. Oh my gosh. My favorite. So this was in 2017. This was the first, okay, so let me backtrack. I was hired to do basically BTS and stills for her music videos from about 2017 to, I would say up until like even last year. Like, I still get to capture the magic that goes into like a Cardi B production, which is like Disney World, basically. But one thing that I always really appreciated about being a stills photographer is, first of all, the video people do the work. You're like, okay, set it up, gaff it, yes. And you go, just kidding. You go in and you're able to really, just see beautiful lighting, beautiful moments, and get the shots. But I wanted to put this picture from 5 years ago next to this picture from last year. So I got to shoot the Ngala last year. That was really cool. Thank you. And
Black woman to do so.
Yes. This is true, yes. First Black woman commissioned by Vogue to photograph the Met Gala, and I always joke about needing to print out that email, and just frame it, then be like, hey, are you available for the Met? I'm like, yes. But a big reason why I was brought on and got the opportunity, even though technically I'm a photojournalist, in disguise as a celebrity photographer and event photographer, but I feel like, that's what I like to consider it. But I feel like a big thing that the editors mentioned was just how in my images, and they asked me to supply images of other event work as well, but in my images they felt like, it was nice to see the connection or how I made subjects feel or something. I don't know, it's weird to see your work outside of your head, but I get what they're saying. So I wanted to include some of these just as a reminder of the humanness of everyone, right? The Met Gala was like a high school cafeteria with the jocks and the cool kids, and the fashionable girls and stuff like that. But you can just see I don't know, the beauty of just humans being humans, right? And this is a great example of that as well. This is Busta Rhymes. Thank you. This is one of my favorite pictures. This is Busta Rhymes, another hip hop legend. This is on set. This is actually a BTS kind of moment, but I pulled them away and got a shot. This is the close-up version. And then this is the farther up version on the left. Thank you. But again, to the idea of connecting before you click, right? When I first met him and asked him for a photo, he was like, don't tell me what to do. He literally was like, I'm busted, don't. And it was scary because he's tall and Busta Rhymes, but this was us an hour later. Can you imagine? And there's a really funny video on my Instagram somewhere, on the highlight reel of the shoot of him reacting to seeing the picture and being like, wow, this is fire, and being really excited. But I think it's really fun for me to approach working with artists and celebrities, especially when there's that connection element, because of course, we're more used to seeing paparazzi shots or red carpet photos of celebrities, but when you can get a really beautiful image of talent, and not just high profile talent, just any subject, when you can get that really beautiful, authentic moment, on the left, for example, where I probably told a bad joke, you get these beautiful, photo moments, and I think putting it in black and white, I don't know, it just felt right. I felt it was the right thing to do. On the right was him at a studio session. Again, sometimes, it's important as far as back to the subject of this, talking to strangers, to know when to kind of step in and when to just sit back and watch. That's a really big part of it. You never want to make a client or a subject feel uncomfortable. I think that's also where practice makes perfect, right? Learning how to get those moments or getting your client to trust you when you say, okay, just really quick, let me get the shot really quick. And they know, all right, I'll give her 10 seconds, that's a big thing with Cardi. I'll give her that 15 seconds because I know she'll get the shot, and I can get back to what I need to do. But I thought this was a really good contrast of the portrait photography, but also the photojournalism that I love with Busta. This is another image from, this is from Harlem, a parade called the African American Day Parade. And what I love about this picture was behind the camera, I was really giving this girl a lot of, we were really connecting as far as me just hyping her up. And I think that this moment and this image, you see the kind of the different things I talked about with the technical elements. Like I said, I like the rule of thirds, I like things to be centered. You see the blurry background with the depth of field. And then I think most importantly, it all comes together because you have this moment, this shot, right? And being able to, say whatever I was saying behind the camera, I think gave her more energy. This is a parade, so of course they're walking 10, 20 blocks, but sometimes, actually communicating with your subjects, giving them encouragement. I mean, they're human beings, right? So it's okay, sometimes joking around, all right, I see you, saying small things, I find make people sometimes come alive a little bit more in front of the camera. And then this was a cool shoot from a few years ago as well. This is a young man who was just highlighted by Nike for Black History Month, and I love the lighting, and I just, again, think that the idea of working with strangers or working with people I don't know, and then being able to find moments to get these beautiful portraits or just kind of documentation of them is something that, for me, is what photography is all about. Here are a few selected images from work I do with the New York Times, and that's really cool. I first worked with them a few years ago on a photo story about black figure skaters, which was amazing and really awesome to get to work on. And then since then, I've been able to do different portraits, just of, I don't know, just different stories. So on the top left was a really powerful piece about a domestic violence victim, and that was very interesting because approaching someone who's been through trauma or a story that's very serious, of course, the tone and the way that you go into that situation is a very different energy. On the bottom right, there was a story I worked on about the resilience of black home ownership, and it talked about basically just some of the racism and like the issues that exist in the home buyer market for people of color. So that woman on the bottom right was losing her home, and she was talking about what that process was like. And sometimes I think working with the Times on stories, it can be like a reminder of how powerful photography can be. A lot of people who I'm sent to capture like maybe have never gotten their photo taken before for the Times or something, or they're just excited to be like in the paper, and I think that's something I really enjoy. So that last one was kind of different, I guess like more everyday people. This one in the middle is a portrait of Andre Distilled. He's an actor on Broadway. On the far right, his name is Quiles. He's also an actor. And the far left is a human rights lawyer. And yeah, again, just different portraits and different approaches to capturing people that, I'm meeting for the first time or have an hour with, 30 minutes with to capture them. I think I'll end with talking about Jaquel on the far right. He moved to New York from like Baltimore, the DMV area, and had the opportunity to be like the star of a Broadway play, Broadway show, and the assignment for the Times was to kind of capture him like on his way to work. So he lived in like the Hell's Kitchen area. So I met him at his apartment, and we just kind of like walked through Times Square. And this was the last shot I took of him before he entered the backstage area to go to work. And I just thought that the cropping of it and the lighting of it just really gave it this really special vibe and feel. And yeah, that's just, again, like 3 different pictures, 3 different moments with strangers, and different approaches, again, with the technical, the psychological, and the social elements allow for such different kinds of portraits to be made. I think I ended with this. Yes, lastly, there's only one of you and one of them, so why not be as memorable as your photos? So I take kind of what you were asking about, like the branding and marketing. I feel like I've always taken like, how I show up on sets very seriously. Of course, of course we all do. But I think that like one thing that's been really interesting to experience in my career and like trying to come up in the photo industry is observing like how your own presence and your own character and energy as a photographer can be remembered just as much, of course, as the quality of your work. And a lot of times people want to hire people that they just like to work with or they want to be around or make them feel comfortable. And that's something that I think is very important and needs to be remembered. Like, of course, we all want to take great pictures and, have powerful portfolios, but, let's not sleep on ourselves. It's a very important thing to remember that, like I said here, like you can be just as memorable as your photos, for the right reasons. So I think that's it. Thank you.
Well
If you
done,
have
well done.
more questions, feedback, or Beyonce tour tickets for me, please email info@ngala.com.
So we do have some time for some Q&A.
Yeah.
But a quick note, we have the Women in Photography panel that's happening on the main stage today at 4:30, and Flo's going to be on that, so that's also exciting. So bookmark that on your schedules, and everyone at home, bookmark that on the main stage. But let's do some Q&A. Let's see some hands. I'm not playing.
I'll in on. Okay, yes.
I just wanted to know, what lenses do you use, or do you switch up lenses when you do your portraits, and are you using just natural or flash, depending on the situation?
Okay. The question was, what lenses do I use So I'll do that one first. I'm really a fan of the 35 1.4. I shoot on a Canon 5D Mark IV. I think when I was first exposed to photography, like the Mark III was like the thing, and so I just wanted the Mark III, and now I have the Mark IV, so I'm just like a Canon girl in that aspect. But yeah, I love 35 1.4. I feel like recently I did like a B&H like 21 questions thing that's on their YouTube, and they asked like what lens I would do as my go-to, and I had said the 24 1.4 as well. I just feel like that would be an interesting, I don't know, just like the wide and the shallow, like that's my I don't know, sweet spot. So yeah, and then you said what, flash or?
Flash is just natural most of the time.
Well, yeah, I think none of these pictures except for the Met Gala pictures I showed were flash, yeah. So I'm usually like trying to do natural. I know like, you know, there's the bounce and some people are really magicians when it comes to flash. I'm not there yet, but yeah, I'm a big natural light person. Yes. Yes. Do I license celebrity photos? Like, do I license them out? It depends on the subject and the terms. Like, a lot of times, like, I've been lucky enough to retain a lot of the rights to my work, but like, not every photo of an artist I've taken I own. So it just depends. If people reach out, I have to just double check and see if I am I'm legally allowed to, or maybe, I don't know, I like to be very respectful of the relationships I have with teams. So a lot of times, even though a lot of the work that people like to share of mine is celebrity work, I try and like ask permission or just let people know like, hey, like someone wants to use this in this capacity. But yeah, honestly, it hasn't been like anything crazy or bad. Why do you ask? You're just wondering like about licensing or like, okay, yeah. Yes.
First of all, thank you so much. This is dope.
Thank you for coming.
Do you have any suggestions for breaking into celebrity photography for somebody who might live outside of New York? I live in the DC.
Yeah.
So living outside of New York or LA or Atlanta, even Miami.
Yeah. Good question. I think it's one of the most common questions. She asked, do I have any suggestions for people breaking or wanting to break into celebrity photography? So I feel like, well, the kind of classic way is like, you know, you go to concerts, or you reach out to venues, try to shoot like, you know, performances and share the photos that way. I feel like in the day and age of Instagram, you know, if you're good at just doing research and you're steadfast with finding like who's in whose circles, I genuinely think it's a lot easier now to just find who the A&R is, who the marketing person is, who's tagged in photos, who's around these artists, and reaching out and sharing work. I feel like people really underestimate the power of like a cold call or like DM. Like for the Met Gala, for example, I had like a DM from like 6 years ago of me emailing someone and being like, hi, like my name is Flo, like I really want to shoot the Met Gala, like you know, and they were like, no, you can't do that. But I think years later, you know, it's interesting the power of like, you know, manifestation, but also just like genuinely just reaching out and shooting your shot. I want to give a more concrete answer as well. I think being we're at an age where tagging goes a long way. Like I've seen like Drake, for example, he like will often like take a tagged photo and like post it of artists. Like people, you know, people like good pictures of themselves, you know? So if you're genuinely trying to get into that space, I would say, yeah, like obviously the networking part is important, but just putting yourself in spaces where you can capture those artists or those musicians, whomever it is, and yeah, going from there. I can maybe think about more tips too, if that wasn't that helpful, but I hope that's some places that from. Yeah. Okay, this side. Yes. Okay. What piece of information do I know now that I wish I knew when I first started my business? I wasn't shooting raws. Yeah, everyone, I was that girl. Because honestly, the thing is, I didn't know I was gonna be a photographer. Like I went to high school and did photo as like an elective. Maybe I didn't mention this, but my intro to photography was like 8th grade. I went to school, and you have like art electives, like sculpture and like painting and stuff. So I did photo, and I graduated from high school, and I went into advertising. I wanted to be a creative director, an art director. And then while I was interning, my photo career kind of started. But in my high school, we were doing like black and white film, like I said, like developing, and maybe I missed the raws, the raws lesson. But yeah, I wish I knew that it was supposed to shoot more raws and like just like being a bit better with like the tech parts of like backing up my stuff and things like that. Like being better there. I wish I was better at that. Yeah. The honest answer. Yes. Hey.
Thank you for sharing lovely work.
Thank you.
I was wondering if you have an example or a story of how you approach strangers in street photography. Like, what do you say to them?
Yeah.
Like, what kind of questions do you ask?
Yeah. Definitely. So I was gonna try and mention like kind of snackable tips. Like I'm really big on like a compliment. Like you'd be surprised like how far that can go and like how much of a conversation that will start up. I feel like it's just really important to be super humble and like let your ego go when it comes to street photography, because a lot of times, we'll take a no or like a no thank you as like, I don't know, personal, and it's, you don't know why someone might have said no. And I think that's something I had to really like get out of my head with. But I think a compliment can go a long way, and I feel like, I don't know, do people, any street photographers here, do they find that having your camera like on you and like the person seeing that is like helpful or intimidating or not? Like,
I think so.
yeah, like them seeing the camera.
Sometimes.
Okay, anyone else?
I would say having, I feel like you have like a large lens, it can be intimidating.
Yes.
But I think to your benefit though, if you're being presentable, respectful, a compliment like you said would be the best way to go. Like people love nice pants. I love nice pants. So just going out your way to be as like presentable and not.
Yeah.
There's a lot of weirdos in New York. So.
Yeah. And I think, I don't know, like, you have to kind of rehearse it and, like, find your voice, like, in shooting. Like, a lot of times I'll be like, oh, my gosh, like, I hate to bother you, but I love what you're wearing. Can I, like, sometimes you just find ways to be like, wait, like, do you have 2 seconds so I can please take your picture? Like, this lighting is so, like, stuff like that. See how good that is? Yeah. But, yeah, it's really practice makes perfect, And honestly, like, you'd be surprised, like, you really miss a lot of the shots you don't take. So there's so many times where I've had, like, what I call photographer's guilt by just, like, missing a shot because I didn't ask or I was too scared to just, like, get it. And then I'm like, I'm never going to get that moment again because moments only happen once. And I'm like, you have to just break out of that fear and just put yourself out there. So, yeah, good luck. Yeah.
What is the craziest contract that was given to you? Because in this business, a lot of contracts are given with unrealistic expectations.
Okay. I won't say the client name, but I got hired to literally like shoot and direct like a spot. And I ended up not just being like the director, but basically the AD on set, which is like the assistant director who like basically tells people what to do. Yeah. So that was, it was an up and coming artist, and the piece was gonna be like on like in like a Times Square billboard real estate thing. So not only could I like not share like the billboard because that wasn't in my contract, but I had done like all this work like and gotten paid like basically just for one of the roles, even though I ended up doing like 2 or 3 of them. And the client was a very, they're a very great company because they have very smart people who are good at like putting things together, but I felt like I did a lot of work just for me and them to be on the same page as we were when we started. So it felt like I did a lot of work, did more roles than I technically was paid for, and then I wasn't allowed to ever talk about it or share it on my site. So yeah, that one kind of sucked. Yeah. Yes.
You mentioned the connect before you click, and I think as I'm a high school student who does a lot of street photography and interacts with a lot of people that I photograph, and I find that most of the conversations
Connect whenever.
Right?
No, but that me using that kind of was more so in the context of like celebrity photography and shooting. So that's where that was. But to your point, I'm just curious, how do you approach those street photography portraits? If you're connecting afterwards, like how do you go into them? Just wondering, like if it
I think,
comes to mind.
I think often the person I'm photographing often starts it.
Mm.
A lot of people ask, I photograph a lot of people who work for the city, and people who clean the garbage and everything.
That's great.
And a lot of it is like, hey, like, why do you care about photographing me?
Right.
Because I want to photograph you.
Yeah.
So I think I don't usually start it, but it's.
And I think everyone heard that, right? Connecting after you click as well is an interesting point. Yeah, I think it's so interesting how the different contexts and situations, like the rules can just, there's not one size fits all, right? Like this is all just through my perspective, my lens. But I'm gonna think about that as well more. I'm sure that I've had moments like that as well with my work or with shooting. But I'm happy that you made that point because it's definitely, I feel like it's like 50-50. It just depends on the situation. Yes, I love your hair.
Do you ever deal with model releases for any of this?
Oh my gosh.
And how do you approach that and
Yes. Someone asked me what I wish I knew before, and I think that's something else I wish I knew. Like there's, like most of my work now I think is more like commission based or like, I don't know, whatever it is that I'm doing. But like people gravitate towards the street photography like so much more. So even though it's on my site and stuff, I remember like one time, I'll just say because it didn't work out, but Polaroid was releasing that like, that thing they have where you can make photos look like Polaroids, and they wanted to use some photos from this Carnival series, and I was like, I don't know who any of these people are. So that's something that unfortunately like I have dealt with or not had before that I'm still learning as a business person. I'll be candid there. Your question was how do I deal with having them or getting model releases?
So, like, with this one,
Yeah.
I mean, obviously, with street photography, you're in a public place.
Right.
So you don't have to have permission
Right.
for the photo. But to use your likeness for any of advertising purposes.
Yeah.
How do you now go out when you do things for yourself and do street photography? Or are you like, yo, sign this paper?
Yeah. So that's something that I'm actually in that space now where like the next thing I do or will do like this, I will take that like precaution. But yes, I can't use, or I don't use any of these photos commercially, and I haven't. At the most, it's like on my website, or if someone wants to like share the story like on a photo blog or a photo, I don't know, outlet or something like that. But yes, going forward, my plan, and if anyone has tips on this, please feel free to share after. My plan is to probably have an assistant or someone with me to hand those out. And that's just what I've learned from like doing my own research on like how people do it. But yeah, this work is like 2016, 2015, like this specific work, and I kind of mixed in older work with new work just to show different sides. But yeah, that's something I didn't know until after someone asked about it. So yeah, growing pains.
Time for one more.
One more? What? Oh, okay. I don't know. You pick. Okay. Sure. Yes.
I'm not sure if you said in the beginning, but how did you start your career? Like, if you could expand on like, how did you get your first job? Or
Yes. So I basically took pictures on set of a music video for this song that Fat Joe put out called All the Way Up. And then like that song, those pictures, I emailed them to like the producer and the director of the video. And then they got passed along to an executive at Atlantic Records. And that's like the story of how it like kind of really started. But before that, I was interested in portrait photography, and like these are the kinds of jobs I was, not jobs, but these are the kinds of work I was doing on my own, like street photography and things like that. But the story is technically that music video. Yeah. Cool. One more? Okay. Yes. Yeah. Hey.
so my question was, how did you already knew what you like to shoot, but how did you come to know your style? How did you develop that? You take a lot of things between the celebrities, your street photography, but through all the pictures you show, there's a cohesiveness to them.
I know it's weird, right? I don't know how.
Develop that.
Yeah. It's a good question. Honestly, I realized I had a style, because I guess I look for the same things, right? Like I'm looking for great lighting. I'm looking for like strong eye contact. I'm like really big on the editing process too, and I've gotten better as an editor as far as like, I'm not talking about like crazy photoshopping. I'm just talking about making the right selection. Like a lot of times we like don't even realize sometimes where just the edit will throw off, an opportunity to capture or to show the essence of a shoot. And I've learned that also by working with editors and being hired and seeing what they select versus like what I like and how that works. So I feel like I look for the same things in my work though, like lighting, eye contact. Like this triptych, I'll call it, is a great example of, the depth of field, the strong focus, like the solemnness, I guess, of sorts. I don't know if that's a word. But as far as like a style, I really try not to like take on the celebrity photography term or word. I recently came up with the term celebrity photojournalist, which I think I'm going to roll with for this year. But I think in general, I really consider portrait photography and like photojournalism to be like the styles of photography that I like to do. Yeah. Thank you so much, everybody. Yeah, thank you. Okay.
Thanks everyone for joining. We're going to turn the stage and get ready for the next one. So check your schedules, readjust, maybe take a little quick stretch because we're rolling right into the next one. Oh, hello, and welcome back to the B&H Exposure Stage. And hello to everyone who's online. We're waving. We're all here. It's a crowded room, but we're glad you're able to join us digitally. And we are rolling right into the next one. Without further ado, I would love to bring up Tati. Tatiana, come up on stage.
Hello! Thank you all so much for being here today. I'm a little tall, so I'm probably gonna have to bend over this whole time. I'm so sorry. So my name's Tati, and today we're going to be talking about photography in the age of social media, specifically more about what's art and what's content, and how we can kind of differentiate between the two types of photography. So, as I said, my name's Tati, and I thought I'd give a brief introduction of who I am, the type of photos that I take, and all of my content, just so that you get an idea of who this strange tall woman on stage is and what she does for a living. So I'm 21 years old, and my alias online is Illumitati or Illumitatiana, and I'm a photographer and creative director. And I was born in Germany, I grew up in Newport Beach, and I currently live in Los Angeles. And actually, a fun fact about me is I have no formal training in the arts or photography. And in fact, I was rejected from every program for university that I applied to in order to pursue a creative field. So I find it kind of ironic that I'm up here today talking and teaching photography. So take this as proof that you should never give up, because you know, someone might tell you no, but that doesn't mean you should keep trying. Thank you. Awesome. So, as I said, I was rejected, but it's okay. I went to Chapman University for 1 year to study biochemistry, because that has a lot to do with photography, clearly. And then I dropped out in spring of 2020 because COVID. You know, who wants to be paying a full college tuition for Zoom classes? Certainly not I. So, and then lastly, I just work in LA practicing mainly photography. So it's a bit about who I am. And I think it would probably be a little bit more interesting today if I spoke about specifically my career in photography and how I got up here on this stage. So I grew up in the digital era. I'm going to take us way back. And we'll go through the full thing. But I promise I'll kind of speed run it so that we can get through the whole social media part. Cool. So I grew up in the digital era, and I was constantly with a phone, a camera, or a computer nearby. So I can assure you that there probably wasn't an hour through my childhood where I wasn't on some sort of console. And so due to being constantly chronically online as a kid, I was really interested in art and technology, also because I watched copious amounts of America's Next Top Model and Project Runway. And so I fell into digital photography because to me it was the perfect mix between art and tech. I was actually really interested in drawing and sketching, and part of my major back when I was in university, my minor was in fine oil painting. And so I found that, sorry, we have some interrupters on the street outside. But I found that photography was the perfect way to bring the images in my head to life without spending 12 hours sitting at a canvas going like this. So that's kind of where I found myself and my medium. And the reason I feel like it's a mix between art and tech is because when you're sitting at the laptop or you're coordinating a lighting scheme, I feel kind of like a hacker at my little desk with all my buttons, and I'm clicking things and making stuff happen. So I just felt like it was the perfect mix for me. And I also grew up watching YouTube, so I was also raised by YouTubers. Really, really great. And I was always obsessed with internet culture, and I still am to this day. So yes, I spend probably 12 hours on TikTok a day, but that's not very good. And in high school is when I really started to get into photography, and I was your typical movie, yearbook photographer. That was me in high school. So I always had a camera on hand, and I was documenting school events and sports and stuff like that. And then in my later years of high school, from taking photos at school dances, I took that portfolio and I applied to be a concert photographer at my local venue. So I wound up working in nightlife to get a little money here and there to feed my crippling Starbucks addiction. And then eventually I started getting into portraits because people had word that I was a photographer, wanted me to take their senior portraits and stuff like that. So I had to learn and educate myself entirely via YouTube because there was nobody in my hometown that knew anything about photography. And then, so the type of people that I first had get me into photography online were Brandon Wolfel, your friend Andre, Mango Street, Peter McKinnon, Lindsay Adler, pretty much your staple YouTube photographers. And I pretty much can thank them for part of my career because I would not know how to click buttons on a camera if it weren't for them teaching me. And while I was in university, a little bit later on, I started taking photos of my college friends, and then eventually I started to reach out to TikTokers and influencers to photograph. And so some of the earliest people that I photographed turned out to be some of the bigger Gen Z internet icons, which is really funny. So I kind of came up with them, taking photos of them, and people found it to be really interesting that I was like this little 19-year-old girl running around Los Angeles, like photographing the lives of these influencers. So that's kind of where like my first wind of following came from. And when COVID hit, again, 2020, I had to drop out of school. I couldn't photograph concerts or other people anymore, so I focused more on self-portraits because I had myself, my camera, and my bedroom. And so I started to gain a little bit of a following there and some notoriety online for my self-portraits. And then instead of attending those dreaded Zoom classes, I was watching a lot of lighting tutorials and learned my way around the studio without ever having been to one. So I was starting to understand lighting without ever exiting my bedroom and started to learn about equipment. And in the summer of 2020, my TikTok started getting traction as I was posting more about my makeup and photography, fashion content. I was just at that point documenting my whole life because I was bored in my bedroom. And I reached out to some TikTok friends later on when things started to ease up with COVID, and I was able to go to the studio and test my abilities. And I'm gonna tell you guys a brief story on my first time in the studio. It was definitely a photo shoot, and I honestly didn't know what I was doing at that time. I stepped in there and I thought I knew what I was talking about, and I thought that I had done enough tutorials to understand it. But when I got there, the attendant quite literally had to plug things in for me. He was kind of laughing at me because I didn't know the names of anything that I was talking about. It was really, really funny. So I just wanted to like show the growth of where my photography's gone and where I started and where I ended up. So I promise you my real work is in this slideshow somewhere, so please don't judge me off of this yet. And so over the course of the several months, I was photographing more and more TikTok talents and vlogging my learning process and life along the way. People were starting to see my journey of improvement online, and they really liked to see how my photography was like leveling up every single time that I would leave the house. And so eventually I was able to sign with a talent management for my social media that has been able to foster my career as both a photographer and content creator. And honestly, I don't know who I would be without them. They have helped me so much to pull it all together, and they're also really good emotional support. And so by the end of 2020, after only 6 months, I had work featured in Vogue digitally and shot Emma Chamberlain for an international skincare campaign, and I had reached 1 million followers on TikTok. So this was all happening really, really quickly for me. And the reason I think it was happening so quickly is because not only was I shooting every single day, like quite literally waking up, going to the studio, spending like 12 hours there, and then posting about it all on TikTok, I was just gaining a massive following super, super quickly and was able to learn and grow my career very quick. So my work, my, it was exponential. This thing, it's a graph, right? I'm not a mathematician, I'm a photographer, let's make that clear. So now I get to redeem myself and show you my work. And so I'll give you guys a little bit of context behind each image. And these are some that I'm very, very proud of. So this is right here. Can I get the other mic? I feel like I'm gonna be walking around a lot. Thank you. So here on the left, does this work? Yes, it does work. Okay, so here on the left, this is part of a series I did with Dylan Mulvaney. If you're unfamiliar with who she is, she's an up-and-coming star that is a trans rights activist, and she's really, really inspirational to me. So it was like an honor to work on this project, and we did a series based on her transition, and it was like this really cool 3-part series of metamorphosis, and this piece means like a lot to me. And then here in the middle, this is Ollie Sykes and Alice Long-Yu-Gao for one of their new singles. So if you go to like Apple Music, you can go see it. I think that's pretty cool. And then here, on the right is Dylan again, and we had done her facial feminization surgery, her new face reveal, and it was like a huge moment in social media recently. This is really, really recent. I think it came out like 2 weeks ago or something like that. And also I just had the most wonderful team working on it with me, so I take a lot of pride in these images. They were really fun. Oh my gosh, I can applause. Wow, thanks. So moving on to a little bit more. So this is a single cover that I did for Sir. And so if you go look up the song Satisfaction by Sir on Spotify, you can go see this as the album cover thingy. So I think that's really sick. And then this is part of a series that I did in the desert with my friends. I really love shooting these really minimalistic but storytelling photos. So I like to take a concept in my mind and then break it down to look as simple and minimalistic as possible. And so this is like one of the first times where I felt like I could really bring that to life and really tell that story as simply as possible. So yeah, that's a bit of my recent work. And this is a very important slide in this presentation because I want to stress that I credit my career entirely to social media. I would not be here today if it weren't for social media, nor would I have improved my photography so quickly if it weren't pushing me constantly to level up. So social media nowadays, if you're a photographer, is going to be an incredibly useful tool, not only to your own personal growth and as a photographer, but to also reaching new audiences. So please do not take this slide lightly. And now, my second favorite slide, how to get started on social media. And although this is very arbitrary, this is very important. And so, how to get started on social media? You should post. And why this is important is because, do you have those two friends that always talk about how they're gonna start a podcast? They never actually start the podcast? That's the equivalent of being a photographer and not uploading your work to social media. Because those two friends, they would make a really funny podcast, and I'm sure that they would have plenty of listeners, but they never actually go buy the equipment, and they never actually sit down and record the conversation. So if you're a photographer and you're not posting on social media, post. Cool. So before we get into the best ways to post and all of the little secrets that I have for you guys today, let's get one thing straight heading into this, and that's that social media photography, or what I consider content, is going to be very different from the art of photography. And I'll just give you guys some visual examples in a minute here because we're all photographers, so I'm sure we're visual learners and visual people. But art versus content, this is going to be a theme throughout today's presentation to take note of. It's very, very important to keep this in the back of your head. So, visual example, I thought it would be best to show what my most liked photos are versus what my best photos are, in my opinion. So my most liked photos, and I'll give you a little explanation of why they're my most liked photos. So this is my friend, Leah, and she's a really popular streamer and YouTuber. And the reason why this got so many likes is because she's a public figure and people recognized her and it got reposted. Is it an interesting portrait? Kind of. Is it something that I feel passionate and think that it's artistic? Not really. But this one got a lot of likes because it was something bright, it was eye-catching, it was like a self-portrait, and people that follow photographers love seeing self-portraits. And it also had something very recognizable, and it was a follow-up to a concept that I had created where I was doing like a Gucci campaign from my bedroom. So that's kind of what works well on Instagram, are these bright, poppy, recognizable things. And then my proudest photos that I'll get into, and these are what I actually care about when it comes to my art. So this is a series, again, that I did in the desert with a story about opposites. I was really, really inspired to make this a while ago, and I finally got to make it in real life because the concept was living in the back of my head for so long. And then this is something of my friend just over in Malibu. She's really, really awesome. And I love the contrast between the flowers and then her. And then again of Dylan. And then this one is of my friends just from my balcony. Sorry, I need water. Just give me 1 sec. I think I've done this presentation 3 times today, so my voice is going right now. So just give me 1 sec. Thank you. Thank you so much. I promise that I will be better in the future. And then, so let's talk about how to leverage social media for photographers specifically. So I also want to make clear that my work on Instagram and my TikToks are not my photos that I consider to be my best or my most technically sound works. So when I upload something to TikTok, I'm uploading it within 40 minutes of making it. It's not like I'm putting a lot of work or thought into my process. And sometimes I even just upload quick proofs. So whatever you're doing on social media, it's about quantity over quality most of the time, which is unfortunate to say, but it's the truth. And something to keep in mind is that you're going to make content solely for attracting the attention of the average person interested in photography, and then later on making content to retain that audience. So I like to equivalent it to separating business and fun. And the business is making that quantitative content for the average person, and the fun part is when you get to make the things that are more interesting and that you're intrinsically drawn to, so the more artistic stuff. And so before posting, it's really important to ask yourself, would the average person understand this? And as photographers, when you get advanced enough in your craft, you don't think about what's going to be presented on the For You page or on your Instagram feed is going to be seen by the average person, not so much a professional photographer. And so ask yourself, would the average person understand this? And what I mean by that, I'll give you like a very, very clear and simple example of this is that nobody on TikTok wants to watch someone explain how to use a parabolic reflector and the best tethering methods for Capture One. That is a foreign language. If you said that sentence to me when I was starting out in photography, I probably would have like balled up on the floor and started crying. Like that would have not been good. And so, however, they would probably want you to do something that's a bit more relatable, that's setting the floor for photography to be way more inviting. So for example, the type of stuff is gonna be like, again, when I shot a Gucci campaign in my apartment with a flashlight, like people find that to be relatable and they find that to be something that they can do. And so it makes it way more approachable. And so this is, again, I'm a photographer, I'm not a graphic designer, but this is a visual representation of creating viral content for the general public and then funneling it down to the art stuff that you actually care about. And so an analogy that I thought of in the shower this morning is that, you know when like an artist puts out a single that's for the general public and it's kind of more commercial and it's something that they know is gonna gain interest in the album? Well, think of your content as that single that's gonna get attention, and then think of the art stuff you care about as the album. Cool? Make sense? Awesome. And so now that I've like kind of gone over what the two types of content / two types of photography are, I'm gonna give you some tips about what actually performs well and those things that you can be doing to make your photos perform well. So, for example, bright colors and catching attention are always going to be things that are gonna do well on Instagram. Unfortunately, like the really artistic black and white stuff, it just doesn't catch as much because when someone's scrolling, it kind of just blends in with the background, unfortunately. And then familiarity or recognizable faces and brands. So I know this is a big cliche in photography, and I see accounts solely dedicated to shooting people dressed as like Marvel and DC characters. But if you're taking something recognizable from a different niche on the internet or like a different fan base and you're able to kind of cross-pollinate between the two and bring interest, that's going to perform really, really well because you're garnering a new audience and introducing them to photography. Or doing something relatable, and I'm gonna kind of go over some of the 2016 trends just because I couldn't think of any like really new current ones that were overdone. But back in 2016, we all did like these glitter photo shoots or water tanks or milk baths for some reason. I don't know why, but like milk baths became a thing. And I think that we should stop doing milk baths because we've seen enough milk baths. Yes, see, thank you. And so you can do these simpler concepts that are more relatable in order to kind of relate to the audience more. Again, do something that somebody can do in their own house. They'll find it to be way more inspirational than like a really high-end like fashion portrait. And so I used to do a lot of this stuff to get attention on social media, but nowadays I try and focus more on the artistic storytelling stuff just because I don't need as many of those like viral pieces of content, if that makes sense. And so on TikTok, what videos perform well are doing like outrageous or outlandish techniques to generate results. So for example, I scratched a lens that was already broken, and I think that it got over 12 million views of me scratching my lens and then seeing what it looked like. So people just love to see really outlandish, outrageous stuff. It's kind of like rage baiting them into watching a video. And so another thing that works really well is like using Vaseline to create a filter on your lens because people find that to be really relatable. I know that when I was starting, I couldn't afford any lens filters, so I would oftentimes use Vaseline or like very strange techniques in order to generate results. So consider this to be like photography experimentation. They love seeing like these kind of science experiments when it comes to photography. And then just I wanted to note that I once saw a TikTok of a guy quite literally using a potato as a lens. And what I mean by that is he took a potato and he mounted it to a lens adapter. He put a hole through it as his aperture, mounted it on his camera, and then took images that were like actually not that bad. I was very surprised. And so people love seeing this really outrageous stuff. Or just doing the unexpected works really well. So there's this entire genre on TikTok dedicated to turning strangers into models. They're all fake. I hate to tell you guys this. They're all fake. It's really sad. But people love to see something that you'll commonly have on the street and then taking it out of its element and turning it into something grandiose. So taking some guy standing over there that just happens to look like an IMG model and then, sir, can I take your photo? And it's like, yeah, of course he's a model, but like they like to pretend like he's a stranger and then bring him into this whole world. Or photography hacks work really well. So like 15, 30-second videos where you can just show something that's fun and easy to do with your camera. Or even iPhone photography tutorials do really well. So if you think about the average person, the odds are that they don't have a DSLR camera. So if you teach them something that they can use day to day, it's going to be something that they're going to save, look back on, and they're going to utilize way more than like very complicated tutorial about how to like use your 5D Mark IV, because who has a 5D Mark IV laying around? Us, not them. And so the best practices for TikTok, just to kind of go over the basics, is to watch TikTok. If you understand how TikTok works, you can kind of see how to make a video that's going to perform well. And you'll kind of get an idea of what's trending at that moment, like what videos are trending, what songs are trending, how to caption things correctly. Or you could even take trends and make them your own. So oftentimes, I'll see a trend from like the beauty side of TikTok. I'll take it and I'll incorporate photography somehow. Or I'll see something on like gym TikTok for some reason, and I'll be like, I like that sound, but I think I can incorporate photography into it. So seeing things that are performing well and then just making it your own. And then using audios and sounds that are trending. So when you upload to TikTok, if you upload a sound that isn't already on the app, you risk a lot of copyright problems, and your video is probably going to get taken down, unfortunately. So trying to understand what's trending and what people are using is going to be very, very important. And then fast-paced, eye-catching shots. Attention span is really in the negatives nowadays, guys. Like, people, if you look at your analytics on a TikTok video, people will scroll away within 0.5 seconds if the first shot is not interesting enough for them. So you really need that hook to like have people come into your world and stay in that space and keep that watch time. Otherwise, you're losing people within the first 2 seconds. So I know we all like to do 15-second cinematic shots, and that's going to be something that we're inspired to do. But unfortunately, it's TikTok. That's not what people want to see. And then if you take a part of your day and you record all the different aspects of it, that's going to be really, really important to keep in the back of your mind. So let's say that you go onto set one day and you want to make TikToks at the same time. So let's say you can make a TikTok about setting up your lighting equipment. You can make a TikTok about the wardrobe. You can make a TikTok with permission from the makeup artist of them doing the makeup. There's so many different aspects to photography that you can exploit and use as subjects for videos. And just keep those in the back of your mind when you're creating content, because it's going to make it very, very useful for you in the future if you decide one day, I want to make videos. So, and then a last thing is that you should shoot inside of the app if it's a single clip video. So videos that are created natively on TikTok do better than videos that are shot out of the app. But I'll tell you why to shoot out of the app sometimes in a second. So if you're just shooting a single clip and it's really, really easy to make, then you can just prop up your phone, do the thing, post it, and you're good to go. But let's say you need to shoot a video that requires editing and you want to share it across multiple apps. You're going to want to record outside of the app. And the reason why is because when you make a TikTok, in the metadata, it has like a watermark that says it's from TikTok. So if you download a TikTok video, even if you remove the watermark and upload it to Instagram Reels or any other platforms, it's gonna get suppressed, which is really annoying. But how you avoid that problem is you record everything with your actual phone camera, and then you go into like Final Cut or iMovie later, and then you upload it after editing it there. Simple. I know it's a couple extra steps, but it'll save you time from dealing with the Instagram algorithm, which I love so much. That was sarcasm. And so just to kind of get into the breaking things down and how to kind of put yourself in this content mindset. So let's say you take an aspect of photography and break it down. There is quite literally a person on YouTube that has over 5 million followers just for teaching people how to pose models. And so if you take a big subject in photography, like how to pose models, and then you break it down into these subsections, each of these subsections could be its own 15 to 30 second video that you can then put into a series. Really simple. You could have an entire page dedicated to just a part of photography. Even if it's retouching, you could even have retouching hair, retouching skin, how to get rid of under eye circles, which I definitely don't have, like those sorts of things. And then if you're really, really stuck, there's something called ChatGPT, which I'm hoping some of you have heard about. It's a free AI software where if you feed it prompts, it will come back to you with ideas or just text. So it'll go across the internet after you like feed it a prompt and gather data to feed you something back. And so I won't go through all of these because a couple of them are a little bit wonky, but I asked it, create 5 ideas for short form video content based on photography. And its first response was, behind the scenes photo shoot. Showcase the process of setting up a photo shoot, including lighting and equipment setup and capturing the final image. That's a TikTok that I've definitely made. And although it doesn't have to be that exact idea, that'll put you in the mindset to think about other things that you can do with it. Or for example, a photo editing tutorial. Teach viewers how to edit photos using software such as Adobe Lightroom or Photoshop. That's really, really vague, but you could probably take that and then think about, let's teach somebody how to do vintage color grading today, or something like that. It doesn't have to be perfect, but this at least gets the ideas flowing. And so some of the best practices for TikTok, like the gear and technical side, is that the best lighting for viral content is not anything difficult. It's sunlight. People love to see on TikTok things that are just naturally lit with sunlight. Unfortunately, if you put like a really nice Rembrandt lighting setup or a 3-point lighting, people don't care for that. They just want to see something simple, something that's approachable, and something that they can do themselves. So natural sunlight is great for just the video section of your TikToks. And then if that's difficult, in which for me it was difficult because I actually had an apartment with no windows that had access to sunlight, I recommend like an aperture mini travel kit. They're like these little blocks that you can stick anywhere, or a ring light. I don't particularly love the look of a ring light, but it certainly works. And then if you already own a tripod, in which room of photographers, I'm sure a lot of people do, you can just get a little iPhone attachment to pop on top of it, and then you're ready to go. You don't have to buy a separate tripod because you just need the attachment. And so at this point in the presentation, you're probably like, okay, Tati, I started doing all these things. I have a following, but when do I get to post the work that I'm proud of instead of what the algorithm likes? And this is actually something that I struggled with for a very, very long time, because I was making that viral content that was feeding people, but I wasn't making anything that was really feeding my soul. And so I really want to stress that just because the art that you made doesn't get as many likes as your viral content does, it does not mean that people are not paying attention to you. What I mean by this is just because something's not performing well doesn't mean that you shouldn't keep posting it. There are several times where I've thought to myself that I don't want to post a photo because I know it's not going to get a lot of likes, and then I'll post it, and then the right people will see it. So what I mean by that is there was a photo that I really was like, no, I'm not going to post this. And I was like, well, maybe I'll post it. And I did, and I got a job offer from it. So don't compromise your artistic integrity ever for the sake of virality. Because people are still watching you. And when they go to your page, it's not like you're tapping on the first photo and scrolling down of somebody's Instagram like that. I feel like when you go to somebody's page, you're viewing all the tiles. And people are gonna look at what they think is cool and interesting, and the right people are gonna know what is art and what's content, and that's what matters. And so, clout is temporary, community is forever. Although you've gained this following, it's really about the community because every single one of your followers is a real person, so you should probably interact with them. So personally, I like to respond to as many messages and DMs as possible. I think it's very important to keep active with your followers because when I was a young baby photographer, kind of still am, I was thinking about how if Lindsay Adler were to respond to a message that I sent, I would probably scream out of excitement. That probably would have been the coolest thing ever for me. So think about in the future when you have people that are interested in what you're doing to keep them in the loop and to kind of care about your followers because they matter. You wouldn't be there without them. And to respond and interact with your comments is very important. It keeps your engagement flowing, it keeps people interested, and they're probably gonna wanna see how you respond to whatever they're saying. And then doing photo shoots and content based on requests is really important. So sometimes I feel like my followers know me better than I know myself. And so they'll come up with these really awesome ideas and I'm like, that's great. You know what? I think I'm gonna do that. And people love to see you do something and feel like they're a part of it. So that's very important. Or just be genuine, befriend your followers. I've made so many friends through this just because they followed my page. Or literally people from my Discord that I befriended helped me move out of my first apartment. There is a wonderful community of photographers on the internet that are here to be friends with you and hang out with you. And don't fear people on the internet too much because, we all hop in Ubers every single day. Obviously I'm not saying meet up with every stranger from the internet, but take some caution beforehand. And I think that the best places to foster community, personally, I love Discord. I think it's a great place where you can kind of pull your whole community together and have a good conversation. Same with Instagram group chats. I have little group chats full of different people where I get to interact with them every so often. And then for the younger crowd here, Snapchat is really fun because you can interact with people on there actually very, very easily. And it's way more lax than the other forms of social media, so you can be a bit more streamlined and way more casual. I also think it's a great place for you to be able to show more aspects of yourself than just photography. And so, with all that being said, does anyone have any questions? Do a little Q&A? How should we do this? Should I run around or? Oh, we have a second mic. Okay, cool. All right, we have a question over here.
How do you know if you're shadow banned on the platform? And if you are, what do you do to, if you did it all wrong to begin with, and now your reach is very limited, how do you recover from that?
So I actually asked this question to an Instagram growth strategist, and they said that shadow banning isn't real. So shadow banning isn't real. So if I had the answer to that, I truly would give it to you, but they are completely in denial that it exists, honestly. And then I think, I can do a run over here. Oh, okay, perfect.
I don't need a microphone.
Cool, awesome.
Thank you for your presentation.
Yeah, of course.
Also, congratulations to you on the success that you've had so far in your early career.
Thank you.
I wanted to just kind of ask your comments, your feedback on some of the items that you had discussed, like gaining likes and gaining a following and gaining a group, making your pictures go viral.
Uh-huh.
What is your strategy? It's one thing to get a whole bunch of likes and a following. How are you translating that into business? What specific tools are you using to reach out strategically to people that translate into sales?
So I actually have a really awesome management that helps take care of a lot of that for me. But in the early days, you'd be surprised how many people are going to be contacting you via email for brand opportunities. So it's not like I have to go pitch so much as when you have that kind of attention, people are coming to you. And then you can kind of negotiate deals and sponsored posts and stuff like that.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Are hashtags dead?
Are hashtags dead? I don't know. I kind of feel like sometimes they're alive, but I don't think they matter. I don't think I've ever put hashtags on a post before. I think that something that matters more is putting out content every single day. Yeah. Hey.
Could you speak quickly to the difference between a Facebook and Instagram and a LinkedIn post?
Okay, so I will do my best here. So Facebook, I feel like is more for like you between your family members or like your actual close friends. I kind of view that as like a little circle. And then LinkedIn, I know not a lot about, but LinkedIn is like just for business people, and it's not where you're gonna gain a following. And then Instagram is the like public forum where you throw your work up and more people than just your family see it. Did I do that right? Yeah? Okay, cool. Yeah, right here.
You mentioned like your first photo. Thank you. You mentioned the first time you did the shoot with like Charlie D'Amelio and the other TikTok people, how you had gone to the studio. When you say you like spend all day in the studio, are you renting studio space? What studio? Like how do you end up there?
Okay, so I just honestly pure spaced a studio, and I would have my friends all kind of chip in for it because they would be using the content as well. But I learned not to pay for my studio space too much because I would be doing a lot of favors for people. But if you have, honestly, there's studios you can find that are way less expensive than you think they are, especially in major cities, LA, New York. If you just go on Pure Space, you can find them.
And were you bringing your, like, they had provided lighting and things like that you could use?
Yeah, so some studios provide lighting, sometimes you have to bring your own. It just depends on where you're renting from.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
Yeah. Let's pass over here.
How do you balance your How do you balance your virality posts versus your artistic posts? How do you balance that?
So I just kind of like somebody said 2 for you, 1 for me a while ago at like a content thing that I went to, and it really like helped me wrap my head around that. So you just do a little bit for your audience and then you do something for yourself. It's kind of like a give and take kind of thing. Yeah. Right here. Yeah, let's get her a mic.
Are you planning out content like well in advance, or are you like kind of posting as you come up with ideas, or like how are you managing your ideas and planning out your posts?
So it's actually a mix of both. Sometimes I will plan something out weeks in advance, or sometimes I wake up that morning and I'm like, that's what I'm doing today. So it just depends on what it is.
Just like a technical question about Instagram. Slide posts like that have more than one image, how do you think those perform, and is it better to make more than one post that people are seeing all of those images, or to put kind of very similar ones all in a slide post?
It kind of depends. Honestly, carousels do better just because there's more content to see, so people spend a longer time on that post, but there's nothing wrong with posting individual photos. I do that all the time. Hey.
I'd love to hear about your perspective or your approach to business from a social media perspective and from like an industry's perspective. I think that your career is unique because the way that you approach photography is very much through a social media trajectory. And I think that often you might be and please correct me if this is an assumption, often you might be interacting with brands that come from like a beauty space, a social space, a TikTok, Instagram space, and not necessarily like a serious publication or a tech brand. Do you differentiate the two in your mind, or is it all one universal approach?
I think it's all one universal approach with how social media is nowadays. I mean, I still work with major publications and I still work with big tech companies, so I don't think it makes a difference, and I think that like my approach is quite healthy. I think that if you're doing something that's interesting on social media, people want to hire people with influence and people that have a following over other photographers, unfortunately, and I've seen that happen a lot.
Go towards the back. We got to share the love. We're going to hand down here. Can you pass that down, sir?
So when you go viral on Instagram, where are people seeing the content? Is it on the Explore page, reposting on other people's stories, on the influencer who you photographed? Where are people seeing it?
All of the above. It's so dependent on the post, but honestly, when people repost it, that's where you're going to see a lot of new engagement. Also, if it's a reel, they'll see it on their Reels tab. Explore, sometimes your photos hit Explore. I wouldn't bank on that. But generally, like within your community, if people are reposting it, that's where you see a lot of it come from. Yeah.
Is me? Okay, this is weird. How would you, I know I follow you around. How would you interact, like, I would say, your fashion sense with your social media?
So like, how do I link between my fashion and my social media people? I mean, I create fashion content too. I kind of do a little bit of everything just because I think people want to see all of the facets of somebody, not just like one side, like photography or just fashion. So yeah. I think he's passing around the mic back there, unfortunately. Guys.
Hi, how are you? I wanted to ask, how has YouTube influenced your creativity?
Ooh, I mean, back in the day, it certainly influenced a lot of it, but once I started to kind of get to make my own ideas and kind of had the training wheels off, then it changed up a little bit. But in my early days, I was heavily influenced by YouTube photographers. Yeah. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Hi. Kind of along the lines of his question up here. So I know that you work with like a lot of brands and things like that. Did you ever work in like the more like client space, like couples, portraits, like that kind of? And
yes, yes, I totally still do.
How do you see social media? Like, I really liked what you were kind of saying about things that are really good to post on TikTok. And I always think of like, I would love to post like a tip or something like that. But then I'm like, is that really going to benefit me in like getting a client? Like, would a client care about a photography tip, that kind of thing? How, like, what do you think about that?
So when it comes to like gaining clients, what you're doing with social media is you're broadening your reach. And when you broaden your reach, then they're more likely to see the work that you care about and what's on your page and what's your professional work. Like, if you have your portfolio linked in your profile, for example, or let's say you want to do an all call and be like, guys, my bookings for January are open, having that platform helps you reach way more people. So it shouldn't stop you from being kind of an influencer yourself, if that makes sense.
Gotcha. Awesome. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
How do you deal with creative burnout and also burnout when it comes to like content and pushing out content to your community?
Take a break. I think I need breaks every so often, just as anyone would need a break from any job. I think that it's healthy to like give yourself a week off or something, just because when you're pushing out so much so often, I do get burnt out a lot, and then I just know when to take a break. You kind of feel it, yeah.
Hello.
Hi.
Do you find that your viewers also like when you share your personal life, like completely unrelated to photography, like maybe something you cooked or like hanging out with your parents or things that are unrelated?
I think that it's really healthy and it's cool to see the face behind the photography as well. I think that people want to follow people. They don't want to follow brands. They don't want to follow somebody that's like pushing them stuff. So I think it's important to kind of show that you're a person too. Yeah.
Hi, I love your work. I just found out about it a few weeks ago through Dylan Mulvaney's shoot.
Oh, thank you.
And this is a little bit specific, but I was just wondering, because that shoot looked amazing, how long it took from, this is not really a social media question, but how long it took from start to finish to plan that and execute it, because it just looked like it took forever because it was so good.
So Dylan actually told me about it 5 days before she wanted it to happen. And so that whole thing came together. I like worked day and night in about 5 days. Yeah.
Hello. Oh, hey.
Hi.
Hi. I just found out about your work as well. I actually came here just to hear you speak, and unfortunately, I didn't get to catch it. But,
sorry.
but thank you for being. Yeah. So a question of mine is: right now, we're moving into a space where reels are really popular.
Mm-hmm.
How do you feel about that? Like, especially coming from a space of like longer form content on YouTube. It's like that's kind of stuff that like I make too. So it's like, what's going to happen? Do you think?
I think that we're eventually going to get short form video burnout. I don't think that we're going to be able to keep this Reels and TikTok thing up. Honestly, if you see any social media app, they kind of have to evolve every couple years or so, otherwise they're kind of left behind. I mean, personally, I really wish that things would be longer form just because then I can actually tell a bit more and provide more content and explanation. But, I mean, Instagram also proposes that they're going to be bringing back more engagement to photos. So it's really up in the air, and unfortunately, you can never know what's going to happen next with social media.
Hi.
Hi.
Is Facebook a dead media in your opinion at this point? 'Cause
Oh, gosh.
my daughter who's younger, she's like, oh, Facebook dead, we gotta go Instagram, gotta, do different stuff,
I'm really sorry, but it is. I think.
Unfortunately,
I'm really sorry.
Unfortunately, I'm older. And that's how we started, So you're kind of used to what you're used to.
Yeah.
So you got to basically take the leap.
Instagram and TikTok is the way. I'm so sorry. I wish.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Hi.
Hi.
I was wondering, what would your advice be for organization for like prepping your content, social media strategies and stuff like that?
So, like from a brand or like a company that runs an Instagram, or?
Sure.
Sure. Okay. I mean.
I guess as a brand.
As a brand, if you had an Instagram and you wanted to grow that.
Yes.
I mean, there's so many different ways I could answer this that I guess the best way would be to interact with people in real life first. That's how you're really going to start, and like have live things happen, and so that people kind of get word on the street, and then growing on social media, I think. Just because if people don't know that you exist in real life, then how are they going to know that you exist on the web? I don't know. That was a very broad question. So if you want to like bring it down to something else, I'm happy to answer another question.
Let me ponder on that. I got you.
Cool.
Hi. I was wondering what your steps were when you're creative directing a shoot and bringing that vision to life. What do you think are like the most important things to do?
I think it really depends on the project. So let's say I'm working with a client and they want to do like a self-portrait of themselves, or like a portrait of themselves, and they want a certain type of style or something. I think it comes down to first having a conversation with who's modeling, who's behind the scenes, and like who's in the image, and coming together on a consensus about what you guys want to tell in a story or creatively through the image. And then I'll create like a mood board / deck with all of the fun details about what's going to happen, and even down to the music that's going to be playing while we're shooting. It's really, really about bringing a story to life with the team that you're working with as well. So it starts from like a drop in the bucket, and then all of a sudden it's a waterfall. Yeah. Cool.
Hello.
Hi.
I wanted to ask you about the community guidelines violations situation on social media. I personally experiment a lot with like art of the body and very tasteful but like nude content sometimes, or even not even, but stuff like that. I've gotten a notification on Instagram that says your content cannot be recommended right now, and the only way I can kind of change that is to edit or remove that content. And there's a lot of my work that I consider art that I don't want to. I don't really want to cave, but I know you have a higher platform and more reach and audience. Do you experience that, and do you usually cave and just remove it if they ask you to?
I get my stuff taken down all the time.
Okay.
Like, I get violations for like something that has nothing to do with it, just because somebody was feeling mean that day and wanted to report it. And if I had access to Meta's database to check out why they're actually reporting certain things, or like what's not being let through the filter, I would tell you how to avoid that. But genuinely, they are so secretive about like what actually is making you violate their guidelines that it makes it really difficult. And so over the years, I've learned that sometimes you just can't post certain things on Instagram as much as you want to. It sucks, but that's the app and the way that they are. Trust me, I don't like them either.
Do you think getting those reports and getting them taken down will affect your engagement?
I don't know. I think that for some people it might. I haven't experienced that as much, just because I have more of like a condensed following that reacts every time I post something. But if you're someone that doesn't post as frequently, it probably might affect you.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Hi.
Hi.
I'm going to try to see if I can make this into a question that because you've kind of answered it, but how would you say, if nobody knew that you were a creative director, say you have just like a typical portrait client or a couple, and maybe you see that there might be a little bit more dominating than your personality, that like they have all of these visions, or maybe they don't have one at all, but you definitely have one for them. What type of language would you use, or how would you go about it in a sense where you have in control? Because you know what the art is going to look like, but how do you kind of communicate that? What language would you use? What are the steps maybe of how you can take control and then maybe visually show them?
Cool. So one thing is that if somebody's hiring you and they have a creative vision for it, stick to that. Even if it's something that you're not creatively inspired by, it's your client and you should probably listen to whatever they want. However, if they're a little bit stuck and they don't know what they want, you can bring suggestions and like have ideas, show them visual mood boards of what's kind of in your head for them, and just kind of coach them through it and provide a lot of options, because if they're indecisive, they probably just want to see what they can even create with you. So just giving them as many options as possible and really use like coaching language and really encourage them sometimes to step outside of their comfort zone and just reassure them a lot along the way.
So a simple conversation can be done, or like would you say a questionnaire can be helpful, or like Pinterest boards and things like that?
Personally, I like to have a conversation with every single person that I'm shooting prior to it, just because it makes it way more human-to-human connection, and you can kind of understand people on a better level than that and get what their interests and what their needs are probably going to be on set. I've never shot somebody without going to coffee with them first. That's like a huge policy of mine. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
Hi. Is it healthy to post absolutely the same content on TikTok and Instagram?
Yeah. You can just cross-post all the time. I do that every day. Yeah.
So, last question. Let's see.
I really like your hair.
Oh,
It's really
thank
cute.
you. Oh my gosh. Okay, so when it comes to collaborating with influencers, would you say the industry standard is photographer reaching out to influencer or vice versa?
Both. It's really a mix of both. I don't think anything should ever stop you from sending that DM, because in my early days, I got all of my clients through just reaching out and DMing them first. But once you get to a certain point and your work's kind of floating around everybody's social channels, you'll see way more people start to reach out to you.
For sure, thank you.
Yeah. And then, do we have time for anyone else, or are we done? Okay, thank you guys.
Great job. Thank you.
Good? Awesome. Thank you guys so much. Have a good day.
Next time, maybe we just do a Q&A. Problem. Starter's good. Hello, hello, and welcome back. I feel the energy, I feel the excitement, but we're going to have to quiet down so we can get rolling with the next presentation. Thank you all for being here. Hey, everybody in the back. Thanks to all the online viewers who are also joining us. I know this room is packed to the gills, but they're here. So everyone give a quick wave. Say hello, everyone online. We're watching. Where are y'all from? Enter in the chat. Love to hear it. So our next talk, we have Marina Williams, who's a portrait photographer and content creator, whose work features bright colors and lots of movement. She creates behind-the-scenes online content related to the process of planning, styling, and executing that creative process and those everyday shoots with lighting. So remember those questions. We're going to hold them off until the end, and I'll walk around with the microphone. And I also want to mention there's a meet and greet happening directly after the session at the speaker meet and greet table, which is located in the trade show area. So if we don't get to answer all your questions, you can go over to the meet and greet. But without further ado, please welcome to the stage Marina Williams.
Hi everyone. Thanks so much for being here. Not gonna lie, I'm definitely nervous. Never spoken in front of this many people before, so bear with me. Hi, my name is Marina. I am a portrait photographer, and today I'm here to talk about developing creative concepts for portrait photographers. So I'm going to be sharing with you guys 3 things that helped me specifically level up my portraiture, what you need to know to bring a creative twist to your already sort of traditional portrait sessions, and how to get started developing concepts but without any experience in art direction or styling. I think as portrait photographers, especially in the beginning of your career, a lot of the time you end up wearing a lot of hats, and you become the photographer, but you also become the art director, the wardrobe stylist, the makeup artist, the casting director, the prop builder. There's so many roles that we play when coming up with creative concepts for portraits, and I kind of want to talk to you about like the 3 things specifically that I focus on in order to take my portraits like up a level to be more creative. But first I'll start with my little introduction, a little bit about me. I'm 27 years old. I live in Salt Lake City, Utah. I've lived in Salt Lake for about 5 years, originally from Florida. I focus on creative portraiture, and I have started dabbling in self-portraiture since the pandemic. I would describe my work as colorful, funky, fun, full of movement. I mostly work with teams of women, which is like really fun and exciting. Yes. And my business has pivoted over the past couple of years through the help of social media to really focus on in-person events. I host retreats and content days for photographers, as well as online education for photographers and content creators of all skill levels. So that's a little bit about what I do now. But I first wanted to kind of go back and talk about my introduction to photography, my story, and how my work has like changed over the years. I was first introduced into photography when my grandpa gave me his old film cameras back in middle school. He taught me how to load film on his 35mm cameras, how to expose correctly, and that's kind of when I first started getting interested in photography. After that, I got my first little point and shoot, and then when I was 16, I saved up and bought my first DSLR. At that point, I was really I had no idea how to use my camera, but I loved being creative. I would kind of get in the car with my friends, we'd pack a duffel bag of outfits, and sort of just get creative. This was back in like 2011, 2012. We were very heavily influenced by Tumblr back in the day. So all of our sort of concepts kind of came from that. But it really was my first touch into like being creative and exploring that side of me, and just taking photos for fun. And all I knew was that I loved creating, and it's what I wanted to do forever. After high school, I attended Florida State University, graduated, go Noles, and graduated in 2017. My major was studio art, and my focus area was photography. So while I was a photo student in college, I started getting involved with these student-run fashion magazines on campus. Basically, students in different like creative industries would get together and put on a publication each semester, and I volunteered my photography services for like women's and men's fashion editorials, beauty editorials. That was my first time working with a team to kind of bring a creative vision to life, and I got a little taste of that and was like, this is amazing, I want to keep doing this. But I wasn't sure at the time how I could turn that into a career. So at this time in college, I also started freelancing for the first time. I was doing mostly portraits, but back then it was really sort of just graduation photos that was really popular at my school. So I was doing portraiture, but with a cap and gown. It wasn't as fun or creative, but I did enjoy it, and so that was sort of what I was working on in college. After college, I traveled for a bit, and then I eventually accepted an in-house photography position for a kids' clothing brand based in Utah, which was really exciting. I was able to kind of get a taste of the fashion industry, even though it was kids' fashion, but it was really fun. And I started freelancing on the side, trying to build up a client base in Utah. This was definitely a challenge at first. If you've ever, picked up your stuff and moved across the country and had to start all over as a photographer, it's really challenging. So in order to help me do that, I attended a lot of meetups on the weekends, which I think were a little bit more popular pre-pandemic. But I was going to all these photography meetups, meeting these other creatives, these models, these makeup artists, and I started asking them if they'd be willing to collaborate to help build my portfolio. So that's what I did a lot on the side. And after about a year of doing that nonstop every single weekend, I was able to leave my job to run my photo business full-time. At that point, I was pretty happy to kind of take any job that landed in my lap. So I was doing a lot of portraits, but I was also doing a lot of weddings and couples as well. But at this point, I didn't really have any creative direction for the portrait shoots that I offered with my clients or just like the shoots I was doing in general. It still was kind of like similar to what I did in high school. There wasn't much planning behind it. But that's when I sort of started to educate myself and get a little bit more creative with my portraiture. Started offering like all-inclusive packages to my clients that included makeup, hair, wardrobe styling, props, stuff like that. So I was getting a little bit more creative on the side and started to niche down really on that type of photography specifically. I was also sharing this type of work the most on my social media. I stopped kind of posting the stuff that I wasn't as passionate about. For me, that was like weddings and couples, sharing only the really creative shoots. And eventually, that's what my business turned into. People wanted to book me for it because that's what I shared the most. So after that, COVID hit. All of my shoots were canceled or rescheduled for much later. But I'm sure you guys are photographers, like I go a long time without shooting. I feel really antsy, like I want to create, but it was hard when I didn't have anyone to photograph as a portrait photographer. So I started dabbling in self-portraits for the first time, taking photos on my kitchen floor, my living room floor, using what I had around me in my house, props, lighting. Before I got backdrops, I used bed sheets and just clipped them up to a backdrop stand and used only the natural light from the window in my kitchen. So I started sharing that process on TikTok. This is when TikTok became really popular during the pandemic. And that kind of opened the door to such a cool, huge, creative community of photographers online that wanted to learn more about photography, how to use their camera, how to plan a photo shoot, and the business and marketing side. So that is kind of what I started to focus on. So it's been a few years since then, but since then I've pivoted my business to focus on mainly just photography education. I host in-person events now. I have a business called ColourPop Portfolio Weekend where we have some past attendees here, which is fun, where my business partner and I put together 10 plus photo shoots in one weekend, really styled shoots with a huge team of models and makeup artists and stylists, and it's so fun. So that is like a big part of my business now. I have courses, guides, presets. I started a Patreon community where I post weekly videos on a topic related to photography or freelancing. I still share tutorials and tips online, but kind of doing all of this has been able to lead me to work with brands like American Eagle, Disney Plus, Samsung, Adobe, and Canon, which has been such an honor and so amazing. But I kind of want to share with you guys, when I first took my photography business full-time, how I turned my portraits from this to this. And I just kind of want to talk about like these two sets of images. I would say, when you first look at them initially, the main difference is the bottom images are way more colorful, obviously. My editing style has changed, of course, and there's nothing wrong with the images on the top row. But I just kind of want to share with you guys my process behind, being more intentional, planning the shoots, getting more comfortable directing and posing your subjects in order to create imagery that tells more of a story, that is more creative and just is like full of movement. I would say that when I first took my business full time and I was doing all these portrait sessions, I would, a lot of the time, let the location do the work for me. I would repeat poses that I had in my back pocket. And, that worked for me at the time and for my business, but it didn't allow me to explore my creativity. And ever since I've sort of become more intentional in all of these things that I'm going to talk about today, the way that I approach creating a photograph is much different and it feels much more me. So I'm going to share with you the way that I achieve that by changing the way that I approach three things: drawing inspiration, being intentional, and post direction. So first I would just want to talk about drawing inspiration. I like to ask myself these questions when I'm ready to start planning a photo shoot, coming up with a concept. I think that as photographers, we all have, other photographers and artists in general that we look up to, that we're inspired by, whose work influences our own, and that's amazing. I think that when it comes to coming up with like concepts and stories that you want to tell through your own photography though, there's a couple things that you can like ask yourself and keep in the back of your mind in order to stay true to who you are and what your brand is as a photographer. So some of these questions that I like to ask myself is, how can you bring your own voice to the art that you create? What are you passionate about? Maybe that could be a movement, a culture, a hobby, a certain art style. There's a lot of things that I like to kind of think about and how I can make that resonate like in my work and the stories that I choose to tell through my photography. I also like to think about what art forms do I love to consume or partake in outside of photography, and how can that bleed into the work I create. So I'm not a musician by any means, but I love music. I love playing the ukulele. I love singing sometimes at home. And I love using, lyrics and melodies and visuals from musicians, like music videos and short films and stuff to like influence the ideas for my own photo shoots, as just an example. And then finally, I like to ask myself, how would you describe your overall style and aesthetic? If you're able to kind of nail down your style with a couple of key words or even write an artist statement, and always keep this in the back of your mind when planning a photo shoot, you're able to kind of really stay true to who you are and create work that, amplifies that. So when it comes to drawing inspiration, there's sort of 3 different avenues that I often take to come up with ideas. So the first is finding inspiration in other forms of art, which I talked about a little bit, but some examples of this could be paintings, illustrations, books, architecture, fashion. I personally love fashion. I'm not educated in fashion at all. I admire it from afar, but it definitely influences the work that I create. And I just wanted to include a couple of examples of shoots that I've done specifically that were inspired by other forms of art. So the first is a shoot that I did this summer at this pink lake in Utah. That was the perfect location for this. And this shoot was inspired by the famous painting, The Birth of Venus by Botticelli. So we built this giant shell out of wood and particle board. We had our Venus in the center with long extensions flowing in the wind. And we had the goddesses on either side of her sort of reaching towards her and doing poses that mimicked the style of that painting. But we did our own spin on it. We did solo shots of each of them, had them pose in different ways that didn't resonate with the painting. And it was just a great way to get creative with an overall concept, but put your own twist on it. That's more you. The second image is a shoot that I did that was supposed to mimic the look of historical Renaissance paintings of women in history. So we also, the wardrobe styling was inspired by Gucci. So we did a lot of pattern on pattern, texture on texture, lots of layers overlapping, and used these deep kind of colors and props like pomegranates and apples for her to hold. And we just wanted the image to look like a painting and sort of mimic that style. The image on the far right, this wardrobe styling for that was inspired by the TV show Bridgerton. We were all really into that at the time, and we wanted to use huge hoop skirts and cage skirts and all of these fun sort of things that you normally wouldn't see in a portrait session, so that was really fun to get creative with. But these are just a couple of examples of how I've used other forms of art and things that I consume in everyday life to inspire the photos that I take. So next, I often find inspiration in everyday life. And I talked about this a little bit when I mentioned trying self-portraits, but I love kind of just looking around me and seeing what I have in my own home, or just getting in the car and driving around, getting inspired by locations, as just a couple of examples, and letting that inspire the idea for a photo shoot. So I love getting inspired by nature, colors, textures, smells, objects, just all different kinds of things that are present in what I consume and what I do. And then just a couple of examples of that in this work is the first image. I got the idea for that concept just by walking around Target, and I saw hula hoops in the toy section. I was like, why have I never thought to use these in a photo shoot? They're such fun shapes, and you can create such movement with them. So I bought a bunch of them. We did lots of layering with them, like layering the hoops and like having her reach through them and doing, poses like this where we were spinning them as well. It was so fun, and it was such a like creative, simple way to like bring another element to an image to like give it that visual interest. The second image, the sort of inspiration that came for that was I took a picture off my wall and just popped the glass out of it from like a frame, and then just took a water sprayer, like a water bottle, and sprayed water on it, and just used like a green LED, and I wanted it to feel really mysterious and almost like creepy and scary. So it was like a cool way to just, this image would have been fine on its own, but adding the level of like, adding the glass and the water and just creating that like depth just added a little bit more interest to it. And then finally, the last image was inspired by, I was at Home Depot and just buying stuff for my house, and I found this like painter's drop cloth for like $2 that was so much material. And I was like, I know I can use this as a backdrop and create fun motion with it. So we bought the drop cloth and just clipped it up to my backdrop stand from behind, used only natural light, and kind of just held it from the sides and in front of my camera, like billowing it up and down so that it created that fun movement. We did video as well. So just really simple sort of materials that I've used to level up my portraits in general. So the last sort of avenue that I like to take when it comes to drawing inspiration is storytelling. I think storytelling through photography is a really powerful way to make your images feel just like really moving. And everyone loves like a beautiful photo, but when it can tell a story, it's so much more powerful and interesting to look at. I love getting inspired by my own life, my own stories, and friends and people that I know, their success, their failure, heartbreak, loss, as some examples. This shoot in particular was with a friend of mine right after she went through a really bad breakup, and she wanted to kind of like document that through photography. She's a really creative person. This was like her idea initially, and I was like, I would love to help like art direct this. So, I chose the location, I brought in props, and we just played sad Taylor Swift songs the whole time. She cried a little bit, like she told me what she was going through, but it was like such a moving thing for her to be able to like kind of turn that into art. Which I loved, and it was healing for her. It was amazing. It was a good experience, but also the images are so much more moving when you like know the story behind it as well. Okay, so next I want to talk about just being intentional in general when you're planning a photo shoot concept, but specifically with color, styling, props, and composition. So I've included a couple of like basic photography principles or principles of art and design that I like to keep in mind when I'm planning a concept and planning all of the elements that go into it. And I mentioned this before, but when I first started taking my business full-time and doing portraits full-time, I was not very intentional. I've always been a creative person, but I never really played a role in, helping my client or subject or whoever it is, choose the wardrobe. Let's think about specifically, what you can wear to help tell the story, what type of lighting to use, what color backdrop, hair, makeup. All of these things are different elements that like you can play a role in as the photographer to really level up your image in general. So first is color. And color is huge. I love color. I used to be afraid of color, as you probably saw. All of my images were like very neutral, lots of black and white. I don't know why I was so afraid of color for so long, but once I like leaned into it, it totally changed the game for me. Now I embrace color. I love using it in my photography. It's been really cool to see all of the setups here at the conference downstairs. There's so much color going on. I'm excited to shoot. And it's because color can enhance the composition, it can set a mood, it can tell a story, and create emphasis in your imagery. So I think that, as an example, like warmer colors can evoke a feeling of like joy and happiness and even like romance, whereas cooler colors feel more dark and mysterious. And that could be, the colors that are present in the image that you're composing, all of the elements in that image, or it could also have to do with the way that you edit as well. So color is huge, and you can make intentional color choices when planning your wardrobe, makeup, backdrop, location, and editing. So I just wanted to include a couple of images that I styled around like a specific color palette. The middle one specifically, complementary, blue and orange are complementary colors. And I know that they stand out really well. There's some great contrast. The colors pop really well against each other. So The middle image is really simple. It's just 2 strobe lights from either side on my subject, a plain blue backdrop, and I styled an orange headband and an orange top, blue earrings. But it just feels so much more like scroll stopping and interesting because of that color combination. So just being really intentional with the colors that you choose in your images is super important to have them, be a little bit more scroll stopping and interesting. So second, I want to talk about styling. I mentioned this, but I am not a stylist. I don't know really anything about fashion, but through my years of kind of getting more creative with my portraits, I've been able to kind of learn what works for me and like what styling choices that you can make in order to like have the wardrobe and even props be like a big part of the story you're telling. So I specifically like to start with the emphasis of my image and then style everything else around it. The emphasis of your image is whatever is the main focal point. That could be your subject, it could be the landscape, it could be the wardrobe, it could be a prop, it could be the lighting. There's a lot of different things that can be the emphasis, but it's important to focus on that one thing and all of the choices that you make around planning the rest of that photo shoot or that image in particular. You want to make sure that those things complement it versus detract. You want to make sure that all of those choices that you make allow that emphasis to shine through. I think it's important to ask yourself, will adding this element, this hairstyle or makeup style, for example, or a prop or a backdrop, will it help tell the story or will it distract from what my emphasis is? So in general, I like to keep a kind of less is more mindset, just because it makes images feel a little bit more profound when the eye can immediately know what is the emphasis of the image. And I included just a couple of examples of shots that I've styled that, and like what the emphasis of that image was and how I styled it. So the first image, the emphasis of that was definitely the location. The Salt Flats in Utah are absolutely gorgeous. They're such a stunning location, and I didn't want, the props and the makeup and the hair to kind of distract from that sort of stunning background that makes the images look really interesting. For the second image, the wardrobe was definitely the emphasis. I styled that shoot just around the top and bottom, the matching set. It was like this really cool textured, like quilted material that had this fun pattern, and it was busy already, so I knew that everything else I wanted to add to it should be simple. So we did really simple hair and makeup. I just added a little straw hat. We shot on a backdrop. It had a little bit of texture, which was fun, but kept everything else pretty simple so that that wardrobe would stand out really well against it. And then finally, this last image, the makeup was definitely the emphasis for this. We did a shoot that was inspired by, the makeup was inspired by like exotic plants, like tropical plants. So we had some crazy makeup going on, all this yellow and orange across her forehead and her face. And because that was like the main focus, we just added like some faux flowers for her to pose with and some gold earrings and kept the images really tight and close up around her face so that the makeup would really shine through. So next, I want to talk about being more intentional with props. When I sort of started incorporating props in my imagery, it took like a traditional, like normal portrait. It became something so much different and more interesting. I think that you can use props to bring a creative twist to your portraits in such an easy way, and it doesn't have to be expensive. It doesn't have to be, hard to do. And I have some examples of props I've used in the past on the next slide, but when I'm choosing a prop for a photo shoot, I like to focus on the texture, the shape, and the material of that prop. I like to ask myself, how will this photograph? How will it reflect light? Will the texture of it, help tell my story? Can I hold it up to my camera lens and shoot through it? What will that look like if it's like, coming in from the sides? So keeping these sort of like things in mind when choosing props will help you sort of determine, what material is best for you to use or what prop can help tell your story. So I included this image as an example because I did a photo shoot that sort of the story we were trying to tell was she threw a birthday party and no one showed up and she was sad. So we had a lot of props for this shoot. Here, in this image particularly, we just have a birthday cake that says, "I'll cry if I want to" on it, and a bunch of balloons. But we also had an old rotary telephone. We had that she kind of like pretended like she was sad and calling her friends on. We had confetti. We had like a big velvet couch. We had all of these things going on in this set, but I think this is a good example of like not going too far when it comes to props. It's good that for this shot, we didn't have the phone and the couch and the confetti. Adding all of these things in at once becomes chaotic. It makes your image feel really busy. Remember, less is more. So I think having like 2 props at one time, of course it depends on your story and like what you're trying to tell, but for this, the cake and the balloons was enough to kind of create an image that I felt was strong, and I love this monochromatic kind of pink on pink going on as well. So that's just an example of sort of keeping it simple when it comes to props. So these are images that I've taken over the past couple years with different random props that I've either just had around the house or I bought really affordable, a lot of them most of the time from the craft store. String, glass, plastic, fabric, paper, cellophane. Cellophane's really fun because you can hold it in front of your lens to create these like rainbow sort of hazy light leaks or like wrap it around your subject. Curtains as well, I love using instead of like paper rolls because it just adds more texture and it's like really interesting, especially to have your subject sort of like peeking out from behind it too. It just gives you more versatility in your imagery. And then assorted craft supplies. These are pom-poms that I had that I was gonna turn into garlands that I was like, wait, I should take photos with these first. As well as, you know, butterflies and buttons and crystals and fake flowers. Like there's so many times that I just go to Michael's or Joann's and just walk around the craft store like looking for inspiration, and it's so simple how like one really small thing can inspire an entire concept. So last, just sort of being more intentional with my composition in general has totally changed the way that I approach like a photo shoot and like directing my models. I love to create interesting composition in my portraits by introducing variety. And by variety, I mean making each image feel very strong on its own, like it can stand alone as a strong image, but also work cohesively as a series with the rest of the images from your shoot. So in order to do that at my shoots, I like to try a variety of different things. Different angles, shooting from up above or down low, different distances, that also means different focal lengths. So like farther away, closer up, different crops. I'm continually surprised by like how many times I take an image that, you know, looks fine, it looks great, but when I crop in a certain way or rotate a certain way, it feels so different and can tell a totally different story. So really keeping in mind cropping your images intentionally. Framing also, this image here is an example of that. This is from a shoot I did where we had these set pieces cut out from like particle board and painted them to kind of look like underwater barnacle type things. We wanted to feel very kind of like alien-esque, but whimsical. So we were having her pose with those, but at one point I just took one and held it closer to my camera, had my subject lean up against the wall so I could frame her body perfectly in that little wavy line, which was really fun. And then finally, the way that your subject poses can totally change the composition of your imagery too, which I'll talk about more in depth next. But I just wanted to include a couple of examples of, you know, what made the composition interesting in these photos specifically. The first one I would say is framing. The emphasis of that image would be my female model. And I kind of put her in the back and had my male model stand forward and make this fun like triangle shape with his legs to frame her in the middle. The middle image would be the angle is what made that interesting. You know, I used a really wide angle lens for that so I could have some distortion with her hands and feet towards the camera. We shot through like a plexiglass platform, which was really fun. You know, that image is so simple. It's just the sky behind her. There's nothing else about it, but that angle and that focal length made the image feel really interesting. And then finally, the pose of this last one is what made that composition interesting. We had like 5 dancers, and we had them do all of these different types of patterns and groupings to create composition that sort of like mimicked each other, and this like waterfall effect of that pose specifically was really fun. So the last sort of concept that I really focus on in order to level up my portraiture was pose direction. And I want to talk specifically about building trust with your subject, learning how to direct versus pose your subject, and getting more creative. So building trust is like the biggest step, in my opinion, to posing or directing your subject. And it's one that's often skipped by beginner photographers. I think that building trust is so important because when you're able to kind of break down these barriers of nervousness and, you know, potential like judgment. Like you're able to let your subject know that they're safe in your space, that you're never going to judge them for anything that they do, that you like listen to them and give them feedback, and they're going to be more willing to try more creative things at your shoot. So I always like to make it a point of mine to, if I'm shooting with someone for the first time and I'm able to, I like to meet up with them for coffee first, or I like to talk to them for 10 minutes before I take out my camera. Because regardless of your experience as a model or subject, it doesn't matter if you've been modeling for years or you've never stepped in front of a camera before, meeting up with a photographer and doing a photo shoot always comes with nerves. Like, it's always still a little bit intimidating. So it's our job as photographers to kind of get to know our subjects, make sure that they know that you support them and that you're here to get creative with them, and then that will just lead to a better photo shoot in general. I think some ways that you can do this is positive reinforcement, always letting them know that they're doing a good job. I sort of have same things I say all the time. Yes, amazing, like you're doing so good. I sound like a broken record at a shoot, but it really does like help my subject feel so much better and more confident while they're posing. I think validating their feelings is really important too. And this is something I maybe didn't do when I was first starting. If a model or a subject ever comes up and says, oh, I'm really nervous, or I have this particular insecurity, I think it's important to not brush it off by being like, oh my gosh, you don't have to worry about that. Like, you're going to do amazing. Let's get going. I've learned that doing that is not the best approach. It's important to let them know that they're heard, that you're listening to their insecurity, that you're taking that into thought when you're working with them throughout the entire shoot, so that they know that their best interest is at heart with you. So that just helps create a safe space in general. Giving feedback is also really important. I think letting them know when something is working is a great idea, but when something's not working, staying positive and saying, hey, okay, I love that, let's try it again, but this time do this instead, or maybe let's just move on. I think that showing images to your subject on your camera or tethering, whatever it is a good idea. I don't think it's important to do it constantly throughout the shoot, but every now and then when you know that you have an image that you're really proud of, that turned out amazing, letting them see it is a huge part of like building that confidence on set. And finally, learning how to not sort of micromanage your subject while they're posing is really important. As photographers, it is our job to lead the way when it comes to direction. We should not ever be silent shooters, just snapping away and not giving any feedback or telling them what to do. So it is our job to come with the overall direction, but just remember that it's like a push and pull relationship, and you want your subject to be able to, offer up ideas while you're shooting and not shut them down by micromanaging too much. So next is learning to direct instead of just specifically posing. I personally found that, when I stopped sort of breaking out the same exact pose as my subject every single portrait shoot and sort of turned it into a little bit more of general direction, giving them an action to do or a movement to do, my images changed drastically. And you can like see that in my work and how most of my images are oftentimes like in motion. And that's what I love doing specifically to make a strong image. And I think by demonstrating, you can also do that. This is like a photo example of me giving direction at a shoot. And you can give pose direction, but make it feel more, in motion. Like, for example, this pose I was telling her to do was I wanted her to like, on the count of 3, lean back as far as she could go and then stand back up. And I just kept snapping the whole time because those in-between moments, the candid ones are the ones that oftentimes feel really real and genuine versus the exact sort of explicit pose that you give them. Again, working as a team is huge, making sure that they know that they're safe and welcome to bring ideas to the table, because a lot of the time you as a photographer can come with something in mind that you want to execute, and you're able to do that, but you would never know how many like amazing photos you could get if you like shut down your subject. So making sure that they can get creative as well at your shoot and offer up ideas, you'd be surprised how many images that you didn't expect to get that you're able to get because your subject was able to get creative with you. The next point is sort of something I had to learn through time, but moving on when something isn't working is really important. I think a lot of the time as you can probably tell, I love being more intentional with every aspect of my photo shoot. So a lot of the time I come with like specific ideas of a shot that I want to get, or a composition I want to try, or some sort of movement or something in general. But then when I actually go to execute it, it doesn't turn out exactly how I expected it to. And that's not really anyone's fault. It could be a combination of like many variables that lead to that. But learning to not force something that's not working is huge when it comes to creating an experience with your subject that's really meaningful and like positive in general. And also just moving on to try something else, because again, you'd be surprised how sometimes the shots you don't plan turn out to be your favorite. And then in general, when it comes to direction, just keeping the overall photo shoot concept in mind is really important. I think sometimes, when we plan a shoot, maybe we have a mood board or an idea we've communicated to anyone that's involved in it. And then on set, maybe you get a little bit distracted by the lighting or something else. It's important to kind of remember, what is the story that I want to tell with these images? Like, what kind of overall vibe do I want these images to give off? And make sure to give direction and poses around that concept. So, sometimes I want my images, depending on the concept, to feel really feminine. So the poses that I direct, are based around that. And I sort of, give them direction around like a lot of like fluid movements, and it just feels more feminine and ethereal in general. Whereas sometimes when I want something to be a little bit more edgy, I try some sort of like bold, emotional poses that feel a little bit more sort of like sporty even, that are a little bit more exaggerated. As just like an example of keeping the overall vibe and concept in your mind when it comes to the directions that you give your subject. So lastly, I just want to give a couple of tips on how to get more creative with your poses, thinking a little bit outside the box of your traditional, portrait poses. The biggest one for me is having my subject interact with something. And a lot of the time that could mean the wardrobe, the props, the location, or the environment. When it comes to wardrobe, I love using fabrics and materials that I know can create really dramatic movements. So a lot of the time that means like a skirt or a dress or something that has a lot of fabric that can be like thrown or twirled or, brought up even towards the camera. Or like if it's like a puffy jacket, having them kind of wrap it around them, get some close-up shots with that material and texture around their face. And then also props, interacting with props. Again, that example of the birthday party shoot, we had like the old rotary telephone. We had the telephone cord kind of wrapped around her arms and like brought it towards the camera to create this fun like spiral effect through the lens. Getting creative and interacting with the location around you is huge also. So especially if I'm shooting outdoors, when I arrive to a location, I've probably chosen it for a specific reason, but it's also good to kind of just scan your environment and be like, what is around me that I can have my subject interact with to create a pose or a composition that's more intricate and more exciting than just a traditional sort of pose. I also encourage my subjects to accentuate their movements a lot. And this is where the building the trust comes in, because sometimes you ask them to do a pose that feels weird or feels crazy or feels like something they would never do in real life. But that's where you have to kind of promise them to trust you, because it'll look great on camera or for the story you're trying to tell. So sometimes I'll have a subject walk past the camera and I say, I'd love for you to kind of strut past the camera like you're on a runway and just feel like you're on a runway. But then you realize that it looks so much better if the steps that they take while walking are like huge and accentuated, and you would never walk like that, but sort of like getting all those in-between shots and having them accentuate the movements that you suggest as dramatic as possible, as weird as it feels, like always turns out the most interesting in my case. Learning to switch up your angle when it comes to directing your subjects is huge also. This photo I shot from underneath on this plexi table, but I also carry a stepladder to every single shoot that I ever do, whether it's in studio or outdoors. If I can have a real ladder, that's even better, but I'll bring it with me and I'll stand up on it and shoot down at my subject with even like a wide angle lens to create like a fun effect, or have my subject stand up on the ladder and I'll get down low. So it just allows a little bit more creativity at your shoot to, bring sort of props and stuff like that with you. Getting creative with the emotions that your subject expresses is huge. So sometimes I'll have my subjects act really surprised or think about something that makes them sad or excited or just feel really fierce. The birthday party shoot, we said, I want you to feel, think about how it would feel like if no one showed up to your birthday party. You're sad, you're pouty, you're maybe a little angry, and all of those facial expressions become sort of like a character that your subject is portraying. And that's what gets like kind of the best images that really make you feel something when you look at them. And finally, I love to just use my subject's hands and limbs to create interesting framing and compositions. Reaching towards the camera, you saw the example of him standing with his legs open with her kind of like posing from in between. So using these kind of things to enhance the composition and the angle of what you're doing to get a little bit more creative is very important. So I just included a couple of examples of what made these poses interesting. I would say the first one is the prop. This positioning with her arms was done with the hula hoop in mind. The second one would be the wardrobe. She had these really cool fringe arms that I had her keep throwing up in the air, up and down like a bird. That's what I told her. And the fringe just looked so cool being thrown out like that in motion. The third one being the location. We were just walking around this building and I found this like fence that matched her blazer perfectly, and I just had her kind of stick her arms through it and interact with it to sort of create an interesting pose. And then finally, the angle. So that was when I stood up on a ladder and shot down with the wide angle lens and had her kind of mimic this sort of like elongated stretch that matched kind of the ribbons behind her, which was fun. So sort of in summary, I hope you guys found this helpful on bringing a little bit more creativity to your portraits, remembering to draw inspiration from other art forms, from the world around you, and people's stories. Being intentional with colors, styling, props, and composition, and experimenting with poses by directing, demonstrating, switching up your angle, interacting with your environment, and most importantly, building trust with your subject. Thank you guys so much for listening. I really appreciate it. Thanks. Love talking to you guys.
Well done. We do have some time for a Q&A, but instead of me running around the room, I'm just going to ask Marina to repeat the questions that you get.
Okay.
And if you get called on in the back, just speak loud.
Let me put my glasses on. Yes.
Hi, Lena. My name is John Duke. I want to thank you. You have really beautiful presentation.
Thank you.
And excellent photography. Your work is just extraordinary.
Thanks. I appreciate it.
I want to really, you opened up your segment today by saying how nervous you were talking to all of these people, and I just want to tell you, you are a natural.
Oh, thanks. My voice tends to waver, so thanks for dealing with it.
I wanted to ask you specifically
Okay.
the slide that you showed with your work prior and how it has evolved into the work that you do today. And what have there been any photographers that have inspired you? Your work reminds me very much of Hilmar Smith.
Okay.
I don't know if you're familiar with her. She's very colorful. This is not the same exact thing. I know you
Right.
have your own style and
Yeah.
hers. But have you had other photographers that have influenced you into evolving into the photographer that you are today?
Yes, definitely. He asked which photographers have inspired me. I would say my favorite photographers are Jimmy Marble and Diane Villadsen. Their work is also very colorful. I'm not familiar with the artists that you mentioned, but I'd love to see their work because, yeah, their work is full of lots of fun, contrasting colors, a lot of minimalism when it comes to the composition, keeping things really simple, but adding in pops of color as like the main visual interest. So they're probably my favorite photographers, and they definitely inspire the work that I do. Yeah. Yes. Yes. Sorry.
Thank you for your presentation. That was really great.
Thank you.
When you're working in more collaborative settings where there's not an already existing budget, do you have any recommendations on how to fund maybe like the more DIY things you do and the props you use that are a little more expensive?
Definitely, yeah. There's like so many shoots that I do, especially with self-portraits. Those are like a huge DIY for me. I don't have a makeup artist or a hairstylist or an art director. So when it comes to that, I've loved, collaborating with other creatives in my community as a number one. I love kind of talking about this because it's such a great way to like build portfolios, not just yours, but the people that you're collaborating with. And so I love working with local creatives and, delivering them a gallery of photos in exchange for their time and work by working with me. I also love reaching out to local businesses, mostly clothing boutiques for me specifically, sending them a link to my portfolio of my work and say, hey, I would love to borrow some of your pieces to style my photo shoots. In an exchange, I can offer you this, whether it's images or tags on social media or whatever it is that you specifically feel is right for you. I love working with local artists and creators. I work with jewelry brands a lot locally to kind of lend a prop or a wardrobe piece, or I love working with backdrop companies as well, to sort of create content for them in exchange for, whether it's their time or service or prop or something like that. Yeah. Sorry. Hi. Oh, hey, Hannah. How are you? I didn't see you. Mm-hmm. And also, when you do color pop with Ashley, how do you kind of divvy up the responsibilities? Definitely, and that's something she asked, sort of how you can, divvy up responsibilities, and when to draw the line between saying like, I'm willing to do this or I'm not willing to do this as the photographer, and that's something that is a personal choice for you. It's personal based on like a by project basis, I would say, and if you are working for a brand, it's a lot of the time up to them. But when it comes to like playing a role in the other sort of choices around like hair or makeup or model casting, for example, in the past I've loved to kind of create packages that include my time and effort and like energy into wearing those hats that aren't necessarily my own to fill, because I love creative direction. I love playing a role in that. And so I'm happy to kind of help make choices and create mood boards for brands or whoever I'm working with to, make those choices in order to make the best photos possible. But there have been times where, I've worked with a client or something where they want me to like cast all of the models and do all of that communication. And usually for me specifically, that's when I draw the line sometimes, because it goes into territory that's not necessarily my responsibility or that I'm not comfortable with. So when it comes to the events that I host, ColourPop with my business partner, she's the art director, I'm a creative director, and we sort of collaborate. I work on sort of the conceptualizing of the ideas and the stories that we want to tell at the photo shoots, and she's more like hands-on prop making, painting, building sets, and then we work with other local people to like be makeup artists and stylists and whatnot as well. So it's sort of it depends, I guess, on the project is what I'm saying, but my general advice would be, if you feel like you're being taken advantage of, being asked to wear a lot of hats that you're not comfortable wearing, it's totally in your realm of like, it's totally okay to like kind of put your foot down and be like, I don't do that, but I'm happy to consult, or here's an hourly sort of rate for my consultation on that, if that makes sense. Did that answer your question? Yes. Okay. Hi, yes. Hi, I've been stalking you on Instagram for a while. Oh, thank you. One of my favorite things about you, other than your work, is that you just upgraded from your DSLR not too long ago, right? Mm-hmm, yes. You chose the R5, right? Yes. Mm-hmm. What made you choose the R5 over anything else? That's a good question. She asked why I choose the R5 over anything else. I have been wanting to switch to mirrorless for a while. In my opinion, it's just the future of where photography is headed. Before I moved to a Canon R5, I was on a Canon 5D Mark IV, which is a DSLR. Before that, I was on a Mark III. So I've been using the Mark III, Mark IV system for quite a while. And I have just been itching to upgrade for a while, and I know a lot of people like have questions around like what's the transition like going from a DSLR to a mirrorless. In my experience, it's been amazing. I've had to make some adjustments when it comes to my workflow with like the way I edit, because the colors do read quite differently, but not to the point where it's like making my workflow a hassle. Personally, I think that the like eye detection and autofocus and sharpness, the quality of the R5 like outweighs any possible negative at all. So yeah, I love it. I'm excited about it. Hi, yes. She asked sort of like what was my mindset in between transitioning from sort of traditional shoots that weren't as creative to like the more creative shoots that I offer now. I would say I just knew that like when I was able to work with a client or a subject that trusted me completely to, you know, play a role in like suggesting what wardrobe they wear or like, you know, the overall vibe and concept of the shoot, that's when I felt like so excited and honored to like have a client that trusts me to do that. And it really drove me to be like, I can continue doing this because there are people out there that like see my vision and they trust it. And I think that what kind of helped with that is like when it came to like marketing was, you know, at that point I was still sort of offering the traditional portrait session where you choose a location, you show up and you shoot. But then I also on my website offered a sort of more creative session that included a choice of backdrop colors, an optional makeup artist, you know, props. I had like a client closet of some wardrobe pieces as well. So like having that option available to the people who are interested in getting more creative is really awesome when you're sort of like in the limbo of in between doing that, because you have like the safer option, you have a more kind of experimental option as well for people to like choose between basically. And throughout time I was able to kind of pivot really more towards that creative side, but that was like kind of what I did in between that kind of gave me peace of mind when it came to like paying my bills, but also, you know, gave that option to people that wanted to get more creative. Thank you. I appreciate that.
But my question is, you have a immense online presence, but you also have to take a lot of time IRL to plan shoots and to be there and to be present. What's one piece of advice you could give people to kind of balance that IRL versus online struggle?
Yeah, it is a huge struggle, and I think that what changed the game for me a lot was like really sitting down and looking at the big picture and being like, what is it exactly that I do on a day-to-day basis that, has the most payoff? Is it planning these, content weekends and events that I'm hosting? Is it, editing photos with clients? Is it creating videos for social media? Like whatever it is that you see the most payoff, and focusing on that is really important. I'm definitely someone that struggles to like delegate responsibility. I like need an assistant really bad, but I'm like, I don't have time to find one. But like, and I'm also just like, I don't know if I trust someone. Like I'm a control freak. Like I want to do it the way I want to do it. But I think that like when you're, when you make time to, set aside like, I know this is what makes me happiest when it comes to like my business, and I know that this is what I want to focus my energy on, and really just honing in on that, because it's easy to get, for days to pass by where you just answered emails all day or edited photos and you didn't have time to make content for Instagram or TikTok or, anything else like that. So I think just staying true to like what is important to make your business grow the most and honing in on that and seeing how you can get help doing the other things has helped me a lot.
So we are just out of time, but I want everyone to know, let's do a round of applause for Marina.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Thanks, guys.
And Marina will be at the speaker meet and greet table in just about 5 minutes. So if you guys want to head down there, ask those questions. I saw a couple hands go up last minute. So remember them. Maybe write it down real quick. Thanks again. Well done.
Thank you, guys.
today been for everyone? Woo! And I'm talking to you guys at home too. Jump in the chat. Let us know what your favorite presentation of the day was. Would love to get back to those comments and read them. But you guys are lucky ones. You guys are front row and center right up here. And if you're in the back, there are some spots up here. I know it's been a crowded room. Thanks all for bearing with that. So we're going to roll right into the next presentation, which is sponsored by Adobe. So thank you, Adobe. We appreciate that and all the support. But a gentleman who needs no introduction at all. You guys already know who you're seated here for. We're going to be talking about Lightroom. And if you have those questions, I would say write them down, because Scott will be at the speaker meet and greet table directly after this session, so he can answer all those questions. But I don't want to take away his time. He's got a lot to get through, so I'm going to walk away. Without further ado, Scott Kelby.
Thanks. Thanks, everybody. Thank you. Thanks. All right. Hey, real quick show of hands before we start. How many people are using Lightroom Classic? All right. Who's using Lightroom for the cloud? Oh, okay. Okay, you know, it's for children, right? You know. I'm totally kidding. All right, next. Who's not going to raise their hand regardless of what I ask? All right, let's go. All right, so we're going to focus on one thing. It is. I will tell you though, since you're a cloud user, the first 2 sections are for Classic, and the rest all applies. You use both? Yeah. Oh, okay. Well, Adobe's the sponsor, and so Adobe would want me to tell you you're not supposed to use both. But anyway, that's okay. It's all right. Okay, so you know, when people, I run a Lightroom website called lightroomkillertips.com, and when people ask questions, they don't ask how do I make things brighter anymore. They don't ask questions about how to edit images, because we've all learned how to do that, right? And it's partially because of our phones, right? We've learned how to edit our phones, and the develop module of Lightroom is very, you know, straight ahead and simple. All the questions are about organization. So that's what this whole class is going to be about. We're going to go through organizing. What I'm going to teach you actually is something I developed a few years ago. You're going to learn the latest version of it today. It is my simplified Lightroom image management system, or SLIM for short. And it's just based on getting you through the simplest, easiest, just how to simplify everything so your Lightroom life is happy. I talk to so many people and they'll tell me, I'm like, so how are you enjoying Lightroom? Well, I like the editing module, but how's your organization? Oh, and my Lightroom life is a disaster. It's a mess and all. That's the most common comment I hear. They like Lightroom, but they know that it's a disaster the way they've done it. So you're going to learn basically a 7-step program. Now, we're going to spend the whole next hour just going through these 7 steps. Do you have to take notes? No, you do not, because I took them for you. I have a 43-page detailed handout with pictures. Take a picture of the screen so you can download it later, so you won't have to take any notes during this session at all, because I took them to death. So you can just download that PDF. Thank you. You're welcome. You're welcome. All right. And at the end of this hour, if you don't have a really good understanding of how to organize your images, I kid you not, I will refund your ticket price. Okay. Now, so if I'm talking about Lightroom Classic, you'll see that logo with a little LRC. If I'm talking specifically about what to do on the cloud version, you'll see the little cloud logo. So that's how you know on screen. If I forget to tell you, I should always tell you, but in case I do, look for those icons. All right, first thing we're going to talk about is storing your photos, because this is a key part of this whole thing. Now, if you are a Lightroom Cloud user, your images are all stored in Adobe's cloud. Adobe has access to them. They'll probably sell them, give them away, whatever. But you don't have to worry about it. Your storage is taken care of. However, if you're using Lightroom Classic, I highly, highly recommend storing your photos on an external hard drive. That's the place to keep them, because if you put them on your laptop or on your computer, there will be a day where it's going to get full, and then you have to go in the middle of the worst possible time is when this will happen. You'll have to go out and buy a hard drive and do this all at one time. If you do it from the start, it makes your life so much easier. Now, good news is, I don't know when hard drives have been cheaper than they are today. I went and looked up what an 8 terabyte WD, I use these WD drives, an 8 terabyte on B&H right now, $134. 8 terabytes, right? And the 10 is like, you know, it's a little bit more, it's like $179 and stuff like that. Now, so here's what you're going to do. You're going to take all of your photos, every photo you have, and you're going to move them all on this one drive. It'll probably be the first time in your life where you actually know where your photos are. You're going to just move them all. Now, I made a video for you on how to do that, because a lot of the questions people ask is, well, how do you move them all? Like, how do you get them on there? So I made a bonus video for you, because if I go through the whole thing here, it'd be a drag. But if you want to take a picture of the screen, here's where the video is. And it's a whole thing on just how to connect them, how to move them, how to do everything so there's no mistakes. It's really easy once you see it. Once you see it, you're like, oh, well, that wasn't so bad. But if you're sitting there in front of your computer and you're holding a hard drive, you're like, ah. So this will help. All right, so that's what you're going to do. You're going to move every photo you own, and this is off of old CD-ROMs and DVDs and all that crap. It's all going on this one drive. All right? Now, are you going to take all your photos and just throw them on one drive? That's going to be a disaster. Here's what you're going to do. You're going to do it smart. You're going to sort them into categories. So all you have to ask yourself is this question: what do I shoot? Like, what do I as a photographer shoot? So I'll tell you what my categories are. Here's what I shoot. I shoot architecture. I shoot aviation. I shoot automotive. I shoot my family. I shoot landscape. I shoot a bunch of stuff that I don't really feel like. I don't consider myself a guitar photographer, but I shoot guitars, and I shoot product shots, and I do flowers, but I'm not any of those, right? So I just put a miscellaneous catalog for the stuff that I do once in a while for fun. I shoot people. That sounds bad, but you know what I mean. I shoot sports, and I shoot travel. So I have 9 categories that I do. You may have 5, you may have 15. It really just depends. But you have to make that decision. And then what you're going to do for every category of what you shoot on a regular basis, you're going to go on that hard drive and make a folder for the same exact ones. So that's what my hard drive looks like. It's got 9 folders on it, and I'm going to put every photo that I drag onto that disk into one of these folders. So for example, if you went and looked in travel and you double-clicked in my travel folder, what you would see is little folders with all the places I've been. I don't just throw them in there anywhere. When you organize that hard drive first, this is so great, because think about this. I could be on a flight, right? And someone could say, hey, do you know where your shots are when you went to the kids, when you went with grandma to Disney World? I go, oh yeah, it's on my external hard drive in family under Disney World. Where are your shots from Spain? They're in my travel folder under Spain. Where are your shots from that football game you shot the Tennessee Titans? Who were they playing? The Bucks. Okay, in my football folder under Bucks, Tennessee Titans. You would know where all your photos were without having a computer. You wouldn't even need Lightroom or your drive in front of you, and you would know. That's the first time in your life where you go, I know where everything is. So if you get it organized on the drive first, it makes your Lightroom life so much easier. And you'll see why it makes it so much easier in just a second. All right, so we're storing all of our hard drives on an external drive, and it's not going to cost too much money, which is why you ought to buy 2. So here's why. So when you put all of your images on that one drive, when that drive dies, not if, when that hard drive dies, all your photos go with it. I cannot tell you how many heartbreaking stories people have told me how they had one drive and no backup, and it all died, and they lost everything. And they're like, well, I can get these back, right? I'm like, well, there's a company called Drive Saver. If you send it to them, it's about $2,400, right, for them to bring back your stuff. And and they don't guarantee they'll bring it all back, but they'll get a lot of it back. So it's very scary. So buy 2. If you're only going to spend that much money, go ahead and bite the bullet and buy 2 now. Now, here's what I do just for super safety, because I'm a paranoid photographer, which all photographers are. Number 1, I have one of these drives at my house. I have another drive at work. And if you don't work in a tall building, you can stick it in your safe deposit box. A lot of people will. They'll have their second drive in a safe deposit box. You can keep it at a friend's house. You can keep it at Pizza Hut. It doesn't matter where you keep it. Just don't keep it. I have people who have a hard drive and their backup drive's right next to it. And I'm like, what happens if there's a flood? What happens if the house burns down? Ask all those people in New Orleans when they had that disaster come through that wiped out everything. It's like all your stuff is gone. You got to put it in different locations. Now, if you want, I would go ahead and have a, here's how I keep them in sync, by the way. I use this app called Carbon Copy Cloner, and all it says is, it is great, and it just says, whatever's on this drive, put the exact same on this one. And then when you plug it in, it reminds you once a week to plug it in, and I do every other week. It reminds you once a week, though, and it just syncs up just the things that have changed since the last time you plugged it in. So it's very smart, it's very easy. Now that's for the Mac. If you're on Windows, this is one of the most popular ones, the Acronis Cyber Protect Home Office, which used to be called the Acronis True Image. It does the same exact thing. And they also have a cloud version too. And that's the third part of this. I would absolutely go ahead and get a cloud thing as well. Because if it hits your hometown and it takes out your home and your office, at least it's in the cloud. Now, here's who I use. I have no affiliation with them. If you mention my name, they don't know me. But there's a company called Backblaze, and here's what they charge. $6 a month, unlimited storage. I've been using them for years. Now, I want to warn you about one thing about Backblaze. The first time you do it, it uploads in the background. I'm not exaggerating. It might take 6 or 8 weeks for it to upload. It just goes away. You don't even know what's happening. It's just uploading in the background. And you're thinking, 6 or 8 weeks. Here's how you got to frame your mind. 6 or 8 weeks going to pass either way. You're either backed up in the cloud in 8 weeks, or you just got 2 drives and a prayer. So just let it back up in the background. But here's the secret. The secret is this. Don't ever, ever look at the progress bar. Just let it go, because I don't care. It'll always be less than you think it is. You're thinking it's got to be halfway. It's like 12%. You're like, no. Just don't look at the progress. Just live your life. Just go on, and 8 weeks later, and it'll say 0 files, 0 left. And you're like, I've been waiting 8 weeks for this day, and you're backed up. All right, now, for Lightroom Classic people, remember I said if you're using the cloud version, you can skip 1 and 2. Number 2 is you can only use 1 catalog. Adobe, this is straight from Adobe's advice, just use 1 catalog. So the reason why you have the ability to do multiple catalogs is because when they first launched Lightroom, 11, 12 years ago, once you got to 25 or 30,000 photos, it clogged up. It brought it to its knees. It went super slow, and it was it was unusable. So they'd go, oh, make a new catalog, and it's fresh again. And so I talk to people that go, well, I thought you're supposed to make a new catalog for every shoot. I'm like, how many catalogs do you have? 512. I'm like, So you need to combine these all into one single catalog. And by the way, your catalog is just when you open up Lightroom and you see photos, that's it. That's your catalog. So you only want to have one. So all of your photos are in one place. You're not wondering which catalog is that in. Oh, that was my 2018 catalog. Or was it 2019? And you have to open up and search through. Put them all in one catalog. Now, Lightroom for the cloud already just uses one catalog. So Lightroom for the cloud, you can't even do, because Adobe finally fixed the catalog problem, right? It's no longer a problem. They have users with 6 million, and it runs the same speed as it does if they had 6,000. So they completely fixed that problem of it bogging down. But that's why they used to have multiple catalogs. They regret it now, and they tell you, don't have any more than just that one catalog. Now, what happens if you already have multiple catalogs? If you have multiple catalogs, you need to combine them, and it's actually really easy to do. Here's all you do. You're going to go up into the File menu, and you're going to choose Import from another catalog. Go find one of your other catalogs, and that's all you're going to do. Is you're going to go find it, brings up a standard open window, go choose a different catalog, and hit Choose. And it's going to ask you, okay, do you want to bring all of it in? And I've never had a situation where I said, no, I don't want to bring part of it in. But yeah, if you want to bring it all in, just click Import, and it'll keep all of your changes, all of your edits, all your organization, and just adds it to the new catalog. So if you have 5 or 6 or 10 or 12 catalogs, this takes about 10 minutes, and you're done. They're all in one catalog. And you can throw the other catalogs away, because you'll see them all in your one catalog. Now, I've talked to people that said, Scott, all of my catalogs are so bad, I wouldn't use one of my catalogs. So if you want to start over with a clean slate, it's easy. Just go up there under the File menu and choose New Catalog. And it's going to give you, well, it's going to give you this, nothing. You just hit, and it's like I dare you to do something. You're just going to bring all of your other catalogs into this new, fresh one. So you're just going to do the same thing, import from another catalog and import every catalog you have into this nice, new, fresh catalog. And they'll all be together in one place. Now, this next part is really important. Your catalog file should stay on your computer. Don't move it to your external hard drive. When people tell me, they're like, Scott, my Lightroom goes so slow. The first question I ask them is, where's your catalog? They go, oh, it's on an external drive with my photos. Every time you move a slider, it has to go to the external drive, get the information, and bring it back. It's just going to make Lightroom run sluggish. So your catalog file needs to stay on your computer. And it's that little file that says LRCat at the end of its name. That's the file that has to stay. You got to hold that question to the end because I'm not going to get through this anyway, but it's a good try. I'm going to give it a shot. All right, now, just remember, see the turtle? That's how it's going to go. If your hard drive is your catalog's not, don't put your catalog on that other one, all right? There's one more thing to back up. You know how when you quit Lightroom, it says, do you want to back up your catalog? The answer is yeah, because your catalog is what's kept all of your edits, all of your organization, and if you open it one day and it says, this catalog is corrupt and cannot be opened, you're going to go, surely I have a backup. Do you? Did you click that backup button? And don't save that backup on your computer. Save the backup someplace else. Save it in the cloud, save it on Dropbox, save it someplace else to where if all heck breaks loose, your organization and all can just be brought back down. All right, now there are two organizational tools that we actually use once we've got all of our stuff on computer, we're all set, and now we've got one catalog and all of our photos are there. What do we use to actually organize? The first one's called collections, and I'm sure a lot of you are familiar with them, but for those of you who aren't, it's where you take a group of similar photos and stick them together. For example, so let's go through here and I want to put detail shots. I want to just take details, so not players, we're just going to select these detail shots, right? And I'm going to put them in their own separate, basically, album. Click on all the ones you want in there, and then you're going to go over to the collections panel and click the little plus sign and just say, create collection. It brings up a little window where you can name it. So we'll name it Falcons Detail Shots. All right, you click create. Oh, make sure that the include selected photos checkboxes are. Click create, and then look over there. There it is, there's a collection. So anytime you want to see the detail shots, you click on it and it's just those right there. All right, now, once you start using collections, here's what I recommend. Do not use the folders panel in Lightroom Classic. Do not use where bad things happen. First off, it's very limiting. It's bad for all kinds of things. But when people tell me horror stories that if they accidentally deleted important images and stuff, it happened in folders. So collections are much safer and they're much more powerful and they offer you all kinds of features you'll never have if you just stay with folders. All right, for one is, you can access your images from every single module. If you're in the print module, you can get to collections. If you're in the slideshow, if you're in develop, or no matter where you are inside of Lightroom, there's the collections panel. The folders panel only lives in the library. So your life is constantly going back and forth to the folders panel because it's not wherever you're working, it's not there. It's only in the library. That's number one. Number two, when you work in collections, the same image can appear in as many collections as you want. So I can have the same photo appear in family, grandma. I can have the same photo appear in Disney World, I can have it for vacations, I can have it for the kids, I can have that same photo appear in as many collections as I want. With folders, you can only have it appear once in your Lightroom library. Next, you can't use Lightroom Mobile. You can't use it on your phone, you can't use it on your tablet unless you're using collections. Collections are required for you to be able to use it on your phone or your mobile device. You need collections to do client proving. If you want to send a client, hey, look at these 50 images, pick your 5 favorites, or you want to post them and go, hey, I shot your Little League game. Parents, you want to download photos? Lightroom has all that built into it, but not if you're not using collections. You can do smart collections, which we're going to talk about those a little later. I'll explain those, but they're smart. So there's that. You can share collections with anybody. You can share a collection with anybody anywhere. They don't have to have Lightroom. All right, so there's all kinds of good stuff. Hold on, I just lost my connection to my remote here. There we go, sorry. And your trip to Photoshop back and forth with folders is kind of clunky. And bad things happen in folders. All kinds of bad things. When people lose stuff forever, it's in folders, okay? It's all this stuff. And look at the very last one, number 11. Collections are the future of Lightroom. I should have put it up higher so you could see it, but I'll read it for you. Collections are the future of Lightroom. So you might as well get on a collections-based thing now because you're going to wind up there anyway. All right, now, weird thing, and Adobe did this just to mess with us. In Lightroom Cloud, they're not called folders, they're called albums. They changed the name. Same product, does the same thing, same math, they changed the name. Thank you, Adobe. A gentleman out there just went, why? And I'm like, just to mess with us. We're not done. It goes deeper. All right. So if you have Lightroom Cloud, it works the same way. You're just going to choose the images that you want. And you can hold the Command key on a Mac or Control key on Windows and click on them, or you can hold Shift. It'll select a whole bunch in a row. You go over to the Albums panel instead of Collections and say, create a new album. I know. And just it brings up a little window to name them. White turtleneck. There you go. And there's the same thing. Include those photos? Yeah. And create. So it's the same thing. It's just everything works the same, just a different name. All right, that's one way we organize making these collections. And if you look, there you have your collection, white turtleneck. Okay. The other one is collection sets, and this one's really important. So what collection sets are for is organizing collections. So let's say you built 4 collections, Spain, France, Mexico, and Japan. And you don't want to just have a long rolling list of 1 million folders. So you want to be able to sort them. You make a collection called travel, and you drag them inside of that. That way you look inside travel, and there they all are. And that's what it would look like in your collections panel. You just click on travel, there's all the places you went. Keeps it nice and simple. All right, if you shoot portraits, all of your portraits go in there. They're in one folder. For aviation, you make as many folders as you want, drag them into your aviation folder. Doesn't matter what the topic is, it all works pretty much the same way. But in Lightroom Cloud, collection sets are called folders. I'm not making this up. This is the real names. Like people sat in a room and said, so what do we call them? Collection sets? Let's change them. Why? I don't know. Let's just do it. Everybody agree? Yeah, okay, and then it was done. All right. Now, if you're in Lightroom Classic, note the icon. If you're in Classic and you're already using folders, it's not too late. It's so easy to switch to a collection-based thing because you can make collections from your folders. All you have to do is literally go to the Folders panel, which we never want to go to again, right? Go down here to like turtles. All you do is right-click on the collection that you want to make, or the folder you want to make into a collection, say create a collection. That's it. Now, when you choose it, it's still going to bring up the naming box and saying, do you want to change the name? No. Hit create, and then it's going to add it. There it is at the bottom right there. It adds that collection. Now, if you want to make your life easier, let's just delete that real quick. See how there's reptiles, and then I've got all the different amphibians and crocodiles. You can just go right to the top one. If there's folders inside of folders, you can make a collection set. Right here. And that's from a folder. You've already been working in folders and you're like, I'm done with that. Right click and choose to create a collection set, give it a name, and then look, it added the reptiles thing here. And look, it kept all of the folders inside intact. That's how easy it is. Right click, choose whether you want a collection or a collection set, and it's done. You can be off folders tonight. All right, this is important. This is maybe the most important thing you hear today. Don't delete those folders. Those are your photos. That's why people get in trouble. What that little folders window is showing you a picture of what's on your hard drive. When you mess with stuff there, you're messing with the real thing. That's why you go to collections to delete stuff, it just goes, I don't care, delete it. Because you always have the original saved on your hard drive. Don't delete those folders, just stop messing with them. All right, now, so we know that we're going to get off of folders. All of our images are on a drive. We have one catalog. You're going to create catalogs inside of Lightroom that are the exact duplicate of what you have on your hard drive. So remember I had 9 things on my hard drive, right? I had 9 folders, architecture, aviation, all those. You're just going to go into Lightroom and make the exact same collection sets. So when I open my Lightroom at home on my computer, this is all I see. That's my organization. I open it up and every image I have is in one of those 9 things. They're all just right there. It's so easy. Here's how you make them. You just go to collections, go to collection set, and give it your first name of whatever the folder is on your hard drive. So I'll write travel. You don't have to do it alphabetically. It's going to automatically alphabetize them for you. So just type them in. So there's travel, there's automotive. You're just going to type them all in. You only have to do this one time. You're going to make these top level ones, all the ones that you like. And if you're using Lightroom Cloud, it's just going to look like this. Same thing. You're making these same collection sets, but they're called Folders. All right, now, what's nice is you can have sets within sets. And where that's handy is, like, for example, let's say that you created a collection set called Sports, but you shoot more than one tennis game. Let's say you shoot 10 tennis matches a year. You want to have another folder inside of that. So just like on your computer, you can put a folder and then another folder inside of that, and another folder. Same thing here, right? So you just make sure that you put it inside a collection set. So look, I have a sports category, and inside of that I have a football set, and then inside of football I have separate sets for Auburn and Bama and all those. So that's, you can put a folder inside a folder. And in Lightroom Cloud, you can put folders inside of folders too. Now let's look at sorting. This is where it gets fun. We've been through all the horrible stuff. Now we actually get to have some fun. Now, I know that a lot of people use star ratings for ranking their photos, and I'm going to try to talk you out of that. Here's why. So I do these workshops. Like twice a year, I do an on-location workshop where I go to some great place. I just came back. I just did Tuscany with 12 people, and I'm going to Lisbon next in April. And everybody's using Lightroom, right? So we're all working. And if I see somebody get stuck, I know right away it's one of two things. So I walk over to them, and I go, "You're stuck." And they go, "Yeah." And I go, "Star ratings?" "Yeah." So here's why they get stuck. So what is a 1-star image? Right? It's terrible. It's garbage, right? It's like you were walking and you took a shot of your foot, you know, your camera hits and it shoots. I have so many shots of my foot and grass and stuff, right? So that's a 1-star image. So what's a 2-star image? It's both feet. Who said that? Come up here. Come on. Come on. Come on up. That was good. Because I'm stealing that one. But a 2-star image is so bad, it was almost a 1-star. Like no one's ever going to see it as a 2-star image. So what's a 3-star image? Well, it's okay. It's not bad. It's not good. What's a 4-star image? Well, that's a pretty good shot. Are you going to show anybody your 4 stars, your second best photos? No. So what's a 5-star? Those are my really good ones. So when I see someone stuck, I walk over and I go, "What's going on? You stuck?" And they're like, "Yeah, star ratings." "Yeah." I go, "What do you think?" They go, "I don't know. Is this a 3 or a 4? Who cares? When you do the 5-star, you're going to spend so much time asking yourself that question. Is this a 1 or a 2, a 2 or a 3, a 3 or a 4? Is it a 2, is it a 5? If it's a really good one, it's really good, and then the rest don't matter. So we are going to use one rating, which is 5 stars, but not yet. Here's what we're going to do. First, we're going to do a pass through our images, and all I need to know at this point, is it decent? Like, is this in the running? Does it have a shot? And instead of using star ratings, we're going to use pick flags. If you see a shot you like, you hit the letter P. That's it. You don't have to decide, is it super good? Is it the best one to shoot? I'm just going to hit P and roll on. So that's it. All right, so now, you know that you're going to, that's for your pretty good shots, the ones that are in the running. And then when we find the ones that are actually so good that we're going to edit them and crop them and spend time on them, that's the only time I give a 5-star. But you need to see it in context, and we're going to do that, and that'll help, all right? So let's look at how we actually organize the shoot. And what we're going to do is we'll just go through the process from the very beginning. You take your memory card, you stick it in your camera. We're going to take it from that moment. So you came back in from a shoot. Let's just say that you had a portrait shoot in the studio. You did your shoot, and you came in here, and you're going to look at the images. Okay. The first thing you do is, if you're new to Lightroom Classic, like if you're not really super comfortable with the whole importing process and you're not certain where your images are, just import your images directly from the card straight onto your external hard drive. Just don't even open Lightroom yet. So job one is just copy them over there. So basically you get your memory card, you put it inside. I've got my external drive connected. And then all you're going to do is you're going to go from, I usually go from left to right. So from my memory card, and it's going to go in here. So we did a shot, and I'm going to name the folder on my external hard drive, Yellow Long Sleeve Studio. So I know where it was, Yellow Long Sleeve Studio. I'm going to take the images I just shot, I'm going to select them all, and I'm going to drag them into that folder called Yellow Long Sleeve Studio, and it's going to copy them over there. All right? Now, is there any question where they are? You know exactly where they are. You just copied them onto your external hard drive, in your folder, in your people. There it is. Long sleeve studio. There they are. There's no question where they're at. Now, once you've done that, then you can import those into Lightroom. You can just either drag the folder down to your Lightroom icon, or you can go to the import window. Over here, a little import button. All right, and it's going to ask you, where do you want to import from? Import from your hard drive, right there. Extreme SSD. Go to your folders. I put it in people. It's in a folder called Yellow Long Sleeve Studio. That's the stuff. And click import. And here they come. I obviously have some white balance issues. Don't look at that. Hopefully those will get better one day. Not today. Okay. Now, you're going to make your top level collection set. All right, so this one's going to be the name of the shoot. So we're going to go in, go to collections, create a collection set, and give it a name that makes sense. So Anna, Studio, Shoot 2. This is the second shoot I did with Anna. Click Create. There it is. Just empty. There's nothing in it. It's just an empty set. We haven't put anything in it yet, but you got to start there. Now, you're going to select all the images you just imported, and you're going to name those full shoot. So we always know we're one click away from the full shoot. So go to the images that you just imported, choose Select All. Select them all. And then you're going to make a new collection, and you're always going to name it Full Shoot. Make sure it goes inside your collection set that you just created. And make sure it includes selected photos. And hit Create. And now, inside Anna Studio Shoot, there's your full shoot. Every single time you're going to do that. Every single time you're going to have a collection called Full Shoot. Next, we're going to do our picks. Now, here's the thing about picks. You're going to go through them very quickly. You're not going to spend a lot of time. It's either good or bad and you move on. If it's good, you hit P. If it's bad, you just move on. You're going to use the right arrow key in your keyboard just to quickly go through them. Why are we doing it quickly? Because good photos, you see them quickly. If a good photo comes up, you don't have to go, is this good? If you have to ask yourself question, is this a pick? It's not a pick. Just go. Now, I also get rid of all of my side things, the things on the side. I can't see my clock, so I want to make sure that okay, we're good. Okay. Ooh, I can slow down just a little. Okay. Next. You're going to mark your picks. I try to get rid of the side panels, right, so they're not in the way, because I just want to focus, I don't want sliders and stuff. If you press Shift-Tab, it just hides them, just gets them out of the way. So that's step one. Open up your images, press Shift-Tab, and it hides all of your side things. Double-click on your first image to make it big. Now we're just going to use the right arrow key. If it's good, you're going to press P. If it's not, you're going to move on. We're still moving. Now, if we come to a good one, I'll press the letter P, and you will see the words flag as pick appear on screen. There you go. Notice they're not staying on screen very long. This is just your first run through. So it doesn't have to be super. If it's okay, hit OK. And if you make a mistake, go back and press the letter U to undo it. U is just undo the pick. That's good. Ooh, I like that better. Okay. Okay. And that's the end. You can see the little white flags, but bring up the film strip at the bottom, and you're going to go to these little filter. It looks like a flag, a tiny little flag. Click on it, and now it only shows you your picks. So those are the ones that you went through one pass, and those are the ones that jumped out at you. So you now have I guess they're your keepers, right? So we have the full shoot and the keepers. So what you're going to do next is these keepers go in a collection called picks. You're going to do this every single time when you do a shoot. So let's do that. Select them all. You can just press Command A, it's easier. Go to your collections and make a new collection. And we're just going to name it Pics. So you don't have to worry about every time coming up with a clever name. Not Selects, not Ick. Pics, Pics. Hit create. All right. And there you go. So now we have and a studio shoot, full shoot, and then the pics. Anytime you want to see those images, you can click on them and now you can get to your pics. In the future, when you come back here, you want to go, where were my pics? You're one click away. If you decide you want to go through the full shoot again, you're one click away. Now is when we take the time. Now is when we're going to look at each image individually and say, do I, and this is important, do I want to spend time on this? Because this next set are the ones you're going to crop, you're going to fix the white balance, you're going to do the right stuff. These are the ones that you might show to a client or you might post on Instagram or portfolio or whatever. So now you actually take time. So you're just going to mark your selects. And you start the same way. You hide the side panels, press Shift Tab, hide the side panels, double click, and now you're going to look at it and go, no. If it's good, you hit the number 5. That's good. Next, that's probably better. 5. I don't know. 5. That's good. Oh, I have to go back and forth. Is it, which one? They're so close, but I can only do one. All right. So now look at you can see the 5 stars under the pictures. You're going to go back to the filters and just scrape across all 5. Those are the 4 shots from your shoot. So you shot 30, you have 4 that you kept, so your keeper ratio is what, 12, 13%? That's not bad. That's a high keeper ratio. And you're going to go through those. No, you may only show one of those, and you're not going to go post like, here's a shot, and here's a shot that looks just like it, but their hands are a different place. You're going to pick one of those, right? You know, people will get angry. All right, so you're going to make a collection named Selects. So these are your 4 selects. Select all, go to the collections panel, and you're going to go to create collection. You're going to name it Selects, and you're going to do this every single time. So every time I do a shoot, if it's a portrait shoot, if it's a football shoot, it's whatever, I have these 3 sets, full shoot, pics, and selects. Anytime I want to see the best shots from any shoot that I did, I go to that collection set and I click on selects, and there's the best ones. And those are probably going to be the ones like we got to fix the white balance here. So let's brighten it up a little. Of course, my screen's not bright enough. And just fix the white balance and just make a couple little minor edits. Maybe a quick crapperoonie. So these are the ones that that you're going to spend time on. There's no sense in spending time on the rest, right? You already didn't like them, and I know people say, well, I'm always worried that my client's going to call back and say, remember that shot I hated? Now I like it. I go, that ain't going to happen a whole lot, you know. And if you have to send them 10 shots and go, was it one of these 10 that you hated? And then they'll tell you. So what do shoots look like from here on out? If it's a location portrait shoot, I would see this. Full shoot, pics, and selects. What if it's a football shoot? It looks like this. Full shoot, pics, and selects. What if it's a family photo? Full shoot, pics, and selects. If you do the same thing every time, your whole life is organized. It's so easy. You know right where everything is. So now, just what we've done so far, we have one catalog. All our photos are there. We have one hard drive. Not only are all our photos this drive, but we've backed them up to another drive, and we've saved them to the cloud. You know where all your photos are. Everything's pretty well organized. Your Lightroom life is a happy one, as long as you do it every time. If you start going off on your own, it's going to get to be a mess again. So just follow that simple plan. Every time I bring one in, I'm going to copy it to my drive. I put it in the right place. I don't just stick it on the drive. I put it in the right folder. It just takes a couple extra seconds. It literally is just a couple extra seconds, and it makes a huge difference. It's a very, very simple way to do it. Now, you're seeing it for the first time. It seems like, gosh, there's a lot of steps and all. There really isn't. You put your card in, copy it to your hard drive, import it into Lightroom, and you're going to make your pics and your selects. That's pretty much it for every one. You're just going to use that letter P to mark your picks, and the number 5 for your 5 stars. Now that your images are in there, how do you find particular images? Well, if you gave them reasonable names, it's really, really easy. So for example, you can just search by name. If you remember what you named a file, you can just go in there. And so I'm in a collection here of taking photos of Chicago, but I'm looking for a window light portrait I did. So look, you can see you need to first switch to all photographs. Otherwise, it's just going to search whatever collection you're in. So choose all photographs, then press Command F or Control F on Windows and type in whatever you think the name was. It was a window light portrait. Nope. Let's try, it was taken on Bayshore Boulevard. So how about if I type in Bayshore, and there it is, right there, window light portrait, Bayshore, and that's it. When you name things with names that are easy to remember and descriptive, then it's really easy to find stuff. All right, now, there's a really neat feature that is built into Lightroom Cloud, and it's also in Lightroom Classic, but it's kind of hidden. It lets you search by describing what it is. So instead of putting in keywords, it uses AI to figure out what everything is. So in Lightroom for the cloud, it's built right in. There's a search bar at the top. You just go in there, and you see it says search all photos, and you type in what you're looking for. I'm looking for birds. And it uses AI, and there they are. And there's my wife and a bird, but there's birds. And then if you say, nope, let's try eagles. And then it gives you images like I tagged from the Eagles game, and my wife with a hawk, so it's not 100%. But it actually, like if you type in guitars, it'll show you every photo of a guitar, flower, every photo of a flower. It really actually does a pretty good job. So now, on Lightroom Classic, it'll do that, but you have to go to lightroom.adobe.com and do it from there. And it only searches catalogs that you've synced to your phone or to your tablet. And you can do it on your phone, you can do it on your desktop, but you have to go to lightroom.adobe.com. So they made it just that little bit extra work. All right, now, you can go and add keywords. So these are search terms that you would add, bless you. These are search terms that you would add just to help you find things later. And what I always do is, when I'm getting ready to write these terms, and I don't do it very often, I only do it when I have to, like when I'm shooting for a wire surface or something, but I think, if I was searching for this picture now, what would I search for? Like what words would I use? And that's how I come up with them. So for example, for this old warbird, you go to the keywording panel, and you start typing in words. Now, as soon as you start typing words, it'll recognize words you've used before. So if I start typing in airplane, you see it wants to fill it in for me. Warbirds, I've used that before. And you just type in any words that you think would be descriptive of that thing. It uses a propeller. I'm not sure I spelled it right, but that's very common for me. It was taken at the Sun and Fun Fly-In. It was taken at an air show. It goes in the sky. The name of the plane is American Dream. That's its nickname. So I put all the things in there looking at the plane that I can think of. It has a red nose cone. So you put all those things in. So later, if you're searching, what was that plane with the red nose cone? You don't have to remember the name. You can just remember it had a red nose cone, and that will pop in. So that's basically how you enter keywords. Now, I'm going to give you some traps to avoid, and this is going to make some people very unhappy, so I'm giving you a warning now. It's not personal, it's not about you, but yeah, it really is. Okay, the first one, this is the biggest trap to fall into. Don't organize by date. I know, it's the worst. And the bad thing is it's the default, and that's why so many people wind up organizing by date. The problem with organizing by date, there's a bunch of problems, but one of them is you have to remember the dates that every photo was taken in your life. I know people like that. I got a buddy, my buddy Jim, he can remember the craziest things. Like we would be like walking like in a Denny's one night, like really late, like 11 o'clock at night in another city. And he would go, "Excuse me, is your name Janet?" And the woman's like, "Yeah." And he goes, "Didn't your sister go to Columbia University?" "Yes." "And wasn't she a major in journalism?" "Yes." "How do you know this?" "I met you at a party 9 years ago." I mean, it's just crazy. He has no idea where his car keys are. None whatsoever. But his long-term memory is insane. If you don't have that kind of long-term memory, then organizing by date is, all right, I want to find those pictures that I took in France. Was it 2011? Could it have been that long? Was it 2012? It was 2006. Was it in August? Was it summer? Was it even summer? Was it April? This is what your life is like, searching for these things. But here's the biggest other reason not to organize by date, and this is a cruel, cruel thing you're about to learn. Lightroom is already organizing all of your photos by date automatically. Automatically, not just by date, but down to the day of the week. Automatically with you doing absolutely nothing. It reads the camera data from every single image and it puts it in there automatically. So if you want to know what photos you took on January the 29th, it was a Saturday in 2011, I took those 4 photos. That's it. It's keeping track of every photo in your entire library when it was taken. So by you organizing them, but you're not doing yourself any good. So if you really are loving this date thing, it's done. It's already done for you. So the best way to organize is honestly name everything by descriptive names. I never would have found that window light photo if I was searching for _DSC02569.nef. How in the world would I go, wait a minute, it's underscored, there's not a chance. But I knew it was taken on Bayshore Boulevard, I knew it was a window light photo, so all I had to do was type in some of those words and up it pops. But you're going to use descriptive names for everything, for every single thing, for the names of the photos, for the names of the collections. Everything gets the most descriptive name that you can give it, all right? So it changes this to this. And now you can find everything. Now you know right where everything is. Where are my pictures from Paris? They're in my travel collection under Paris. If I went to Paris twice, one would say like Paris with the kids, Paris with my brother. You know, I just name it whatever. I name it the most descriptive name. Every once in a while, I have to name it with a year. I'll have to go Paris 2019. And I prefer to name it something Paris Workshop or something. Then I know, oh, it was the workshop. I don't have to remember, was 2019 the year I went? It was in summer. Yeah, I don't have to remember that stuff. So the more descriptive you can name it. But so it's not just collections, it's file names too. So let's take a look. For example, all right, this is my niece, Sarah. So Sarah wanted to do this shoot for her portfolio. She wants to be a model. And she's my daughter's best friend. They kind of grew up together. And you can see that they have those wonderful file names. _T, T3A, 0981. Just go right here to rename photos. And when you go to rename photos, I like to pick a numbering scheme too. So I want a custom name and a sequence. So I can start it with like 01, 02. So I name this something very descriptive. So it would be Sarah, sunset, cowboy hat. And it shows you a preview, by the way. I'll start with like number 01. Look, it shows you a preview down here. It's going to look like this. Sarah, sunset, cowboy hat. And you click OK, and watch. In seconds, like 2 seconds, it changes them to that. Cowboy hat 1, cowboy hat 2, cowboy hat 3, and so on. Here's what's nice. It actually goes out and changes the name, not just in Lightroom. It goes to your hard drive and changes the name on that external hard drive. So those names are really changed. So that's great, and that's exactly what you want. So Lightroom knows the name. You got the name change there, and now you can search by name. And when you can search by name, it changes everything. It makes your life so much more easy and so much more organized, all right? Now, what if you're already organized by date? You're gonna do the same thing. You're just gonna go and find one of those things. Oh, there's a good one. 2007, 07, 04. I know exactly what's in there. I have no idea. Right-click on it. Well, actually, you can just drag it right down to the collections panel to make it a collection. Just drag it down there. Boom, it's a collection. Now, once it's down there, you can just change its name, give it, call it something that makes sense. Go to rename. Just right-click on it, choose rename, give it a name that makes sense. Florida trip wildlife. Easy enough. And click rename, and now you have a collection named wildlife, and you would stick it in your wildlife folder. All right, what about adding automation? Because you can make your life a lot easier by adding a few automation things. The first one I'm going to tell you, you want to save this for the right moment. Lightroom has built-in face tagging. but I don't want you to turn it on yet. I want you to wait until one day when you're really depressed. You're having a bad day, everything went wrong, and you're just like, man, I need a laugh. I need a really good laugh. I need one of those that just turns my whole day around. That's the day. You open Lightroom Classic, and you're going to click on this little icon down here that looks like a face. Do you see how good the icon is? That's about how good this feature works. So it found a person. It did face recognition. It found a person. It goes, okay, this is a person, but I don't know who it is. So all you do is you click on that question mark, and then you type in, okay, that's Diane, and you type in Diane. So now it's going to search your entire library looking for other pictures of Diane. And this is how it's going to go. Or Diana, sorry. Is this Diana? 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 That's how it's going to go. Now, it'll get a Diana here and there. You're like, hey, it got that. The things that you'll see the most that it'll throw in there, it'll throw in cars, left and right. It sees two eyes and a smile and it thinks it's a car. It'll throw in any statues in the background, no matter how blurry they are. Is this Diana? And you'll get weird things like popcorn and stuff. They're like, how did you think? Well, it was the O, and there was two O's and a P, and I thought it was a person. I don't know. Save it for that. Save it for when you need it. And then you can do this. Just prepare to take some time in correcting it. And clicking the X. That's not Diana. That's popcorn. So that's one way. Now, the next way is actually much better. It is called, and I told you I'd mentioned this earlier, it's called Smart Collections. So Smart Collections are actually like having an intern. So, wouldn't it be great if you had an intern and you say, hey, look, I'm going to go to lunch, but I need to put together a calendar of all the brides, because every year I give out these calendars to people. So I need my 5-star bridal images from the last year. I need them to all be wide because they're going in a calendar. And so it's brides and it's wide and they're 5-star. Can you just collect those while I'm at lunch, and when I come back, I'll take a look at them? That would be great. That's what Smart Collections do. You tell the Smart Collection, make a collection that's just my 5-star wide bridal images. It'll collect them all up for you instantly. And what's cool about Smart Collections are they stay live. So if a month from now you make something 5-star, it throws it in there. If you go back to another bridal image, you go, yeah, that's not that good. You make it a 4-star, it takes it out. It's always live. It's always updated automatically. And here's how they work. So all you do is you're going to go over the same panel, collections panel. We've been at all day, but you're going to choose Create Smart Collection right there. Brings up this window. And it says, okay, what criteria do you want here? So I want brides. I'm going to name it brides so I know what it is. So brides. And then, I don't really want it in a collection set, but I just want 5-star. Now, if I just hit Create Now, if I go down and hit the Create button, it's just going to give me every 5-star image I have on my computer. It doesn't know that it's bride. So hit the little plus sign and say, all right, I need wide shots. And these are all the criteria you can choose from over here. So you go, okay, I'm going to choose the aspect ratio. And I want the aspect ratio to be all landscape shots, no portraits, all landscape. And then, well, that'll give me all my 5-star landscape shots. I need it to be just brides. So I'll add another criteria, and I'll say just the ones that it's keyworded. There we go, keyworded with the word bride. And then when you click OK, it's going to give you every image on your entire library that is a 5-star bridal shot that's in landscape mode. Hit Create. Watch how fast it is. That's it. And it's live. So again, if you mark something 5-star differently, it's going to pop it in there. If you take a star away, it's going to remove it from there. But that's it. That's how you make your 5-star bridal photos. Now you can do this. I know people like to pick, the favorite shots of the kids, and they always want one with their kids, every 5-star kid shot from that year, and they share a slideshow. Whatever your reasons are, it'll be there gathering your stuff for you. So that's adding a little automation. There's also some organizational tools you can use, and a really cool one is this thing called stacking. So stacking is when you come back from a shoot, you have all these photos, right? You could have 100, you could have 200, you could have 500. And it allows you to kind of stack your favorites together. So when you see it, it'll make more sense. All right, here's portrait shoot. All right, and you can see we had different outfit changes. So let's start up here, and she's facing the camera for all these. And then we switch to a profile view. So let's get all these together. And all you're going to do is go up under the photo menu, under stacking, and choose group into a stack. And watch all those photos. You can also press Command G right away. Get tucked under that one icon. And it shows you there's 20 more like it. So then I can go to the profile photos, grab them, just press Command G. Boom. Go to the next photos where she changed to a pink top, G. Then we did some scarf thing that didn't work, Command G. And then we have this set with the glasses, Command G. Look how organized your thing is in just seconds. If you want to see any of them, just click on the number and it'll expand to show you them. All you have to do is click on the number and it goes, here's those 31. And you click it again and it tucks them back up. So that's it. And if you ever just change your mind, just go unstack and they come back out permanently. So that's stacking. Now, here's a really cool feature. They have a thing called auto stack by time. It'll look through there and every time it sees a break, it'll stack the first ones together. So you can set the time amount. Do I want it to be every minute? If there's a 2-minute break, stack them. I usually do like a 5-minute break where someone leaves the room, they're going to go change clothes. That means it's a new shoot. It'll automatically stack them for you. Just run auto stack by time under the same menu. All right, you can also save your collections as favorites. So if you have a particular collection you wind up going to all the time, for whatever reason, maybe it's your best of or your portfolio collection or something, you can save it as a favorite. All you do is click on the collection you like. So these portraits of Benji. And then you're going to scroll down to the film strip. And you see where it shows you the name of what your collection is? That's actually a pop-up menu. If you click and hold, it shows you your last 10 used collections. And you can save one as a favorite. Right, see the favorites up here? I have Thunderbirds as one of my favorites. I want to go down here to add to favorites. And now Benji's will appear right there. So anytime I want to get to his, I can just go right there. And there they are, saved under favorites. All right, number 7, and the last of our 7 things. Aren't you glad there's a handout now? You're like, that was a lot. We've covered a lot of space in an hour. All right, the last one is what to do when you have missing images. This happens all the time. You go and you look, and there's a warning sign up in the corner, and then you go over to the develop module, and it says the file cannot be found. When this happens, first thing to do, freak out. Just freak out. So I've had people tell me, Scott, I don't know what happened, but Lightroom must have moved the photo. It must have moved the original. Because that's all it means. I was looking for it in the place it's always been, and now it's not there. So I said, so what you're telling me is you're asleep. And Lightroom says, you know what? I'm going to move this folder. It's going to pick it up and move it someplace else. Well, I didn't move it. Somebody moved it. Because Lightroom has lost track of it. All you have to do is just tell it where you moved it. It's not a guilt thing. It's not pointing fingers. It's just, where did you move it? Now, if you go back to the library module and you click on the thumbnail, it'll tell you where it's at. It'll tell you. It says, here's where it was. So it was on your desktop, on your MacBook Pro. It was in a folder called Wedding Images. But I'm looking there, and that file's not there. So see the little locate button? Just click on that, and you'll locate it. Now, you can remember what that file's called, _K2_8432, because you got to type it in the find field. But here's what's weird. That number, you can highlight it and copy it. It looks like a dialog box, but it's actually highlightable. So you can just highlight it and go Command-C. Now I have the name. So then, here's what you do. You go, okay, I've got the missing image. I click on it. It tells me where it used to be. All right, I'm going to copy that name there and just paste it into the search field. I just paste it, and it goes, oh, there it is, right there. You moved it. And then click Select, and it is relinked. All is right with the world. And you can go to the Develop module and edit it and all that. Now, the most amazing thing has just happened. We ended 1 minute and 45 seconds early. This has never happened. I thought, there's no way in the world I'm going to get through this. Now, but this minute I can use it very wisely. I'm going to try to convince you to come to my classes tomorrow. I have 2 classes tomorrow. I got a class on the main stage called What Makes a Great Portrait. And it's not based on the f-stops, and it's not based on the ISO. It's all that other stuff. So that's tomorrow on the main stage. And then I have a class, I think, back in here tomorrow afternoon that is just portrait photography post-processing tips. So it's just strictly about portraits and how to retouch them. That's tomorrow. Now I'm going to go downstairs to the instructor table. I'd be happy to answer any questions that you have. After that, you should have questions. Meet me down there. Thank you very much, everybody.
Hello, hello. Last but not least, maybe the best for last. We're rolling right into the next one. Ashok, please join me on stage. We're excited to have you.
Thank you, Michael. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. All right, I guess I'm up. It's official now. Hi, everybody. My name is Ashok Sinha. I'm based in New York, but I'm here to talk about a project I did that is based in Los Angeles. And I'll talk a little bit more about the project itself and how I got there. And hopefully you'll get some nuggets of information and maybe help with your own projects. So as a photographer, I shoot primarily, well, I started off as editorial photographer, but I shoot a lot of architecture these days. And it's a manifestation of my work. So here we go. So that's my book called Gas and Glamour. I started off with this slide because just want to show you that I was lucky enough to get some attention for this book, but that's not the purpose of this lecture. The purpose of the lecture is how did I get there and what it took and what kind of stuff kind of helped me or didn't help me to get there. So a little background about the book. Like I said, I love the mid-century. I love the time when this country is going through a big amount of change in terms of cars and highways, and nowhere more was more apparent than Los Angeles, the original city, car mecca, car culture, whatever it may be. I love cars myself, and so I always want to do a project about cars and Los Angeles, which I also have a big connection with. But as an architectural photographer, I wanted to make the two connections, and so I started exploring how these two things came together in a city like Los Angeles. So the beginnings of the project essentially started off, so I do this on a couple of levels, because the top one is the LA most of us know, right? The LA of highways and exits and whatnot. But the real Los Angeles, which I got to know for many, many years now, is the LA of the surface streets. For some of you who might know of it or might be from Los Angeles, you're probably aware that these massive boulevards that go through the city, literally, and I know LA before, not to date myself, before Google Maps, so I know the map really well, reading the map. So you could take these streets and go from one side of the city to the other and really find out these little towns that are interconnected. And while you drive through these streets, you actually come across out of nowhere these buildings from a different era, from literally the mid-century. And you always wonder why it's there and what is this crazy design called and why was it made that way. And one of the architecture elements is googie. It's a funny word. It started off with a design of a coffee shop, and it was made fun of by the architects of the time. And they said, oh, we're going to call it googie, like a fun way, like a kind of a sort of not a nice way. And the world of Jetsons and whatnot played into that architecture, the space age architecture. So my project spanned 4 years only because I'm based in New York. I go to LA like about 3 times a year. So I spent those years in mapping out these locations. I drove a lot of miles. I made a lot of images. And I used a lot of, I did a lot of scouting on Google Maps, because I didn't have, every time I'd go, I didn't have the luxury of real-time scouting. But often I found out that my Google Maps was only so good because the best vantage point was in the middle of this 4-lane street, which I couldn't possibly be on. But it always gives you a sense of what the building is, where the light's going to come from, that kind of stuff, and you can make some educated guesses. So right on to the images. The first image I made for this book was this drive-through, basically a coffee shop, donut shop called the Donut Hole. And it's a very interesting building because it's actually the product that's being sold. It's a whole thing about these kind of buildings called, this architecture called programmatic architecture. You probably have seen the Randy's Donuts in many movies and whatnot. Essentially, this one had the big donut, and it's quite a thing to drive through it and experience this donut in real life. Then obviously, this is the oldest McDonald's that are still operational in the States. It was built in 1953, and it's in the city of Downey in Los Angeles. And these is characteristic characteristic arches that we know of. And again, the design element, so all these buildings were designed in a way, so when you were driving by these streets at 35, 40 miles an hour, they had some kind of a thing that drew you into them. So for the donut, of course, the donut, you want to drive through it. For the McDonald's, it was this showcase of their of their assembly style making of hamburgers and their walk-up drive-through stands. And then, again, the use of typography, use of neon, everything played part into how a motorist would see the city through the car and how architecture essentially was a form of advertising. So you can see this, when I went and photographed these, again, these were photographed in a very formal manner, like the way I do my commercial projects. So again, for the photo people out here, which all of us are, shot with tilt shift lenses and many exposures and whatnot. Then there are things like these coffee shops, a classic California coffee shop like the Chips. And again, you see the design nuances. The letters Chips are angled at the direction of traffic. So when you drive by it, you can read the name very clearly. And again, the corner of it, they call it the space age cacti. If it's a left turn you make, and when you make the left turn, you see the word Chips right in front of you. Again, the use of glass, the use of warm lighting, everything played a role into the design element of what drew you into this coffee shop. This was a famous architect, and he's a student of Frank Lloyd Wright, and a lot of the works and the design elements you can see in his work. His name is Harry Harrison. That's the interior. I shot some of the interiors of these places because they were just interesting, and I wanted to add a sense of diversity to the images as well as how it felt to be inside. There were things like Pan's, which is a coffee shop in actually a traffic island, and it was built as an oasis in a traffic island with the use of greenery and, again, glass, the space age signage, the Pan's lights up and it moves at night. All these kind of things played an important role as to how this building was positioned and how you saw it when you were going back home or in the morning. That's the interior, the banquettes. These are just amazing. And by the way, these are all operational businesses, so none of these are sort of relics. These are actual living, breathing businesses. Norms is another one, which had, again, the characteristic signage. The letters light up. It's a very difficult thing to photograph neon. So you had to photograph the letters separately in composite. So all these images are mostly composites. So this is not just to let you know, this is not a one-shot deal. This is well thought out, composited for specific elements coming together and making into a picture. But other than that, everything else is real. It's just the technique is a composite technique. So I wanted to also include pictures as to how you would perceive it as a driver. And I precisely chose a modern day car. I didn't want to rent a car from that time because I also wanted to give the sense of the reader that this is the present. This is not something you're looking back in the day. This is how you would perceive it today. In fact, some of these images in the book have your dash GPS overlaid onto the architecture. This is an interesting place. It's in Burbank, and they have this every Friday night. They have an auto show where a lot of people come. Again, most of these places actually were, again, places of gathering for the community. So it was not only just a coffee shop. It was a place for people to be seen, to meet other people. This one, Jay Leno shows up once in a while. If you see his YouTube or Instagram, you'll see he comes around with his cars, depending on which one. And you get to meet all the people. And again, that signage was a big draw as to why people came in and how it was designed. Again, programmatic architecture, in this case, Idle Hour. It's kind of funny. It's actually a bar. It's a whiskey barrel, and it's called Idle Hour. They had this massive whiskey barrel built into this structure. And again, that was the draw as to why this bar existed the way it did. And then funny things like this. This is actually a strip mall called the Fleetwood Center. It's a Cadillac Fleetwood. If you look closely, let me show you, if you haven't noticed already, these are the tires, right? Obviously the headlights, the fender, and all that, that's the Cadillac sign. Never had a car dealership. It was always a strip mall. I was always curious as to what this was. I went there a few times, never saw a person, never saw the blind closed, but it's one of those things you get into while you're, quirky kind of things. So this was, again, in the middle of Ventura Boulevard. You drive down, you see buildings, normal buildings, and you see this one. You're like, what is going on here? It used to be Pepto Pink, which was first built. Now it's kind of bland white, but I think I prefer Pepto Pink. Speaking of cars, car dealerships were one of a kind. Nowadays we assume car dealerships to have this design of showcasing the car, and you want to go and buy the car. But that was revolutionary. This is from 1949. It was built by a Hollywood set designer, and this was the first time they came up with this design of bringing the inside out and showing you what's inside. And if you go inside, there are planners and whatnot, gives you sense of Hawaii or whatever you are, and it's an experience. And it's exactly that. Those letters are is exactly a 1949 Cadillac. So there were, like I said, typography, everything played a role into how these things were built. And so I started noticing these things more and more as I went about photographing them. It was quite a thing, and tried to explain to that when I was photographing to somebody, say, why is this guy interested in this? And then you start talking, and then you make a connection. That's the way it goes. So that's why it took 4 years. Again, one of my favorite pictures is this gas station in Beverly Hills. It was built by the same architect. It was originally built for the Los Angeles International Terminal, but it didn't get built in it. It didn't feature in the master plan, so it eventually became a gas station canopy in Beverly Hills. We call it, it took flight in Beverly Hills. It's the Union 76 gas station, the most expensive gas you can buy in Los Angeles, but it's worth it because you can stand around as long as you want and go drip, drip very slowly, like admiring the thing. So it's worth the price of admission, let's put it that way. It's beautifully built. It has so many things going for it. The UFO vibes, the red squares and the lighting and the positioning. I mean, that's how gas stations should be. Anyway, other quirky things, or not so quirky things. LA is filled with car washes, and there's a kind of a resurgence of bringing these car washes back. But there are many that are going by the wayside, and nobody cares about them. One of them is by the airport. And again, the use of letters and signage and these, kind of these crazy structures that are rising above the car wash. I mean, who does that? But it was just ornamental. It was just meant to be done because they wanted your attention when you were driving by. Drew my attention for sure. And then this one, again, built like these steel trusses that are going down and these big letters. And you cannot miss this thing. So, these designers were definitely thinking as to how to make these things special. This is a very interesting building. This is the only surviving drive-through dairy in Los Angeles. So when it was first built in the mid-century, there was a one-page, I actually found the full-page ad in LA Times. It was called A Wonder of Architecture. And it was like, this is the thing. This is a Driftwood Dairy. The dairy still exists. And there's that drive-through. They sell more things than just milk and dairy. But it's this huge parabolic curve structure that goes across the space, and you're just buying milk, but it's an experience. So, they paid attention to these things, and then the dairy being right behind it, normally you would drift into the Driftwood Dairy. So that was a thing about not only design, the use of colors, the positioning of it, everything played a role in this building. Again, more arches, bowling alleys was a big thing to bring in the mid-century when a lot of people moving to the suburbs. There had to be places where people would come together. So bowling alleys was like a kind of like given. It's a thing. And people would go there. But then how do you make it interesting? Would you build a box and you put some bowling lanes? No, of course not. This is like a time of like optimism. This is like space age America. Build those big signs and big arches and whatnot, and then you have a bowling alley. And now you go into the bowling alley, you'll remember that bowling alley because when you walk in there, you walk through that thing. It's like walking through a disco and all these lights going on and these kind of crazy things. So, again, it's crazy. It's extravagant. It's whatever you call it, but it is definitely an attention grabber. Moving on to another subject matter in the book is these motels. And this is in Pasadena. Some of the things I want to point out, the use of, again, typography. The Moorish sign is unique. It was made for this hotel. And then the carport was something that was new, that was revolutionary to drive your car right through. And then, I have stories where I went to photograph this and I went one day because, these images, by the way, didn't happen when I showed up and it happened. I wish it did. But in this case, for example, when I went to shoot it, there was a long line across and right in front of the sidewalk in this motel. And I was like, what was going on? So I asked some of them and I said, oh, didn't you know they're giving away free pizza? I'm like, really? Oh. apparently there's a pizza joint, a New York style pizza joint opening up right around the corner, and all the kids from college were like lining up for that free pizza. So that shoot was done. I couldn't shoot it that day. I came back, the weather was not right because I also wanted to have a certain, so all these were done one image at a time. So the sky was not to my liking, so I had to go back. Didn't happen. So I came back when everything was kind of right, and I was waiting for that one car to show up, and it took me a long time for that one car to show up. So that's when I said, you know, the only way to preserve these buildings is to have more business. And how can I do more business and make a damn book about it, and so people can go see these places and have more business? I mean, that's preservation for you, right? I waited for that car to show up, and it had an epiphany, because when you have nothing else going on, you think of things, right? And you're like waiting for this car, and you almost forget why you're waiting in the first place. After making all the exposures for everything and waiting, I said, you know, I'm happy, and I made it, and great, done. So the saga was always going to be special for me for that reason, because a lot of things were happening in my head. And the way and again, the wigwam is a crazy one. There are obviously this crazy, it's not PC these days, but they did do these things, and it's kind of an experience to stay in one of these. But it exists. But you know, my point is, again, the time of day, the choice was that if you look at the book, it's laid out from dusk to night. So the color of the sky is the way I threaded the series, and I talk about that because, you know, sometimes you wonder, like, what comes first in the picture or in the series? What should be my story? Of course, there's a story, but how do you thread it together visually, and what makes sense? I think that's the end of the images. Oh, there's one more. The motel, another one in North Hollywood. One of these are going away very fast, and you can tell that, you know, test of time where you see those two arrows are competing. So it used to be entry, and now it's the exit. So you know, stuff like that. You know. All right, so those are the images. I think I'm done. No, okay, getting ready. So how did it start? What I want to talk about now is how can you think of and how I thought about my project and got about it. So first thing is obviously the project statement. It took a while to come up with this statement. You know, stuff like, you know, even a talk like this has to have a statement. And when you do a project, even if it's like one paragraph, that helped solidify what I was going to work on. So for me was Los Angeles. For me was everything related to cars, architecture, and had to be a living, breathing business. You know, I just set parameters. And why, more importantly, I was drawn to it. So I think my essay in the book was like, I love cars and I love the city of cars. So I think those were my first two words in my project statement. So whenever I saw someone, everybody asked me, like, why are you doing this? And I could tell them in 2 sentences, this is why I'm doing this, because I'm a car guy and I love it, and I love architecture, I love LA, and that's it. And then everything you say can come after to make it formalized. And then a pitch deck. So I did do a pitch deck because obviously we're all visual people here. As much as we love words, I think when you're talking to a publisher or someone, you all need to put together, or we have to put together some kind of a visual manifestation. It doesn't have to be your images, by the way. I think it's a big mistake out there. Like, you have to go out and shoot. No, it could be like a mood board. It could be things you see in movies and in billboards and advertising and whatnot. And you can say, this is the kind of style of thing I'm going to do. I do it all for my commercial projects. I do put mood boards together, but it gives the viewer a sense of how do you think visually and what you're kind of going after. Then research on similar titles. I spent a long time going to bookshops, Barnes & Noble and whatnot, you know, going to book fairs to see what's out there. And trust me, I also did overthink it and almost killed the project. Thank God I didn't, because someone came to my rescue. But it gave me a sense of like how my book will be different than what's out there. I mean, you can make a same book. At the end of the day, it'll still be your voice. But if you have a sense of what's out there, maybe you'll be a smarter creator, and you'll think like, okay, I have a different spin to it. Finding collaborators is a key. If I would do this all over again, I would find collaborators early on in the process than I did. So what do I mean by collaborators? Photo editor. We all think we are great editors of our work. We're not. You might have a good sense of editing, but a fresh pair of eyes will always give you that perspective that you may not have. You want to find people who will write your essays or even a project statement for you if you're not a great writer. Someone who's a writer, someone who's an English teacher, whoever it may be, but not a photographer, could be a good person. Someone who is going to write your captions for your images, collaborator. Someone who is in design. How are you going to do the mock-up and show it to somebody? So if you have a designer friend, that could be he or she could be a good collaborator. So things like that. Start thinking about people you can work with. And then publishing. When it came to publishing, there's obviously two routes. You can go self-publishing. We have the Amazon route. If you're somebody who has a great following on social, probably it makes sense for you to self-publish and bypass the publisher. Or maybe it's too overwhelming for you that you want to go traditional publishing. And there are pros and cons to each, but keep in mind that the publisher does bring a lot to the table. It is a little bit of a process, and self-publishing is kind of immediate gratification to a certain extent. I mean, Andy Warhol, I don't think ever, it's all mostly self-published books, but you have to be that persona. You have to have that kind of audience to go that route. Finding publishers. So a great way to find publishers is, again, when you do that research on titles, you can kind of get a sense of which publisher is kind of interested in what kind of topics. You won't go to a publisher who's publishing, say, fiction to go with your photo book essay pitch, because it would be a waste of time. The other thing you can do, which I did, was I went to portfolio reviews, where there are a lot of publishers. You can meet sets of people that you would want to show your project with and give a sense of which publishers. I met people like myself who have published books before to get a sense of who could be interested in this. And then you want to go niche, you want to go a local publisher who does very arty books to a larger one. I mean, I went to a larger one because my topic, again, it was a crossroads whether I want to go, my topic would be design audience or general audience. I went general audience because I wanted to have the sense of this book being approachable by everybody, so I went with a larger publisher. And then budget considerations is a big one because, again, look, as much as we want our projects to be funded fully, it doesn't happen. That's the dirty secret of publishing. So you have to have a budget, even if you're self-publishing or going with a publisher. Chances are, if you're not a superstar, they're not going to make an advance to you. And even if you are, in art book publishing, there's rarely an advance. So you have to consider what this project is going to cost you, how much the publisher is going to put in to the cost, and what's the difference, and how are you going to fund it. And that's the way you should think about it, whether it's a self-published book or a published book or a publisher route. Distribution strategy, like I said, if you have a following and you can just put a tweet or a post and you can sell 1,000 books, great. That's one of your pointers on the distribution strategy. But when you choose a publisher, you want to be very careful as to, or consider at least, who are these people that are buying from this publisher? What are the distribution houses they're going to? And where are my books going to be? Is it going to be if you care about being in Barnes & Noble, then yeah, you have to put that in consideration. If you don't care, and if it's in a very art-focused book fair, that's fine, depending on the subject matter, but this is something you have to think about. Fundraising, that's my ugly face and doing a video. I had to do it, trust me, it's not pretty. It's pretty self-consuming. You have to think of a pitch deck, a pitch video is necessary this day and age, no matter what you do. Even if it's an Instagram post, you have to have that kind of personal connection that happens through a pitch. And in my case, I did part of it was crowdfunding, which is a whole other job to begin with, but you have to do it, and if you do it in a nice way, like it looks kind of fun and people want to watch it. I mean, maybe mom might like it, maybe. That kind of stuff. And then crowdfunding is kind of, if you're willing to put in the time, if you have things, I will only say it in interest time, don't go crazy with your incentives. Have simple incentives. Don't have like 10 different tiers of crowdfunded contributions. Have like 4, easier to manage, because when it comes to shipping those things out, you got to hire someone, keep that in mind. Brand corporate sponsorship, for me, that worked a lot. That worked out really well. So in my case, I work with a fashion brand. Think of outside the box. A fashion brand based in West Hollywood who were right on brand, and they did this whole thing. For them was California brand culture. And they're based out of West Hollywood, but they're bigger, and their corporate office is now in Japan. So I met them, and they reached out to me about this book project. It ended up being, long story short, they funded pretty much most of the book, and they also did a year-long exhibition in Japan in all their stores and whatnot. So another thing to consider is don't just look into traditional ways. Think of other brands that might be interested in your topic or the subject matter, and try to find ways to reach out to them. If there are media inquiries, you can make that kind of stuff. And again, the pitch deck will come in handy, the video will come in handy, so all those things will come in handy when you reach out, and you look more professional. Production. I talked about collaborators. In this case, the collaborator for production is a little different because it's more design-based. So in my case, I have a printer I work with on my fine art work, and he was great. He could produce. So this book was produced in the height of the pandemic. So unfortunately, I couldn't go to Germany to be on press, which is one of the great perks to work with a publisher, to be on press, and they have an original Heidelberg press on the premises. So that was a bummer. But we did these mock-up prints in New York, and so since he's a master colorist, we would send them proofs from New York saying that, we want to as close as match possible. And then they would send us back. You see the watermark picture, that's like the background picture. That's what they would send back to us as to renditions of the book. And sometimes we say, oh, the black is too much, or, I didn't nitpick that much, but sometimes. Design considerations is to, how do you want the pictures to be laid out? How you want the images? Like in my case, I wanted the pictures to do the talking. So the pictures had to be like a full page. The text was minimal. I only had 3 essays, one by me, one by a curator, and one by an architect. And it has a magazine-y style caption, so you have to think of what you want to do. One cool thing we did was we have this in the book, in the back of the book, we have these QR codes with all these locations. So you can use Google Maps to go visit these places. And a lot of times when people buy the book, they actually use it as a guidebook to go to LA and see LA in a different way. So you can put a map and you can drive around and see all the places in the book. So that came upon by a collaborative way with the publisher. Size and pages, again, is related to the budget, but also how do you want the book to be placed? If you close your eyes and said, oh, I want the book to be this big on the coffee table, I want it to be this thick, you just have to have an idea, whether it's a portrait book or a landscape book. You don't have to have exact answers, but some ideas obviously helpful. Price point is another thing that the publisher will help you with, or if you do your research, you kind of get a sense of what prices are at. I mean, obviously, pricing art is probably the toughest thing, and the same thing with the book. But because the publisher in this case has such a vast knowledge of what really works in this realm, they'll give you a range of prices, and they'll say, okay, this is the price. I mean, in my case, it was like $50 or whatever. So they said that should be the price, and they said the price. Outreach. This is one form of outreach. Talking about it. I talked about it extensively, especially I do less of it. But now that the book is officially in second edition, I'm starting to do it again because the first edition sold out and it was successful. And so the publisher did a second edition. So they want me to do some signings, they want to do some talks, and I'll start that again in the spring. So that's a big part of also not only just pure selling the book, but again, meeting like-minded people, collaborators. You never know what might come out of it. Exhibitions, I did some exhibitions at the Center for Book Arts here. I talked about that exhibition I did in Japan for a whole year. There were other smaller exhibitions, group shows that we're part of. I did art fairs in New York, which brought a whole other set of collectors. I did some work in Palm Springs. That is just your art form and your art that came from the book. And it's, again, another audience, and you can offer them the book as an incentive or as a thank you to a collector. Editorial, there were a bunch of editorial stories. I showed you the first slide. There were stories made from the book by the Wall Street Journal, The Guardian, Los Angeles Magazine. And they not only put the book on their list of top picks for the year, they also made stories about it. So that is something you can, when you have a project like this, even if it's not done yet, again, going back to that project statement will help you in lining up those collaborators, in this case, the editors, to say, hey, I'm working on this project and it's almost half done. I'd like to talk about it, and maybe someday we can work together. I won't put them on the spot, but I'll just kind of get a sense of where things are at. And you never know. If they like the project, they will come back and say, hey, I want to do a story about it. That's what happened with me. awards, I submitted to a lot of awards. I mean, I didn't care if I won or not, but my whole point was my book got seen. There were things that happened to the awards that somebody said, oh, I saw it in the submission and made the finalist, or didn't win, but I really like your work. We'd love to work together. So again, it's not just about the win or losing. It's about getting it out there as much as possible. And then think outside the box. So I wanted to put that in because you see that background picture. So this book was a billboard for the entire summer in front of Staples Center in Los Angeles. So, it was like a moving billboard. And it was so cool to see all the pictures. And I think they had 6, but not all. But anyway, my point is it had all the pictures as a billboard. And again, came through a collaboration with the curator, producer I work with, and just talking about it. And I said, oh, I'm a curator for this. And we love artist books. And we do this every month or every other month, and your book will be great because it's LA, and blah, blah, blah. Can you do this? I'm like, yeah, that's great. And a lot of people who thought I was joking about this project actually said, oh, this is for real. Especially my family in LA. Anyway, what's next? What is next? New edition, like I said, is already here. So we're already in the next part. We're in the future. It came out in January. I think the publisher has said it's been a successful project and they want to make a bigger run of it. This one's a very new one, NFT, which I never thought I would actually put that on the slide, but I did because I was very skeptical about NFTs, although I did want to be with the cool kids, so I wanted to learn what this NFT thing was about, right? I don't want to say I don't know about NFTs. Of course I do. But after all that reading, it didn't really sway me in one way or the other, because I felt like, I would be in a mass sea of NFTs and who knows. But then this platform reached out to me, who was a curated NFT platform, and they wanted to release a few of them as NFTs. We released 6, I think 1 sold already, which is crazy, at a crazy price, by an amazing collector who's very, very well known. So I would have, if nothing else sells, I'd be happy, because that one collector alone is a gem. And to me, to be in that space, to have that discussion, have that talk, and even to know a little bit about how this works, literally took me a day to make my MetaMask wallet, don't tell anybody, to the point where what is going on? What is this thing? And putting all that stuff. So it was a good process, and then I found out that you can do all these things with the book, with the cover of the book. The collector actually collects cover images. That's his thing. So for the future, got some ideas there. A film is in the works. We're writing a treatment for it about, part of the book is about the people that you don't see in the book, but, since I'm a filmmaker and work with a production team, we're writing a treatment for this, and there's been some interest there. So again, back to the fundraising route and whatnot, but there's a life beyond just a book. Digital media, so, those, the map that I talked about, there's also works of make it into a digital kind of a thing, so you can kind of see this book in a different realm and learn about these places and make something out of it. It's still in the works. We're talking to a bunch of people, and we'll see what happens. So that's the website for the book, gasandglamour.com. It's one page on my website. Since we sold out of the first edition, it doesn't have a e-commerce site anymore. We killed that. So I just have my personal few copies, and I have some here. But we don't have that. But you can go, when you go to that website, you can actually see a full run-through of the book, every page. You can see, if you're inclined, you can listen to some of the talks. I put, I think, 3 or 4 of them. And I think that's about it. And that's my Instagram, and that's my website, and that's it. And if you have questions, go for it. Okay, sorry, move back first.
When you approach publishers and you mentioned that they expect you to put part of the budget, what kind of numbers were they talking? Half the budget, 10%, good faith? What sort of parameters?
In my case, I actually came up with a percentage that I could afford if nothing came through. But I always said that the publisher had to have a skin in the game. So I wouldn't do 100% funding on my own, because if they didn't have some skin in the game, then this book, they could care less whether this would be successful or not. I was worried. I kind of agreed to a percentage that I would be comfortable with, funded by a commercial project, but at the same time I was having the discussion with this partner as part of this other project to say, hey, could you fund this? And we could come to an agreement. So there's not hard numbers, but I think it was a mental percentage that I agreed to myself that I would do.
Thank you.
Sure.
What role did the businesses themselves have? Proprietary claims over the image of their establishment, or do they want to promote it, get copies, and maybe, hey, this is good for our business, we can help spread the word? I mean, did they have any role whatsoever?
No, I mean, in a way, the short answer is no. But at the same time, a lot of them, there are some of them that got a lot of press because of the book through the LA Conservancy, because they ran a lot of stuff with people going and seeing these places. I followed up with a couple of businesses because I was close to them, and there's a whole manifestation that happens now. Well, I'm not going to take credit because of the book, but there's a whole fan following of this sort of architecture in Los Angeles and beyond. And this book is prominently featured in all those things. So whenever we go, we talk about this stuff, and people say, oh yeah, we've come across it. A lot of people come with this book kind of thing, drive through it. Some crazy guys just drive through the donut all the time,
Did the LA Times do a piece on you?
Los Angeles Magazine.
Magazine?
Yeah. They put it, the timing was right because they put it in so the Wall Street Journal, the Los Angeles Magazine, and both of them did the top book of 2020, holiday book. So that was a lot of press on both coasts that really helped, I would hope, in turn.
How many books is a sellout? I mean, what was
I think the run was 10,000 maybe?
10,000 copies?
Yeah, something like that. Not much. Yeah, go in the back. I'll come back to you. Go for it.
I was curious if you have any advice on how you brainstorm with brands to approach to work with you on funding, and then after you had a time of working with, how did you approach them? Did you cold contact them? Did you have connections with them?
Right. So for me, it was a few things. I said automotive, right? Anything related to automotive, lifestyle, right? Architecture, which I didn't get any kind of thing. Advertising, people who were playing in that space as to who would be interested. But the lifestyle aspect of it, because I said, it's not a direct, so the other things I was looking at was an auto insurance company who does a lot of insurance for classic, like collectible cars. That went pretty far, and then we didn't do it. But I reached out to a lot of the media people that worked with media. I proposed something to even the Visit Los Angeles tourism. Nobody got back to me. That's fine, And they got back to me eventually, but it was too late because I said I already have done it. Because they saw this billboard and they say, oh, we want to do something. I'm like, but I can't give you first dibs because it's already done. Where were you when I called you? So you have to be okay with not having kind of an ego over it. Like you have to be okay with denial, just no's, which we all are, of course. But I think you find the brands, and more importantly, this brand especially was interested in my fine art work, which I do with a gallery. So they looked me up, and they actually came from Japan to meet me, which I found out when she came. I was like, you came to Japan to meet me? It's kind of crazy. But because it was a long-term relationship, they really wanted to make sure that I was the right guy. I was real, and I was sincere. So I think outreach initially, direct, like without knowing anyone, and then, double-pronged or triple-pronged approach to reaching out the same kind of people or department within the company you want to work with. And like I said, be okay with a no.
Two quick questions. As far as approaching publishers, did you have an agent when you were doing that, or are publishers more open to photographers?
There are book agents. I considered having a book agent, and I was kind of this close, but I also wanted to kind of try it out. So I knew of a few publishers I've seen, I go to a lot of photo salon kind of things where we just talk about work, and people have, people always say good or bad things about their experiences, more bad than good. So I knew which ones to avoid. And I didn't want to get into a relationship like that, a bad relationship. And then I knew some publishers who were serious, and then my book was published with Salt later. I'm like, the same page? I'm like, I've made it, that's it, I don't need anything else. you know? So they were working with very serious photographers that I admire, and so that was pretty much an easy choice. And sorry, yeah.
Second quick question about the photographs. So you mentioned exposure bracketing, almost every single one of your photos.
Yes.
Like that McDonald's photo, for example, how many different exposures did you have to take to come up with it?
Well, Hannah goes to all my commercial shoots, so she'll tell you. But I would say we shot the neon separately. We shot all the shadows, highlights separately. We shot the sky, you know, people separately, that kind of stuff. So it depends. Sorry, you were raising up. I'll come back to you.
You were saying earlier about finding portfolio reviews. How do you find a portfolio review?
Oh, the best one to attend, and I'll tell you because I work for them and I love them, is the New York Times portfolio review. Oh, how do you find portfolio reviews? New York Times is a free portfolio review every year. You should all apply for it, even if you don't get in. I applied for 5 years. I eventually got in 1 year. But it has the best collection of people you can imagine. It's free. Now, there are other portfolio reviews that are not free. B&H has a great, plug, David. But I would say that I've met amazing photographers you would never see or expect that happen to be New York, because we got to use New York. And B&H, I don't know if you guys are doing portfolio reviews, but B&H, every event they do a portfolio review. I've met people in reviews. There's Photo Plus that happens. There is Photo Works, which is more commercial based. There is Santa Fe. There's one website that gives you the whole rundown. But there's a website which is free service called Diversify Photo, which I'm a member of, diversify.photo. They're great people. I'm a member, I'm a proud member of it, and there's a whole list. I see another of my people there. Yes, so there's a list of all these portfolio reviews that you can just look at the list, and they're all vetted, respectable reviews. So.
For your work now, is it mostly you reaching out to people, or are you at a level now where you're so good that everyone's just reaching out to you?
I think it's a mix. I think credibility is important, but I think something like this, a book being out there, there's a lot of people that reach out because they've seen the book, and people from different, not photo related, some other tie-ups would reach out, and then editorially, when this book was featured editorially, I got a lot of inbound stuff. My reach out is, I never believed in mass reach out. I'm slightly digressing. I always believe in one-on-one relationships and really connecting with somebody because I believe what they do, and hopefully they believe in what I do, and those relationships are longer lasting versus sending out a mass email, because honestly, they're very transactional.
How many photos are in your book, and how important was the placement of the photos?
Yeah, so the photos were organized by dusk to night, because we kind of didn't really do a section. I want to say there are 40 photographs, big photographs, and there are equally 40 small photographs. One thing I would have liked, maybe it's not this edition, maybe a future edition, because we shot a lot more. I have a lot more pictures. The publisher told me 2 years before it was published that I was ready, and I told them, no, I'm not ready. Because from my perspective, I wasn't ready because I hadn't explored the subject from many different angles. Now, sadly, they never got to see the light of day, but they're there. They're there. Some of them made it in smaller form. And again, that budget came into play, the number of pages came into play, so you have to just have those kind of sort of middle ground. You have to come to a compromise, and maybe the third edition will have those. Sorry, long-winded answer, but.
What percentage, if any, of the photos that you used in your book did you use maybe for your pitch deck, or did you use any photos initially kind of as you were starting up that you used for your pitch deck?
Sure. The first pitch deck had 6 photos I made. It was the donut hole, it was maybe pans, and maybe a couple others. And then the others were just mood board, like picking and choosing from other stuff out there. So to give people a sense of what I'm going to approach, and this is how I'm going to approach it, and that's what I'm going to do.
A purely technical question. That third last photograph, we had to go over multiple days to photograph the same spot.
Which one? Oh, the Saga Motel? Yes.
What was your technique there to make sure that all the images registered properly and have the same perspective?
Oh, so I shoot with the architect tilt shift lenses. So normally I'm shooting, combining images to get the perspective without not shooting wide angle. So it still looks like you're in front. I'm not I have to tell you, even though I shoot architecture, I'm not a gearhead. So excuse me if I'm saying something very basic. So I take a tilt shift lens and I shoot it, moving the lens to get a field of view, which you will not get by shooting into a single lens, right? So that's number one. I'm always using a tripod, right? And I'm shooting from that same place different exposures for different components of it. Because although I'm not an editor, I think like one, so I know what pieces I need to make the picture. So even the car, when it was there, I think I have a frame with just the car. So just in case I needed it, I had it,
Did you mark the ground?
What's that?
You marked the ground every time you went back? So you knew where to put
Oh, no. So now I get your question. So when I went to one location, I finished that location. So I never... No, if I go there one day and I didn't get the image, that was a wash. I would never use anything from that day. So I go back again and start the process again.
Oh, so all frames of that
Yes.
place were shot on one day?
Correct.
You visited multiple days?
But there are multiple days to that one day, so it's a little bit of a crazy process.
I'm trying to figure out how you went back the next day and said it.
No. I wish. No, I wish. No.
Makes a lot more sense, a lot easier.
Yeah, exactly.
A fascinating presentation, by the way.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
So we do have a few more minutes, but I do want to close out the stream and thank everyone who's been watching online. And one more time, let's do a round of applause.
Thank you.
Thank you all for joining us. And you have some books. You have some time for some more questions. So
Sure.
Stick around, but the stream is now over. So if you're in the back and you haven't been able to get your question answered, come on up. And thanks y'all for joining.
Thank you. Thank you.